Okay. Let's see. Let's see if I can properly set this up. Oops. Never mind, I don't want display.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Okay, that kind of looks pretty good. Although, let's see. Wait, did they just increase the time?
Hmm?
On the live stream? It was like a 20 minutes and they increased it to like 40 minutes.
Oh, maybe.
I wouldn't doubt it. That usually happens, unfortunately.
Okay, let's see if I keep that screen on. Have Final Fantasy running. Okay, good, it's still running. There's a little bit of lag on me observing another screen, but it seems fine. Make it like this size. Oops. There we go.
I wonder if the artist from Overlord will get featured again. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
I hope so.
We have a guy in our guild named Zeshio that does like Ash's comics, and like posts them to Reddit and stuff. And sometimes they add his pictures in there.
Search with the letter Z.
Zeshio.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the names and look out for him.
Oh, he just showed one actually.
No,
That's
he
awesome.
did.
Yeah, I think his pins are like a comic of Ash's,
Mm-hmm.
so his usually stand out. But yeah, every month we always watch the live streams together as a guild.
Yep.
So I'm probably gonna hop over there in like 20 minutes or something.
Yep, got it. Kyle,
Oh,
do you want to do either a guild test or a frontline?
let's do a front line.
Yes. And actually, Jerry, are you currently playing? Let's see.
I think he said he went to go AFK.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, join.
Let me know when the key pops in my tab out.
Yep.
Alright, I gotta run. I gotta take care of some work stuff. I'll
Yeah.
be back a little later.
Got it.
All
Later,
right.
man.
See you later.
See it.
Kyle, if you have a free company that's named one thing on one server or world, can you have the same name on a different world?
Wait, what?
So, like, could there be, like, identical company name or free company names on two different worlds?
Yeah, I see why not.
Because I'd assume they wouldn't want people to like, let's say there's like a really popular company in one world, and somebody else creates the same name in a different world, so like stealing the name.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but generally people take note of the server they're from.
Mhm.
And it's not like a free company really controls anything.
Yeah. But like, if it's a popular streamer, people would be like, I want to be in that company.
Yeah. They'll know it's on that specific server though.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so this, the Heart of Battle is, the action is just, 3,200 coins, or credits.
Neat.
So that would be, let's see, we currently have 86,000. See how much that's enough for. That's good for an entire month. If we just buy that one. But once we rank up, it's going to be the more expensive one. I guess that's actually good enough to keep turning on over and over. Specifically because right now we can only do one. Turn on one action at a time.
I posted the piece that got featured on the general channel.
Oh, it's the comic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops. There we go, now it's usable again. Oh, nice. The front line. Oh yeah, front line turned on.
Yeah.
Kyle.
I don't remember this one at all.
No, yeah, I've not been here yet. Oh no, I do remember once. I don't remember what shows up in the middle.
Oh, wait, I remember this now.
Yeah. Oh wait, this is the one where the little robot things appear in the middle.
Yep.
Try and kill the black mage if I can actually target him. Oh, white mage, white mage.
Yeah.
I love the black mage a lot more for PvP than the summon.
Yeah.
Just because I have a lot more damaging stuff. Oops. Let me join these people.
Oh yeah. You guys are welcome to hang out on the Overlord server too to watch it if you want. I'm gonna hop
Yeah.
over.
Alrighty, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, is this flag thing in the middle of the screen? Like my kills?
1 sec.
Oh, center. Actually, never mind, because it's going down now. My death will be
Yes.
redirecting people.
I have battle high 5. I'm so I can't die now. I was like looking up the values for it. I saw this little guide. So like with battle high 5 it increases all your damage by like 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I hit so hard and I love it.
What's a battle high five?
Do you see like that little bar on the left side of your screen, or like somewhere on it, with like the Maelstrom flag on it?
Yo, yeah. That's what I was asking. What is that?
Oh, every 20, every time it increases by 20, you get like an upgraded battle high that increases your overall damage.
Mm-hmm. Oof, I got chained. My death will have a purpose. Oh no, we're not winning. So how do you increase that?
It's getting kills and assists.
Oh, good, just getting kills. That's why it's probably 0 for me. Because before when I played
Yeah.
someone it was always 0. This time I'm like, oh, it's increasing.
Yeah.
Oh no, they've infiltrated.
Not sure which way we're heading.
Center, I mean, at
Oh
our
shit,
base,
the drone
'cause
spawn, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, that's so many red. Or I don't even care. I'm seeing knockouts.
Mhm. It seems like all the enemies are
Someone
bleeding.
died to fall damage. 2 did. Oh, we definitely need to head somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody headed out. Hopefully nobody's here.
I think we're going south.
I'm capturing the north,
Some people are
east,
attacking our base.
northwest.
I'm gonna.
Oh no, they're coming in. Paladin. I cannot damage this paladin.
Yeah.
He's like taking no damage from me. Can I please capture this point? Ah, I died. Okay, somebody else is here. Oh, then our entire team came in. Oh, bear. I also keep forgetting that there's like a medical kit that you can heal yourself with.
For me, that's my only source of healing, so I'm using it all the time.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Too many blues.
That's the Immortal Flames, right?
That's the... yeah.
Alright, for them, I changed the color to red. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, gotta go mid.
I find the hardest part in this fight is targeting people.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, they're attacking the base. They took it over. Throw down a huge AoE in the middle here.
Just showing my kills. That's all I
Yeah.
want. 23 kills. Ah,
Ah, 2.
me.
And then
Hell yeah.
deaths 10. 12 assists.
There was like some bard yesterday who got like 60 plus assists.
Now you've got like the most kills. Actually, wait.
Like I'm in
Sir
second place.
Taka got 28.
Listen, I'll take it.
Who's got the most assists?
On the guide I was looking at yesterday, it's like it was saying that Dragoon is basically a range disguised as a melee. I
Mhm.
totally get that now.
Yeah. Jumping around everywhere.
But now that we did that though, I have enough currency to buy this cool ass hood from the end game area. Which I'm gonna do that.
Where's the seller of that?
For this end game seller?
Yeah. Or actually, I probably can't buy anything because.
Apps I guarantee you cannot.
Okay.
That's also a spoiler, so I can't say.
Where do I trade with these wolf marks?
The Wolf's Den.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
I'm gonna get some water, and that thing starts in 10 minutes. back.
Actually, I'm thinking maybe actually jumping over to
Overlords?
Overlord. Yeah. Just have more
Yeah, I'll
input.
join in a bit.
Yeah, because they've got Draco, Clover, and Golid there.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm actually 35 resources away, so I need like 2 more games.
Seems like the Stormborn aren't gonna host anything like that, so.
Yeah.
Just so they don't tell me, hey, why are you at the Overlord place?
If they, I'll be honest, if they just ask me that, I'm just gonna say like, why am I not allowed to be?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll use my alt account next time then.
None of the Wolves Den stuff seems to look cool. Oh, let's see. Guess this is kind of cool. This mask. The Wolves Den shoes kind of look like sneakers.
Do they?
I do not find them cool.
So you don't like going into a battle with some sneakers?
No.
Sponsored by Skechers.
It seems like all this, like what is it? The Shadowbringer stuff seems all cosmetic.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of what I see for the melee, but
Yeah. There's like a fox-looking mask.
yeah.
I don't know, this is too flashy.
I know the White Griffin set, that little gnome thing that just sits on the rock. I think that's Stormblood one.
No. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Although these guys' pants look kind of cool. Here, let me buy some pants. Oh, hey. Oh. This looks very, Greek. I want these. They're just straight up like underwear. Leather underwear.
You've got a lot more
Loincloth.
important things to spend it on. Don't you dare.
Proceed. Loincloth. There it is. Hood of the White Griffin.
Yeah. Level 60.
But isn't like the IL 205 better?
Sorry, what?
The item level 205 stuff. Like the...
Yeah, higher item level, the better.
Okay,
It just requires level 60 to use.
yeah. Oh, I'm almost there. With my summoner. Although the stuff kinda... style-wise doesn't look that great. It looks like some pirate stuff. I do like their pants. The White Griffin pants. Because it sort of goes over the socks. Although they are a bit tight, so I want them to be a little more loose.
Jesus. Take a look at this item.
No. What is that?
Yeah,
Is that like a robe, but made of metal?
I think so.
It's like your head is drowning in this armor.
Yeah.
Oh, they should be on any minute.
Hmm.
Oh, let me switch over to Overlord.
Alrighty.
You start as Gladiator. And then you
Hello.
end up
Hey guys, thanks for coming.
Yes.
a-
More input is more nice.
Oh, Mahalian.
Yes.
What's up, guys?
Oh, it's finally started.
Oh, finally.
So I'll switch over there.
Will it be in the studio?
I hope so.
Hello,
Nope.
Nope.
glorious Ashes of Creation community. Welcome to our August
Stephen
development
now runs it
update.
from
We
his
hope
house.
that you have been having a
Right.
wonderful month. I still can't believe it's August. I keep forgetting. Oh yeah, we just had our Alpha 1 stuff. It's just madness.
know.
How are you doing, Stephen?
I am a bit mad at my recording this morning. I'm sorry, that's totally my fault that we were late. I wanted to, of course, record something. And when I jumped in, my recording failed to record 4 different times. And I was like, oh, I mean, each time
He
it was
needs to use a different
successively like
program. Like that
more
happens so
angry.
often.
Oh my God.
What is he using?
Until finally
I
it
don't
worked on like
know.
the 5th try. And
Travis
I
know how to
just
use
had
it.
to calm and collect myself and just like goose fraba it, you know? Like,
Whatever
just
it
let
is
go.
garbage though.
That's what I did.
So you can try to hear it in his voice when the video comes out. But this
John
is why I
was-
remind you a million times before.
I
to do the
tried.
video.
I tried last night, and I tried to fit it. I tried to fit it in, and then I was waiting on something else this morning, and then something broke, and so I couldn't record what I wanted to record in the dev branch. I was at like 7 in the morning in the engineering channel. I'm like, this is broken and this is broken. Like, how did this go wrong?
Over
They're
one
like,
night, right?
I know, over one night. There's just so
Beauty
many
of development.
changes. Yes.
But of course, thank you all for hanging out with us. We hope that you enjoy the fan art. And actually, we have a little bit of the fan art playing in the bottom here. But if you join us early in the stream, we usually always have that playing.
Oh well, I guess they couldn't get a third person.
Well, I'll get right into it. Of course, I'm Margaret Crone. I'm our community marketing lead here at Ashes of Creation. And with me, as always, is Stephen Sharif, our creative director. Today,
Ferda.
we are going to be going over some of our reminders. We have a studio update, design update, environment art update, and character update. As per usual, we like to show everything off from all of our teams, and we will do a little Q&A as well. So thank you guys for putting in your questions in advance. We always enjoy that. And if your question doesn't get answered here, our community team is amazing. And actually, we have Vaknar, who's a new community member, a community manager on our team, along with Lieutenant Toast. We'll be answering your questions over there on the forums as well. So even if it's not answered here, you probably might see the answer over there because a lot of the questions are repeat questions usually.
I see a lot of people, by the way, asking if we're in the studio yet. We are primarily in the studio,
Yes.
but from a recording standpoint, we don't yet have our recording room set up.
Which we'll talk a little bit about that in the studio update. But yeah, our conference rooms aren't completely ready to rock and roll yet. So once those are
that
good to
sucks.
go, I will be reusing and repurposing one or like multi-using it for live stream stuff. And we actually just hired on a video editor as well who will be assisting with that stuff. He's awesome as well. Good peeps.
Oh, I see Z says we need the fan art wall.
Oh, we definitely are planning on having one in the community area, so don't worry. Or maybe we'll put it in the game room area so people can see it when they walk or in that area all the time.
Cool.
Yeah, so we'll figure it out. But I mean, you guys have sent us so much fan art. We probably will have multiple walls with fan art.
We'll
on
have
it, so.
the wall of fame and the wall of shame and the wall.
We have talked about a wall of shame. We get some like crazy messages sometimes too, to say the least. But I'll get right into
That's
the
probably
reminders.
pretty funny. The crazy messages.
First, I wanted to talk a little bit about web updates. If you didn't notice, we did have downtime
Right.
last month. This allowed us to put in PayPal. We did a couple bug fixes as well, but primarily PayPal was the main thing that we were fixing as a payment processor. We know there's a couple different issues in regards to that as well. We're working to resolve those. And on top of that, we have web design for our support section of our site that's going to kind of incorporate matching it to the rest of our website. If you haven't noticed, that hasn't really transitioned over, as well as the forums. But we're going to start with the support because forums requires a lot more back-end stuff to happen. Beyond that, we're also doing back-end work that touches accounts and our SSO. This is going to help us provide more options for 2FA account security and also providing better login integration solutions cross-platform. So that means, you'll be able to log in and it'll work with our from web, which includes forums and support, and then the launcher in the future, as well as our phone app in the future as well. So kind of like integrating all of those things so you have like one profile that attaches to all of those. Right now, you probably
Forgetting
notice
they're
you have
going
to,
to do the phone app.
log in, and then you log into forums, and you log into the support separately.
are they
It'll
gonna
all
do?
be like one conglomerate thing.
The
So
phone app.
that is my goal eventually.
a
It
phone
just
app.
takes a lot of back end for us to do. And if you hear my cats yelling in the background, I apologize.
What is happening back there?
Yeah, they're like, so one of them chucks the mouse in the air, and then the other one goes and chases it, and then the other one chucks it. It's the beauty of
Oh
having
my
two cats is they
gosh.
will play with each other. But yeah,
Are these living mice or toy mice?
oh, toy mice.
Oh, okay, got
Yeah,
it.
and they have like this little worm thing that they chuck around too. I don't know. But yeah, so I think that those are kind of the main things. And this will also allow us to provide you better user messaging in regards to like anytime an account a change is made on your account as well. So like if a password is updated or things like that. We know that some of that stuff is not completely in the right state. So we want to bring it all up to date. I know, not fun stuff. So we'll move into more fun stuff. We've got our Alpha 1. This one does not include our Alpha 1 stuff, but our monthly cosmetic swap over is going to be happening on September 1st, 2021, and which is the Sears of the Black Root. So if you would like these,
It's a spa
make sure to
text,
snag them up before
or
our next
technically
set
Alpha
is
1.
released. We've got our dev discussion that we put out
That's the
this
stuff
month,
that's up
which
right
was
now,
what are
right?
some of the key
Yeah.
elements you should be introduced to as a new player, and how much hand holding do you generally like to see in game? I'm sorry, they're like being really loud.
What
I hear
is this
chat.
mouse? What is this mechanical toy mouse?
It's not a
doing to
mechanical
them?
toy. It's just one of those little tiny like toys. They're just going crazy. I'm sorry. It's distracting. But we really do want to know what your opinions are on new player experience. Obviously, that's the most important thing. I know there's some people in our community who have said this is going to be the first MMORPG that they've ever played. And, that is amazing for us to be part of that experience for you. I remember my first MMO. I don't know if Steven remembers his, but it's definitely...
Oh, I remember mine.
Yeah, like we really do want to make sure that we're making the experience great for you and also for everybody. So if you have opinions, please share those. I believe the community team is going to be making a report here shortly. So make sure you get those questions or those answers and things in there.
I remember my first death in an MMO. Actually,
Ooh, I remember mine too.
It was Neverwinter Nights on AOL, and I had just gotten a quest to go like seek out some dragon egg or something. And then I walked into this room, and boom, the combat started, and a poison cloud got cast on me, which was like a 9th level spell or something from this Dracolich, and I was like a level 3 rogue, and it killed me instantly. And I was just like, oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't even know you could die because I was like 7 years old.
I could definitely see that. And then you're like, now what do I do?
Yeah, pretty much.
And of course, next month for our September dev discussion, we're going to be asking you about the much anticipated character creation. So we would love, love, love you to get your thoughts in on that. We know that a lot of people have opinions. So if you have opinions, send them over our way. In regards to our guild discussion, we had a question for you, which is what characteristics make an ideal member for your guild? How do you set and communicate those expectations and keep track of a member's performance against them? Now, this will help us a ton in regards to some of the systems we're building for guilds. So definitely go over there, toss your answers in, because that is going to assist us in making that. And to tie that in, we have app integration stuff that we're going to be talking about next month. So we'd love for you to give us your feedback. Beyond that, we know that people have been asking about the content creator program. Remember that we are still hiring for a position. We had so many people interested in wanting to be part of this program. We want as many people to be in this program as possible, but what that means is that we need somebody to help manage the program. If it was a couple hundred people, I think I could manage it on top of my other stuff, but it is a couple plus thousands of people. So we do want you guys all to be part of our journey here and to help build our community and help build your communities. And our goal is to create a content creator program that is like nothing else that you have experienced at any other studio. It's really going to be something where we help build a community together, not only yours, but ours as a whole. Beyond that, once we do hire on a person, we are in our second round of interviews in regards to that. We have a couple candidates who look promising, so we'll see what happens in regards to those. And we'll be sending them over to Steven. I think a couple are already. And once we do hire on that staff member, not only are we going to have a content creator program, but we are building out a content creator training academy where people can kind of go into that first to kind of train you to get up to a speed where we think that you should be at if you're not quite at the point where we would want to give you an invite to the content creator program. And of course, there will be some people who just don't get into the program, but we'll always email you and let you know, what you can do to improve. Yeah. It's usually people who have no content. Like, they literally have no content on their website. Like, if you apply and you have no YouTube content or no Twitch content, that's hard for us to look at your content and tell if you're, streaming regularly, or if you're making content regularly, or looking at the quality of your content.
What if it's like MySpace content or something?
I mean,
What?
you can be a content creator. I mean, look, we have some people who make comics and stuff like that. That's still content creation to some
That's
extent.
awesome.
That's
I
not.
think it
That's
just depends
not
on the consistency of your content
MySpace
and
stuff.
like the quality is more so, the two things we're looking at. We're not looking at following and things like that.
That's
Like I
really
said,
cool though,
like,
because
you
you
people have
basically
asked, like, how many
specifically
followers
talked
do
about
we need? That's not
Zeshio.
what we're looking for.
Mhm.
We want quality and consistency.
Yeah, like she comments on
Alright,
his
with
Reddit
that,
posts.
I'm
She
gonna
loves
toss
she
it
loves his
over
comments.
to Steven to talk a little bit about studio
Hello.
updates.
Studio updates, absolutely. So, I think we have about 70% of our team back into the studio
Pretty good.
right now. So things are going very well on that front. I gotta give a huge shout out because oftentimes in a development scene, you don't hear about the IT guys or the system administrator, and we have a very awesome sysadmin, a gentleman by the name of Jason Zimmerman, who has been doing a lot of work helping get everybody back into the studio, and he has been shouldering a lot of that responsibility himself, and he's done an amazing job. So Zim, if you're watching, the community sends you hearts and love. You are
Put a lot of hearts in chat for him.
a lot of hearts and pogs for Jason, or as we call him, Zim. So things are going really well on that front. Additionally, we've had some great hires over the past month.
Sure
I think
have.
we've had 6 or 7 just this last 30
Yeah, we
days.
have a guy in our guild that got hired.
Which
Yeah.
Did he speak to him today? It was today.
Very talented
It
individuals
was
who are joining
last
the team.
Monday.
We'll probably see
Last
more
Monday.
of as we
Yeah, but yeah,
get
he
into
got
the
hired.
dev diaries again
Nice.
and do future streams and whatnot. But very excited for the talent that is joining the Intrepid family.
Did he say 7?
It's exciting to see, obviously, growth.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's also very exciting just to see the sheer talent amongst the pool of candidates.
Okay,
that
that's
we're
almost
now
20%
getting,
growth.
as I think has been
And they're,
aided by, in part, you guys
devs.
out in the community helping to spread awareness for the studio and for the project.
I don't
and
know if
for,
it's necessarily
helping to
all
kind of
devs or not. I
retweet
think that
or,
just means they
share
hired 7 people
our,
in general
job
for the
postings
studio.
that we have available.
Yeah.
We still have many more positions to fill. Obviously, while the team size is large now, we are going to be getting ever so larger, and we have space to grow now that we're in our new studio. Still waiting on some of the ancillary furniture, our conference room furnitures, our cafeteria furniture, a lot of the seating, kind of lounge area stuff. Once that stuff gets in, you guys, Margaret is like literally foaming at the mouth to record footage inside the studio.
I just wanted to do like a little water cooler like vibe. I was gonna do kind of like an Instagram stories, Snapchat thing that's like we ask a different developer every day like a question, and it doesn't always have to be like development oriented, but kind of like behind the scenes, getting to know the devs. Stephen's like, no, Margaret, no.
Not yet. Not yet.
Which is funny. It's usually the other way around with
I
me
know.
going, no, Stephen. No.
Let's make sure everything is tip top and in place prior to doing any sneak peeks in the studio. But yes, no, there's a lot of great content that's planned. You guys are going to enjoy getting to meet the team again. You know, obviously there's still some concern with regards to COVID and this Delta variant stuff and kind of the issues we've been having here in the States. Hopefully that doesn't continue to get worse, but we're keeping an eye on it, and obviously our first priority is the safety of our team. But with that being said, we are super excited to get the videos rolling again and move from out of this at home stream location to in the office, because that's going to be fun again as well. Yes, go ahead.
We're like building out now that we have our new video editor. Him and I are kind of working out the new, like, in studio, what that's going to look like and what kind of equipment we're going to have. So when we do come back, it's going to be a much higher quality visual for you all. Because some people were like, I actually think this is higher quality from home, which makes sense to some extent because we were kind of using like a webcam from the office, but we're going to have like proper cameras and stuff. So we'll be setting up some cool, exciting stuff.
Super exciting. By the way, you know what somebody reminded me of the other day? And I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but like, do you know we're only like 2 months away from Extra Life again?
I know. Yeah. Well, I know. I'm planning for it.
You better get those vocal cords ready. Are we doing some Disney songs again?
Oh, the Disney song. Oh, I was so nervous. Like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. I need to practice if we're going to do that again.
Oh, yes. We need to start doing
we should
some
practice
vocal
a duet,
lessons.
Steven.
I know. We need to practice a duet.
Okay.
That's what we need to do.
Tell us, community, what Disney song would you want?
Oh yeah, we should do some pre-engagements and see what like the desires are on the community side for us to do.
Maybe we'll have Lieutenant Toast and Vacnar put together some questions like that do some polls for you guys. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's all. That's all exciting. I'm super excited for that.
We have Glorious Gourd coming up too, because October's coming up.
Oh, yeah. Halloween! One of my favorite holidays. Halloween, I love it. I can't wait to see the pumpkins again and all the jack-o'-lanterns.
Community's crazy. Y'all create some amazing stuff.
Yes. So that's all going good. Hiring's going well. So we have our huge kind of retrospective that we've been doing since August 15th, and now design is moving off to documentation and pitch phase for some of the changes on some of the systems that we represented in Alpha 1 and some of the things that we want to change going forward. Engineering is looking at, well, I guess we can get into those when we get into the sections. But anyways, we're going through retrospective at the studio. It's been very, very good to obviously have all of our team members go through the feedback and the forum commentary, the Reddit posts, all of your social media commentary, which community has done an amazing job summarizing that into a report that is just multiple reports that are very in-depth and in detail, and it's a huge help. So big props to the community team, not just during the live ops service of actual Alpha 1, but also in the post-Alpha 1 duties that you guys have been fulfilling. A really amazing job. Sarah, Margaret, and Cody. Yeah.
Adam,
exactly.
Peter. Yeah.
So you got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Once you start naming one, you got to name them all. They all did an amazing job putting together the reporting in regards to their fields, and we tried to go as quickly as we could, not as quickly as we could, but be as thorough and get you guys data as quickly as possible. And then on top of that, we are doing some subsidiary reports pending what development is looking for. So if design needs reports on something a little bit more in depth, we are going to be doing those. Production is going to be sending that list to us soon. And if they want feedback on something that you guys didn't really talk about, we may put out some little mini dev discussions just to the Alpha 1 testers in regards to that. Or maybe just broad. We could do them broader as well, maybe. We'll have to discuss that, because I think it'll depend on if it's like something that's experience versus something that could be visually feedbacked. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because like if you were watching something and being able to get feedback versus like actually the feel of something. But
Hey, Hawk.
For sure.
lots of reporting going on, and
Hey,
we'll
hey,
talk a
I'm
little
here.
bit more. And
Yeah,
I guess we could
I'm
kind of move
catching it.
into design. Do you want to
Yeah.
play the video first, or do you want to talk a little bit about some of the things?
Sure. Yeah, we can play the video first. This is a super short video. I wanted to do something else, but there was a little bit of a bug in the development build, which is fine. So
Was it the combat bug? That one?
yeah,
Oh,
there's a
okay.
combat bug, and there was
Yeah.
like a zoom issue, and it's okay. It'll get fixed. But
It's like one day and it's broke.
I know. It's unfortunate. But so last month I gave a description of what I felt was a really accurate description of the terror bird.
Oh my god.
And
Nice.
Someone did clip it for me,
Yes.
so thank you. It was so funny. I laughed out loud. It was great.
yes, so I wanted to actually just kind of show you the terror bird in the game, and also, show you. I don't know if you guys remember the Thundering Bolt Beast, and show you the new flower monsters and some of the VFX changes that we're doing based on feedback from the Alpha 1. So it's just a quick little 5-minute video, but of course I know you guys enjoy that stuff. So yeah, we can start with that, and then we can go into design after.
All right. I'm just remembering when I designed the Thundering Bolt Beast, Steven's like, Margaret, what are you doing?
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, that tail, Margaret. Like, you're going to give one of the animators a heart attack. How many joints are needed for each of those little wings?
Yeah, this is when we transitioned over to like we have to use the base models for everything. All right. Well, video is going to be playing here, and we'll see you right after.
Hello, glorious Ashes of Creation community. Welcome to another stream day inside
Is that Mountain
Ashes of
Dew?
Creation. The world's
It's the
in
bird.
right now.
Yeah,
It's
the
the
third
terror.
One test has finished, and the testers to be seen near me, which is probably good for them, because I just wanted to take a second. I know last stream I gave a masterful description
Nola.
of a new mount that had been introduced called the Terror Bird.
Yeah, he is.
And I wanted to actually, complement that very well done description with actually seeing the Terror Bird in game. And so, yeah, like I said, it's good there's probably no testers around, because this
Looks
guy
like a fluffy
is
parrot.
hungry, very hungry.
It really
But
does.
just wanted to show you guys.
The wings
in
have real
game.
clipping problems
We
too.
have a lot of work ahead of us towards Alpha 2. Part of that work is, of course, introducing content into the
Waddles.
game. And, the
Its
different
run
abilities and
animation is
routes
actually
and,
kind of sick.
quest lines and fleshing out the core systems that we demonstrated in Alpha 1. And this guy's.
I love how it tries to like
and,
run its
speeding
arms
it into
back
the
and
game.
forth.
We have a long road ahead of us, of course, but we got a great amount of feedback from Alpha 1 across our forums, Reddit, social medias, Discord. Even if you weren't a tester, and we love our testers, but even if you weren't a tester, participating in that conversation and giving your feedback is a super important part, as I've said many, many times.
Are there
But yeah,
those mobs
take
always
a look
there?
at this guy.
This
He's pretty
Plumeria?
cool. We're gonna have some
No,
variants
those
of
are
him
new.
soon as well.
What are they called?
Some variants of him in soon.
Plumeria.
As well.
There were some
You
in
may
like Miss
remember, actually,
Mire,
I think I have one more mount
but I didn't
as
remember
well.
seeing them.
You might
Oh yeah,
remember
none right there.
in the past we showed off some of the model work under the Thundering Bolt Beast, and now his animations are complete. Our masterful animator Bradford Constantine, I think, did the animations for this guy.
That looks pretty cool.
I like to call him the chicken runner.
I like that one.
Because
Mhm.
when he's on
Look at
land,
the size
What
of
the
that
heck?
tail.
it runs to me like a chicken. A little bit.
That looks
What
like a
the
flying
heck is
mount.
that run animation?
I love it.
That's a power
This is a
walk.
flying mount, yeah.
And he can sprint on land as well, I believe is one of his initial abilities. Let's see. Oh yeah, he just takes longer strides.
That's a gliding mount.
Yeah.
But
That's a lot
something
of
that's cool about these
Mhm.
guys, particularly these types of mounts that have the ability to glide, is of course you have to
How do you level?
level
I didn't
up
know
the mount
you
for
could
it to
level
get
up
a greater
mounts.
glide distance. So initially it might not be super.
I thought Husbandry
super
was just
capable of
gonna be
gliding. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if I. how far
raising
it's
them.
All right, here we go. Wait for it. Wait for it. And oh, look at that. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. That glide. I mean, for not having been
So it's a
leveled
chicken.
up at all, the glide's pretty good.
Basically.
But as you level him up, he'll be able to glide further and further.
It's like a colorful chicken.
If you manage, of course, as you know, if you manage to become a mayor of a metropolis or the king or queen of a castle, or if you get this guy as like a limited time drop off of a world boss, then you'll have the ability to be amongst the very few who can fly him.
Oh, that's a lot of wings.
Oh,
Jeez.
yeah.
He is majestic.
It looks nice though, for real.
I love the cool tail and all the
2/3
wings on
tail.
him. It's pretty awesome. this
Tail so
guy.
big it needs wings to hold
So,
it
yeah,
up.
just wanted to
Right.
jump in, give you a look at some of these creatures. Of course, you guys saw some of the combat changes that we did. Oh, we got some flowers down there. Hold on a second. We're going to be continuing moving forward with those combat changes. One cool thing you might see as well is some of the adjustments to our visual effects and just art overall, right, as we move forward. For example, this Radiant Burst, we got a lot of feedback about the sparkles. And in the first pass, of course, sparkles.
Oh, that looks sick.
But now that we've had
Oh.
some time initially,
Oh.
So much better.
feedback, you'll see the Radiant Burst effect.
That heal is
Just
also a
little
lot
bit
less.
of what
But he's
effects
not.
might look
He
like
has.
going forward.
Let's see what kind of armor is he wearing in the princess gear.
That looks like the level 15 from the quest. But that's like 200 points under what it
Yes.
normally healed.
So, a little short update in the empty game world of Ashes.
How much did he heal for?
Right now as we continue development
Like
with
300.
but I will
He also
see
didn't have
you
to
Oh,
stop.
seems
stop
normal
his
for a
quest.
rank 1.
a little bit.
Radiant Burst, not the normal heal.
And we're back.
It's like 500.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the
Yeah, it
petals
was
falling
usually
off. That
500.
death animation is so cool. I was watching.
And like 1,060 for the crit.
It's so
Or
beautiful.
960
and
for the
then
crit.
when I was watching the thundering bolt beast fly, I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's a little weird. Why did I design that? I don't know what I was thinking.
I think it looks great. It's a cool beast. You guys will notice also in the footage that there's some heavy clipping. That's some
Verona.
just general touch-ups after a mount is added to a game. You're going to have those types of clipping issues, but those will be touched up. And it's cool with the Thundering Bolt Beast. Actually, a lot of people have always asked, like, well, what's going to be the degree by which you can actually glide with these types of gliding mounts, right? And that's something that has to be built up over time for the mount itself as it levels up, essentially. And I think we might even include some design discussions we've been having.
Welcome, Jerry.
There's variance
Hey, Jerry.
among
Hey,
the
Jerry.
speeds that mounts can have based on how those mounts get introduced into the world, whether it be through the animal husbandry system or whether it be through merchant tables or through rare drops or granted by title requirements. They'll have varying degrees of abilities like speed, and they might also have modifiers to their glide distance as well. So that, when I just jumped off, it was very, very little glide. Like, there was no glide at all almost. But as you level it up or you get higher training for the mount, the abilities to glide will be much further and further and further. So that was something that was cool. But yeah, no, I love the way it looked when it was flying. I thought it was cool, all the little wings.
Oh, so many wings. All right. Well, let's talk a little bit about what design has been doing. We'll step back a little bit and talk a little bit about Alpha 1. What data did you guys gather, and how do you think it's going to be helping us as we move forward towards Alpha 2 milestone?
Sure. So, a lot of really what design has been focusing on as part of these since August 15th, has been kind of drilling into the existing documentation around our core mechanics and systems and applying what we visually observed during Alpha 1. For example, one of the big systems obviously is combat, right? Combat is a very integral component of any MMORPG. It's the most tactile interfaced with system in the game. And you guys saw some of the initial combat changes that we were able to roll out during Alpha 1, but now as we move forward towards Alpha 2, we're really going to start expanding, fleshing that out further, adding additional polish for those, because there's a lot of subtleties that go into combat, right? And many of those subtleties have to do with UI and how we present information to the player. They go into specific timings with our frames and the attacks for weapons. They go into kind of the ability design and what we learned from that. So as design kind of observed feedback both from players as well as collected the data from Alpha 1, we're using that to kind of reanalyze and actually we have I think we have, after this retrospective, I think it's probably going to be at least, I would say, 2 to 3
Hey,
weeks of many hours that will be taking up my daily schedule with the design team as we go through what we call the pitch phase, where each designer is assigned essentially a particular system that they go through the documentation for, and based on observations from Alpha 1 or based on the discussions that we've had with the community, they start identifying components of a particular system and presenting pitches for how we might change those particular systems in anticipation for Alpha 2. And then that pitch gets presented to myself and to our design quorum and to the other designers, where it's then open for conversation and discussion. And obviously, it's very helpful to have the documents that community provides the developers so that we can get a good summary of what's out there from a discussion standpoint amongst the community, and we can incorporate that as part of our internal reviews of these systems and those pitches. So that's generally what design has been up to thus far. From an actual implementation standpoint, there's some additional components such as tool request to engineering, helping to flesh out additional parts of the world map as we're moving towards Alpha 2. Obviously, it's a significant expansion of the world, so that's going to incorporate everything across the board, from design, from narrative to world pop to level design to fleshing out itemization and additional resource components. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's on the plate for Alpha 2 that design is now essentially going to be helping to guide the other departments as part of what our desires are for Alpha 2.
Cool. And obviously we
Just
put
feels
together
like a
a lot
year
of
away
feedback reports
to get all, like, that whole map done.
compiling that from like social media to
It must have like a
Easily.
certain
every
percentage of the
platform
map
that you
already
guys have
done.
ever spoken on, as well as even like data that we pulled from other places. How is design incorporating those as they're going through these design docs that you guys are talking about for these pitches?
Yeah, generally, so the first thing that we do is obviously we get an assessment of the original doc and the system and its components. And then in the pitch phase, when we're taking into account observations and or feedback from the community, we are citing essentially topic discussions and community sentiment across different social mediums, whether it be our forums or Reddit that you guys have provided as part of your summary from the community, right? Twitter, for everywhere,
everything.
right? Yeah, and when we have discussions as the design team on how we want to move forward with either changes, adaptations to particular things, we are referencing community sentiment. How does that sentiment stay in line with what our core philosophies are, right? Our core pillars. Now, a lot of people have said we got to be careful. You can't listen to obviously everything that the community says because there's differing opinions out there. And I think that's not lost on us. Like, we're not looking to fundamentally change the identity of Ashes of Creation through community feedback. I think we've kind of laid out what those pillars are. We have gotten buy-on from the community with regards to, does that resonate with you guys? And then now we look to increase essentially the positive reception on these core pillars without changing fundamentally the idea or the design of the game, so to
it's
speak.
like this is what we're creating and the product that we're creating. But if we can resolve some of these problems and these issues that you all are worried about or encountering with the design that we have, and still keeping to what we're trying to achieve, I think that's totally, obviously
for sure.
we would want 100% to do that. Cool. You talked a little bit already about what the design team is doing, but in regards to the engineering team, obviously, until they get those design docs to be able to start, going deep into those systems, what are they doing in the interim?
In the interim, I'm sorry, say it one last one time. I had an emergency text. Say the
Okay.
question one more time.
You talked a lot about, or quite a bit about what the design team is doing specifically. Well, obviously the engineering team is kind of waiting a little bit on some of those design docs. What are they doing in the interim whilst they
Absolutely.
wait for those?
Well, there's no waiting, I know.
But.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So they have their tasks for Alpha 2 as well, and that relates kind of to the outstanding feature work that's required and present still for the systems that we'll be bringing online in Alpha 2, right? So as we've said in Alpha 1, and what a lot of people saw as you were watching Alpha 1, those are core systems. Those are the core functionality of those systems. But there's additionally, outside of that core functionality, there's obviously bells and whistles. There's expanded functionality that we want to have present. There's optimization work that needs to be done. There's some tech debt that gets accrued as part of any milestone, right? You know, you kind of for those of you guys who may not understand like tech debt as a reference, but essentially as you're working towards a particular milestone, obviously you have the best of intentions with regards to doing things the right way as you're moving through, but sometimes as time dwindles away and you're getting up across the deadline, certain things require a little bit more work than you have time to do, and that's when we do in kind of stopgap measures and kind of shortcuts on some of those things, which is okay to have a little bit of tech debt, and part of that process is identifying what those to-do tasks are in part of the code base, going back, taking out what was put in temporarily, and implementing the correct process as well. So that's a little bit of what engineering is doing as well. But they're also participating in the retrospective and also identifying some of the core features and what technical implementation was utilized in order to present those core features and how we should rethink some of those things. You know, obviously, it's not as going. Excuse me. It's not going to be. Sorry about that.
Okay.
It's not going to be as intensive as actually writing the system over again or having to reauthor it, obviously, but it is identifying where certain areas can be changed as part of writing a particular mechanic and how that interacts even with other mechanics as well.
He doesn't have COVID, you guys. He's just
No, I'm
Steven
fine.
has had a cough
I'm sorry.
forever. Like,
yeah.
you just kind of have that, right? Like it's a.
Sometimes I just talk too much, honestly. I think it's just I just get a dry throat, and then the more I'm like talking, the worse it gets.
And yes, it's not wine in his glass; it's water.
Yes, the water helps.
You always drink it out of like what looks like a wine glass, so people are like, "Is he
It's a
drinking
goblet.
wine?"
A goblet.
He's just fancy AF, okay.
Fancy schmancy.
In regards to engineering, they also were working a little bit more on some of the things for security that came up, and obviously
Correct.
some things that we're looking forward to doing in Alpha 2. Do you want to talk a little bit about that as well?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, so, you know, for Alpha 1, and those of you guys who kind of observed, we actually had a relatively stable environment for Alpha 1. I mean, there were a few times where we had to bring up the servers, you know, back up again, and there were some security attacks that we had to address. It wasn't really our primary focus, at least on the ancillary security components of the game. Obviously, in the game code itself, you know, there was a focus on making sure that things were secure there, but like login and authentication and DDoS protections and DOS protections, like that wasn't really at the forefront of our mind for Alpha 1, which is fine, because when they came up during Alpha 1, I was actually very impressed with our team's responsiveness and the ability to deploy countermeasures as part of that process. And I don't hold anything against, you know, people who come and probe, you know, the security protections. Like, in a way, that actually helps. I mean, I would prefer they come to us and tell us directly, but in a way, it helps our investigative process. It helps the way that we're able to deploy hot fixes. You know, those are the things that we want to get out of the way in Alpha 1. And, you know, I know at the end of the day, even if malicious actors are targeting us, it's like, you know, they're targeting us because they want to play a great game, hopefully.
Ideally, if you encounter an exploit or a bug or something security oriented, we would prefer you reach out to us privately. You can DM me or Toast or Wagner.
Or me.
Or Steven. Steven, you have a lot of DMs.
I know,
so
it doesn't get
you
lost in
might
the
get
DM.
lost. But if you DM one of the community team members, like the community managers or me, we will get on it right away. Like those things are things that, you know, we're working with engineering on all the time. And we have had people reach out to us in the past in regards to those type of things.
I like somebody said, hacked out of love, copium. Okay, maybe a little bit of copium. But regardless, it was great to see the team's response to that because, you know, we had issues.
I felt so bad. I'd be like calling somebody up at 3 a.m.
I know. But I thought we performed very well in that. So with that regard, going forward, obviously Alpha 2 is where we're going to employ more stringent security measures, especially around those ancillary systems and as part of the game code even further. Because, you know, from our perspective, obviously MMORPGs, when you have a large amount of players that are participating across many different systems and in a single environment, you know, there's always going to be opportunities for certain individuals to do things that are a little bit unsavory. In that regard, that's going to be a focus for us going forward to Alpha 2.
All right. speaking of Alpha 2, I know that people are wanting a date. We don't have a date for you, so we will not be announcing that on this stream. When we do have a date, we will let you know. But obviously, right now, our main thing is kind of going through, making sure that we have all the systems in, ready, or getting those things ready and prepared, and figuring out timeframes that those things are going to take, tasks, things like that. So it's going to be a little while. But we will let you guys know when we are ready to let you know when Alpha 2 is coming. In regards to Alpha 2, can we talk a little bit about what the users can expect in Alpha 2? I know you won't be able to go through everything because it's a lot, but the highlights maybe.
Yeah, honestly, Alpha 2 is really taking Alpha 1 and fleshing out all of those systems much, much further, right? So one of the main things is going to be obviously node progression outside of just stage 3, perhaps up to city, if not metropolis stage for Alpha 2. Another component is going to be drastically increasing the world size, and that incorporates obviously a significant amount of other work, such as all the quest lines, the level of progression, incorporating secondary archetype choices, having augment capabilities as part of the combat system and the skill trees, incorporating the weapon skill trees as part of that, having a vast array of diverse creatures to select from, having some more of the spawner influence and changes that get adjusted in the world based on node progression, incorporating more of the parent vassal system and how nodes
He
interact
could literally
with each
stand
other,
here for like an hour.
expanding out the guild
so
skill
much shit, bro.
trees, really doing
Hold
a
on.
significant revamp
Crafting.
on gathering and the way that we're actually going to start demonstrating the real gathering systems, the itemization,
feel like Stephen
crafting
would do really
components, just
well
general
if he ever tried
artisanship
to
tree.
filibuster.
Those are big portions of what needs to be done, but also dialing in on things like diminishing returns and the way that buffs get applied and or debuffs get applied, the types of
I wonder if we're getting Underrealm for Alpha 2. That's the main thing I'm wondering about. I know they want to do the rest of the world for it.
They're adding the Tolnar, or they said they would.
Stuff that goes into
So I would
from
hope
Alpha
that
1
comes
to
with it.
Alpha 2. And just to make sure, you guys as you're viewing and you're tuning in and this gets viewed on YouTube or the VOD later, there's a lot of work that's necessary for Alpha 2. And with that regard, of course, we're going to be keeping you up to date, and Margaret and her team are going to be keeping everybody up to date and interfacing with you guys as we move forward. But from a amount of work standpoint, there's going to be some time here where there's a little bit of downtime. We had a lot of kind of showing of what's happening behind the scenes and Alpha 1 itself, and was no NDA attached to that, and you got to see players in the world, and that's all great. But now we really need to heads down focus on Alpha 2. We have a lot of work ahead of us. All the teams have a lot of work ahead of us. And there's going to be some down period between Alpha 1 and Alpha 2. There will still be some spot tests. We'll still invite some of the testers from Alpha 1 back to to participate as part of those spot tests become necessary, dictated by our developers. There's going to be some patience to be had, as we spend the time that's necessary to make sure we're getting things right and are incorporating the right feedback that we received during Alpha 1 and stuff.
Yeah, we just really want to set expectations. And when we are ready to tell you the Alpha 2 date, we will. But in the interim, we will be continuing to do our monthly updates. You guys will get to see the progress. I think, I'm even looking back and seeing a lot of what you guys say already is like, you've watched the journey, and it's been pretty cool to see that. It's gonna be even crazier because we're gonna have some really cool stuff come online, and so you're still gonna see those systems as they come online and piece by piece, and of course new art and like just basically everything from our teams. I think you'll actually see more stuff from design, especially as we move forward, because now Alpha 2 is really where a lot of those other systems are going to be starting to come online that we're very much in engineering's field, and so we can't really show you what engineering is doing. Although McP has offered to show me code, I was like, probably shouldn't show that on the stream. But yeah, we do have lots of cool things for you guys planned. A lot of dev diary stuff will be coming back online once the studio's ready and Steven approves that I can start recording in there. And yeah, we just got a lot of cool things planned. So even in the interim, we will continue to share updates with you all, and even some more behind the scenes stuff once the office is ready for that. So with that, I think we're ready to move on to environment if you are.
I am ready.
Okay. The first thing we want to discuss actually in regards to the environment update is that they are currently working on terrain and node R&D. Before I even show you guys some of the art stuff that they've got for me to showcase, do you want to talk a little bit about what that research and development is and how that's going to be incorporated into the game?
The R&D for, I'm sorry, you cut out for me.
Terrain and node.
Oh, terrain and node. Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, as you guys saw in Alpha 1, the nodes weren't super visually aesthetic, right? They were functional. They had the buildings placement. They had NPCs that spawned. They would grow in size. The territory of collection for experience would change. You know, the base functionality of the platform technology and how they're procedurally generated, that was functioning as well. But from a terrain perspective, essentially the plug of terrain and how the terrain changes when a node advances, making sure that it's seamless at level 0, making sure that it has, foliage that's properly placed, and when you get into the layout, having some height changes, having different materials for the roads, and just kind of spending time on prettying up the nodes. Part of the R&D component is obviously going to be examining how much we can change the terrain and make it very seamless when it's set in the world for the node itself, but also extrapolating out from just stage 3 into stage 4, into a town, into a city, and eventually a metropolis. A lot of R&D is going to be placed in not just how we achieve those larger footprints of the node itself, but the location and placement and what parameters design has to set as part of the platform tech for particular buildings.
Speaking of
specifically,
design, I saw a prototype that one of them did, and that was pretty cool. They were like prototyping some
you
of the
mean
node stuff.
Bucky Collins did a great job using very I think he was using Java to create this so on the world map of Vera, right, he has these locations set for every single of the 103 node locations. And then he's incorporated a point system to determine the value of each essentially district, each parent node, as it absorbs other nodes. And through that, kind of, we can run simulations over and over and over and over again to play out the way that nodes are going to move. Like, for example, I guess I really shouldn't give that information, but this stuff in the back end, which is predetermines essentially how nodes progress from a territory standpoint. That's a very important component. But from the environment side, on the R&D stuff, that's really going to be like, how can we make sure that node placements are equitable when it comes to sieging and defenses of those particular nodes, the types of number of gates you have to make it through in order to reach the town center, not having too much terrain around a node that just makes it so easy. Like if a node's in a basin and like you can have trebuchets on the top of terrain, like raining down fire out of the range, or fire for, attack back from the node itself. Like that's part of the R&D, the research and development aspect of determining the right type of layouts that need to be preset from a parameter standpoint as part of this procedural generation, because we also want nodes to look very different. We don't want nodes to look the same, right? So for Alpha 1, it was just about standing up the tech, making sure the tech is working correctly, that we're collecting the experience, that we're surfacing the stuff to the player. And now, as we move towards Alpha 2, we really need to dial in on the R&D aspect of, okay, we need to define these parameters accurately. We need to theory craft out each of these parameters and each of these node locations as they progress. What impact is that going to have on things like sieges? What impact is it going to have on things like, having those buildings and NPCs present, and what number of available plots are possible at a maximum stage node? So there's just a lot of stuff that goes into it.
Others.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can ramble, so just cut me off when I'm talking.
No,
too much.
you're good. You're good. All right, I'm gonna swap over and I'm gonna show you guys some concept art. So first thing I have here is the volcano landscape that they're working.
It really
on.
does.
I
Oh,
love
that's so
seeing
cool.
the concept art.
It's like
because,
1 for 1.
You know, you guys have seen some of the concept art in the past of the different terrains, and then we show you the screenshot of in game, and it's like it looks exactly the same. It's so hard to tell sometimes because our artists are just so amazing. But can you talk a little bit about what this area is? Other than obviously
Yeah.
volcanic.
So this is lava, and you can tell it's lava because it's bright and glowing a little bit. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, no, this is obviously there's
Steven likes to troll me.
There's a wide array of different types of biomes that's present, and one of these components is obviously how do we portray landscapes that are not just beautiful but are also dangerous. And you know, there's obviously environmental hazards and effects that can be part of these types of terrains, and we want to not just show always the prettiest side of Vera, but also show the more, you know, I don't want to say vulgar, but like the more antagonistic
Gritty,
aspects, the gritty, dark. Yeah, exactly. So that includes stuff like corruption and how it kind of perverts the land, or these more kind of apocalyptic scenes where you have these, you know, large flowing rivers of lava, you know, emanating from a giant volcano, and because we're able to like significantly increase the draw call distance that you can see the world around you, it's cool because you may see this volcano from, you know, a 30-minute distance trek across the realm, but once you reach it, you know, not just because of the surrounding area that you see here that's concepted out, but that there is something deep in that volcano that's compelling. Like you want to go inside, you know.
Like lava creatures.
Like, yes, exactly. Right.
Also, in one of the concept arts, it's like a double rainbow of lava.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the great thing about these types of concepts is they're not just identifying the specific biome, but they're incorporating the type of perspective you want to have with those long draw calls, right? With being able to see that mountain at a distance, or having the, you know, the world lighting break through the clouds that's present there. And I think that gives the environment team a good direction on, you know, not encapsulating every trek across
I hope one of the
because
islands has a volcano
played,
on it.
you know, those zones are super encapsulated. Like,
Between
you
the
know, I'm
two
always blocked
continents.
because there's some tall mountain that doesn't let me see beyond it, and it's like right next to me. Or, you know, I have a very curated path that I have to follow, and that can just be a super boring thing.
Yeah. If there's a waterfall, there better be something hidden behind it. No.
That's right.
And of course, Stephen talked a little bit about the different nodes. The first thing here I'm going to show you is actually a bunch of props for the Dunir. We're building out more things. So we have, this is actually a fireplace. It's work in progress one. So maybe next month you'll get to see the final of it. We've been showing a lot of the different stuff that's going to be in houses and in nodes. This is a podium that you'll probably see in a town. And then we also have some bridges. You can see
Podium?
different variants of bridges here. And I think we have an image
Execution
for scale
podium.
in game with one of the bridges.
There you go.
In game. Obviously, that's not where it's going to be, but they just
Player 925. Damn, they took my name. Now everyone's gonna steal
these
it.
are important because as nodes advance, again, they don't just reflect changes within the node's footprint, but actually structures will form like harbors
That chat
and bridges
box.
that help to provide
We should have had it at the
trade-related
end.
resources, more world development components, and these are the types of structures you're going to see develop alongside the nodes in the world.
And then we have signs, and then as well as a defensive barrier. One of the defensive barriers that
Imagine you just get a lazy mayor and they don't build anything for defenses.
Backside of it.
Oh,
because you'll be able to like set up defenses and stuff whenever your
Or a mayor that destroys its own city.
or your node is attacked.
You have a streamer mayor who stops playing.
Syrian ones here are the next
Oh,
ones.
yeah.
So you can
Never
kind of see a very
stop.
different version of these. So these
Oh,
are
not you, but
some of the fencing.
Like Asmongold.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, that did
Exactly.
happen.
Very pretty.
Yeah, Empyrean are like
That and
are
100%
interesting
tax rate.
because it's still very refined, but then it's got the Alvin and
I hope they
Lexio.
make taxes actually useful next
Oh yeah.
next test.
Another
There was no reason to have taxes this time around.
I believe this is a gate.
They will. They're just.
Well, that construction is supposed to cost cash as well as materials, I heard.
Supposed to, but it didn't.
Yeah, it looks great. Environment team always does such a great job bringing to life these cultures. You know,
it's cool,
it
that
might
fountain.
not seem much as you view individual like fences or fountains and these kind of props that are present across the world, but when you start putting all of these things
It looks so
together
real.
to represent, you know, an entire town, village, or whatever.
Are you saying like the nodes expand?
They do a great
did you mean the
job,
zone of influence?
making these things all
or like
I think he meant both.
exist in
Because like they both expanded.
yeah, cohesive doesn't make it feel
There was like a little layer of land that got placed on top of the original plot of land when it went to village.
The ground,
Right, with that weird road stitching.
Yeah. And some people could glitch under it sometimes.
Because you know you gotta have weapon racks. And I think that's all of.
Yeah, Metropolis is gonna be actually huge.
Yeah, and making sure that enemies aren't spawning in it, or whatever is supposed to spawn in it only does, as it like expands over another layer of map.
Also, some of the things that you guys will be able to utilize.
And hopefully they get the
fencing for your stables and your creatures,
individuals
and then
spawning
also,
correctly
like,
in
really develop
town.
those pieces. So you're gonna see a lot of like furniture pieces for all of the
Crafting stations and stuff.
different races coming.
That'd be a nice touch.
Hey, a cat looks
Next
nice.
up, we've got character art. I guess.
Yeah, it does.
This is actually where I was gonna leave off, but this is Paula's cat, which is
fluff.
just oh my
It's
god,
so fluffy.
thing ever.
Oh.
I was
Is that a mount? What is that?
But
It's a mount.
I'll go
And a
backwards
pet.
instead.
Yeah, that's good. Look at him or her. Is it a him or
It's
her?
a
I don't
flu.
know. Jinsey will have to let us know. This is a Jinsey creation. It is.
So this is an
awesome.
in-game achievable mount. Is that correct?
Correct. This is not a cosmetic one.
So this is not cosmetic. This is achievable in-game. Now I'm pretty sure that this particular mount is
That's a
probably going
big
to
pussy.
be achieved through some
Cat.
of the husbandry system. And that's likely going to be through the crossbreeding of a normal domesticated house cat and a bear, a wild bear.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
I'm just.
Was he talking about a house cat and a bear?
Yeah.
I'm just imagining.
Put them in the
house
same
cat
room
and
and, you
bear.
know.
I'm like, Steven.
That's how it
How?
works.
What?
Bears need the cat.
I'm just joking.
People in chat were saying it should be making the same sounds that my cat was
Is
making.
that, yeah, I was gonna say, is that why the cat's making those noises? No, I'm just kidding.
I can record some audio for you. You can use it.
Perfect. Just have that playing on the freehold as like the sounds when you're trying to make. That would be so good. No, but this is an in-game achievable. It will be derived through some method of exploring the animal husbandry system.
And then you can see it with the mount and the armor as well. Versus
They should definitely
alone by
have
itself.
like some mounts
Next
or
up, I'm gonna go backwards, so I gotta go.
animals,
black
you
sight
know,
watcher.
non-crossbreedable.
So this is a cosmetic one. This is from a Halloween set previously. I helped design. It's got like 6 eyes. It's very cool. And it's based off of some of the ravens that were created. So we built out some ravens. I love the like albino vibe raven. It needs a red eye.
The graven.
The graven.
The gray raven.
Oh, I love it. Maybe we make a really pal one that has got a red eye for the. Yeah. Ooh,
Cool.
I like the graven idea. And then we have the chameleon. Looks so cute. This turned out so good. This is part of the Valentine's Day set. Very neat.
Now, that's a pet.
It is
or
a
mount.
mount.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That I mean, if you didn't have a saddle, that would be really uncomfortable.
We could make him a pet too, though. Could make, like,
No,
a little
I'm just
baby
saying,
version.
like, if you were riding that thing without a saddle, like
Oh, it
that.
would hurt.
Oh, that crystal wasn't meant to be there. You know what I mean? Like that. Would be
I hope that they
unfortunate.
make things like that, like mineable after
Don't
you kill them.
bareback
That'd be
the
pretty cool.
Carmine chameleon.
Oh, that would be cool.
How you get your high-end crafting resources with mining dead bodies.
But yeah, these are
Yeah.
meant to be my
Mining
thought
dead
process is that
mounts.
I would love to have these.
Well, you
like,
should be able to
in,
mine like elemental type of
like a
things.
cavern, and then like
Yeah,
you
exactly,
don't
like
realize
earth
that
elementals.
it's a creature, and you go to like mine it, and then it like comes out and attacks you. That's what I
Oh
was
yeah.
thinking. Yeah.
And what if you just, like,
Oh
use
yeah,
crystal
it's
and
droppings.
harvest it?
Oh, that'd be
Oh
lovely.
yeah, like that's one of his actions, like his top tier action.
That'd be
just
pay
like
to win, Steven.
24. Well, oh, that's true. No, it would have to be a part of the base value.
Yeah, the base.
God, imagine the pooper scooper you need for that thing.
That is
a poops resources.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Imagine the maid in the dragon's lair.
It's fine. The next thing we have here is the Greaves of Pride. So you can kind of see the final version, and then we'll also show you kind of the work in progress and how these work. So sometimes you get to see the gray scale versions of each of these things, like you did with the fireplace. But this is one where you get to kind of see the whole process of it, which is really cool.
I love the detail, and I would say that you know, partly, obviously, outside of the fact that we have very talented artists, but partly the reason for these types of detail on the armor sets and the weapons is that as part of our home system, you'll be able to
actually
have
going
certain
through this
types of
fast, I'll
furnitures that
actually be able
allow
to finish
you
this and go to work on time.
place armor sets as display. And having those armors be intricately detailed like this one, I think is going to be a really cool added bonus to how each of the players customizes their homes and stuff.
Oh yeah, like housing decor. People love to have the models of the items put in their house. I've seen people do that kind of stuff all the time, or have like a room, like a dressing room with like a bunch of mannequins lined up.
Oh yeah,
yeah, with all like the armor that you're really proud of from raiding and stuff. But yeah, this is really cool. I'm still in shock of how amazing our artists are. Like, it looks like the concept. It's crazy. Next up, we've got the Fuming Creature, which you can see this work in progress. So this is actually a cosmetic accessory item that goes onto like a bottle on your belt, or that goes on a bottle that's on your backpack that dangles from it. So you can actually swap those things out and make like different looks and vibes. And this is from the Halloween set. Years
very
ago,
cool.
a couple years ago.
I helped design this one.
Yay!
The next thing is the Coil of Crackling Skies. This is actually part of the set with the Thundering Bolt Beast. This is one of the rings that you could get to see. And yes, you will have rings.
I wonder if we'll be able to actually see rings on people's characters.
I love that.
I mean, if they're making cosmetics for it, I would hope so.
I would hope so, but you know, that's not a normal thing from my experience.
Like shiny.
Well, Final Fantasy's been doing it for a decade, so I imagine they can.
Boxes as part of like furniture.
Yeah, but most people are going to be wearing armor, which covers your hands.
Right. I haven't seen rings on anyone in Final Fantasy, so I didn't even know that was a thing.
Because we are going to
I
have
have 'em.
weddings. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for like just community stuff like that. That's going to be great.
Oh yeah.
We will definitely 100% have to have like a Varen interior decorating show series on like Twitch and
easily.
YouTube. We will.
Yeah.
We will,
I would
we will
love
make
if you could see
happen.
that.
I love that
I'm
idea.
sure there's going to be like
HGTV
also
and Vera.
Varen companies out in the gaming
Right.
world that sell their in-house decor
I'd
services.
love there to be an
And, like, you
option
can add
for
them
you
to
to
your
like
family and
only
give
have
them
your helmet
permission
come on
to
during
deploy
combat,
based on
because
that,
I love
right?
just seeing the face of characters.
For the
Pretty sure they said
for
something
the
about the show hide helmet
We wouldn't provide
as an
options
option.
like that for somebody
Did
else
I?
to come in and,
But like,
and like
you know, if I'm in combat, I hope they're
pick
actually
up,
in
yeah,
helmet.
they can
Yeah.
access like inventories
I mean,
and
just
stuff. but-
toggle it yourself.
Yeah,
maybe
that's
that's something we'll
true.
have to talk about. Because in the past,
If rings and necklaces
other
could fit
places that
over
I have,
armor, that'd be sweet.
Worked as well. We've allowed people to do that.
They
and
really
it's
need
been
to
pretty
if they're
cool.
going to
We,
make
like, hire
cosmetics like
somebody
that
to,
for
like,
them.
help interior
Or,
decorate.
I mean,
'Cause
you
people
could just
would,
wear
like,
it around town.
Make a hot tub out of like crazy weird stuff, putting them together.
Or like
It
in
was
your
really
house.
That's
nice.
true.
All right,
We should
next-
let. I like somebody said. Magisto ASC said, "How about cleaning them? We should have houses get dirty over time, and like if you don't clean them, like you take a
little roaches and stuff.
Yeah, you get like a negative on like the house decor functionalities, and you could hire cleaning services." Just totally
Design,
kidding.
good luck, and
I'm
artists,
just-
good luck with that. But some games do that. Like Animal Crossing has it. If you don't come back for a while, there's like little bugs, and you have to go stomp on
Right.
them. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm just
It doesn't have to be too crazy. You could have it be simple.
You got to make your bed in the morning.
That would be funny. We're going into Sims now, which I love. So, this is the Lorica Vindicta Set, which was our March set for this year, cosmetic set. Really cool. And we have a turntable.
Oh, that looks great.
Yeah.
That looks sick.
Sparta.
I was going for kind of that, March Ives vibe, you know.
Oh, the Ides of March.
Yeah, Ides of March. This is Vera.
This is Vera.
It's not so much Spartan per se, but
True. They would have to have no chest plate if it was Spartan.
Yeah.
Or you've got to expose your like vital organs for battle.
There'd be
That's what
no
I learned from
breastplate
300.
there.
Sandals. Nice sandals.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course. Steven, we'll have to get Steven a pair of these sandals.
Oh yeah. Actually, I'm not allowed to wear sandals anymore.
I know.
It's very sad.
How can you be Sandalord without wearing sandals?
I don't know. I don't know. It's so sad.
All right. Well, next up we have Threads of Fate, which looks amazing.
Bless you.
They didn't hear me, but you did.
Oh, bless you.
My allergies are going crazy, so that's why I'm keep coughing and sneezing.
Yeah, Eli did this set, I believe.
And he even made the weapons, which
Yeah,
aren't part of the
looks great.
the cosmetic that you get.
We'll find somewhere to put them.
But we will find somewhere to use them. And we have a turntable of this as well, so you can kind of see that.
Oh, I love it.
It looks.
I wish
I
they
love
had
the-
this for like their.
Great job, Eli. Looks very good.
If you had like a 3D render of like the monthly
Really
cosmetic and how
zoom.
it would look in game,
Yeah, we got really high
Oh,
quality.
feel like more people will buy them.
nice. Got a little
Sized
zoom in
assets
going.
for-
Yeah, definitely.
We got
Holy
really high
smokes.
quality assets.
They-
for
they should do
so
this.
Thank you for.
My problem with all
we
this
still
is
have
this
an
will
artist
kill
who
my
does the
computer.
high quality stuff because we can.
No.
we can
Yeah, they
Sounds
gotta
like
show the
a good
high
idea.
the high
These guys
res
on, like,
version
top of a
before they
cigarette,
lower it for
like,
game
have
quality.
the- instead of the light in the hand, just like a pulsating heart, and they're just like eating it. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm sure the design team is gonna find some fun places to put these. But yeah, just so you guys know, all of the creatures and NPCs that we create for these monthly cosmetics, you are helping us develop the world. These are going to be in the game as
Yes.
NPCs, as creature variants, etc. I mean, you probably already have seen them through Alpha 1. But yeah, you're helping us really like build it out. Next up, we've got Dunir Plate Set. There's 2 different versions of this, so this is the first one.
And this one's in-game achievable, yes?
Yes, correct. And you get to see the
Nice.
progression path
Oh,
of
cool.
the armor set as well. Little horns on that one. This one has like a little mohawk.
Yep. So just again to give you context and comparison between armor sets that are achievable in game and the cosmetic skins that people can purchase. Obviously, again, our primary objective is that we keep those equitable, that you are not, a lot of games probably many of us have played, you're forced to consider the purchase of cosmetic sets if you want to look good at all. That will not be the case in Ashes. There is both a path towards achieving really cool looking in-game items based on your efforts, and then also an alternative option in the cosmetic shop.
And of course, all of the cosmetics, you have to own an item to put that item on.
Correct.
So you can't just like
No
immediately
pay
at
to
level
win here.
1 have the coolest armor. Cool. All right.
What is that? What is that? Have you seen that meme where they're like, it's King Theoden and Gandalf's walking. He's like, "There's no pay to win here, Gandalf Stormcrow." And it's like, I
That's
told
awesome.
you to take the wizard's credit card.
Oh my god.
These are the memes
Sorry.
people send him.
You're fine. All right, let's move on to our Q&A. So we've got questions here from the community, and if we don't answer your question here, definitely go check the forums. Toast and Vacnar will be adding answers to your.
Are they
lovely
not showing
questions
off
over there
next month's
after this. So even if you don't get answered here, you may get answered there.
But they usually don't do
Cosmetic.
it.
You know if you should, put
They
them
showed it
in
last
for
month.
next time. So half tilt gamer and Pickadoliver want to know about Alpha 1. What were some
Oh,
of the
for
team's
crying out
biggest
loud.
takeaways from Alpha 1 testing? I mean, we talked a little bit about that, but
Yeah, we did talk a little bit.
if you could pick one thing, what's your one thing that you think you took away from Alpha 1? Just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
My gosh.
I would like to
Wow,
know what they took
that's
away
super
from the
tough. There's so many-
non-content test.
So many different things.
maybe a
I guess
couple.
the biggest takeaway probably would be the direction of combat and the fluid nature we want to have between
One of the largest complaints I saw
tab
was the
and
excessive particle
action.
effects in raids
The
and sieges.
direction on the melee combat, the
Yeah,
great amount
that
of work
turned up
that the new
just
ability
for
system
testing though.
team did.
You mean like for
Especially on the
material finding
back-end
particle
side of
effects?
things.
No,
No,
for
like
like
spells,
wand
right?
effects
Say
and
is,
spells.
Oh,
that we're heading
gotcha.
in the right direction. Now we just need to add some further
Most games have a
polish
way
and
to turn up other
resolves,
people's effects in
and
combat.
continue down the path
I
of
was literally
that
blind in half the
more
sieges.
free-flowing melee component and the
Yeah.
really responsive
They're gonna have a
Yeah.
fast,
slider. It's just gonna turn it on and
type
off.
of
Same
feedback
thing.
from combat in the ability usage as well.
I just stared at the
From
ground and looked for
my
red circles and
perspective,
then stood in the same
it's
spot the whole time.
definitely the user flow process.
Wasn't
Well, that's
that
because
bad.
when you're melee, you can't zoom out. You have to
Downloading
fucking look
to,
at the
Oh.
like dragon's stomach.
Oh yeah.
You're forced.
patching and getting in the game client. I think we still have some improvements that we need to make in regards to that. And obviously internally, I think there's some live operations communications that we need to work out and get those kinks set up. But I think those to me would be big takeaways from the perspective of like what we were trying to test in this Alpha 1.
For sure.
Feedback from Audenix wants to know, Audenix wants to know about feedback. I went dyslexic there for a moment. What is one thing you wish us testers?
How are
and
these
community
questions
members
about the
better
game?
understood
Like
about the
this
development
is
process
weird.
in order to give more valuable feedback?
They just had to take some of the questions they
Can I
wanted to
this one?
answer.
Sure.
Yep.
I think
Yeah,
for
that's
feedback,
true.
the best things that you can do are a brief sentence on what the issue is that you're
Want to bet
encountering,
99% of the
brief
questions is
steps on
when is
how
Alpha
to
2?
Yeah.
Yes.
counter.
When are we seeing
Yeah.
more content?
What results
Yep.
you had?
I
And
want a
expected
timeline.
results. I think that to
Give
me
me a
is the most
preview of
refined way
something
to
new,
provide, like
please.
bug feedback.
When is this
In
archetype
regards
coming
to
in?
feedback, I think being concise and like giving us like what your problem is, and then kind of what you expect to be happening versus what you think is actually happening. I think to me allows us to really understand like what you're trying to get to. Because for instance, I worked on a previous game where sometimes you find out that the issue that somebody has isn't the issue that they're saying. For instance, we had like a weapon and someone was like, oh, it feels like it's not doing as much damage as the other weapons. But then I went in and looked at data and I was like, oh, they're doing exactly the same amount of DPS, so it's not a damage problem on the data side. It's actually an animation problem that's making it feel like it's not doing as much damage. And all we did was alter the animation, and everyone's like, oh, this change is so good. It does so much more damage. And we're like, it doesn't really do any more damage. It just feels better. Because we understood like, oh, the problem is that people feel like it's not doing enough damage.
Yeah. This is a hard question to answer just because, what's to be expected with transparent development is that players won't know the difference on a lot of development related, things. Of course, that's why, as you said, it's important to give good context behind any of the feedback, right?
Yeah.
Because then it allows the developers obviously to read into what you're saying specifically and know with their developer
Because sometimes the issue
instinct.
you're encountering isn't actually happening. So we'll
Right.
go in and we'll test it. We're like, oh, that's
Sure.
not happening. And then if we don't have
Yeah.
context, we're like, well, it's
Sure.
not broken. So
Yeah, what I would say that's helpful to me, in addition to what you described, Margaret, is I think one of the things that's important about being a tester in an environment like Ashes, where you're fundamentally testing a true alpha system, is be willing to spend some time outside of gameplay to read through forums and what other testers have said and are saying as well, because that will better help contextualize your feedback also, and it'll give you insight to what others have been saying, maybe have you think a little bit differently about your experiences. I think that's an important thing. I also think one important thing, and it's not really something that testers or non-developer audiences can do per se, but I would say an important part is understanding the stage at which the development is supposed to be at. Meaning, for example, like when I say, hey, we don't have much of the UI implemented at all. A lot of this is placeholder. And then if a response or feedback is like, I hate this UI. Well, if I read that and I'm thinking, yes, me too. I hate the UI as well at this stage, and it needs to be more functional, but that's something for a future testing period. So becoming familiar with what you're testing and why you're testing what you are testing. I would say that's an important thing. But let me just say, with that question being answered,
just read, because we do provide you a list of what we are properly testing.
But with that question being answered, I will say our community has performed amazingly when it comes to feedback and when it comes to testing, because true testing is a difficult task. I mean, it is a very redundant / repetitive / monotonous / you're not playing a game, and that's something that we've.
He just said that some testers are idiots.
At least with regards to
told
Ashes.
people don't buy unless
I think he meant most.
the development process, right?
Yeah, but I think
which is really
Right.
funny from a marketing perspective. Of being like, don't buy
Is he
this."
wrong?
It is funny.
Well,
But I
he's
think
not.
we saw
Oh,
super
he should have said all. Look at us. Bunch of idiots sitting here.
Right? There's
we
like
had
maybe,
great
I don't know,
response from our testers, from our community. The
probably only
feedback
other
was-
people that
and even
actually
if the
have
feedback
game
is
dev
redundant
experience or
not necessarily
things like that
applicable
would
to the
actually
testing
know
period
good
itself,
testing.
at least
Mhm.
reading what the players
Well,
are
it's
saying
like
Well,
yours-
also
is
testers, like
confirmation
professional
that
testers.
our intention
Right.
when I was when I
in the
was
industry.
testing Rift a long time ago, one of the devs
that's
said
always
that
a
like
good thing.
85-90% of the
We
players
took
never
long answers
submitted a
to
bug
that.
report.
I'm so sorry.
No, I think it's great.
That's all
I
right.
think
They're
that
here
it's
to
That's an
test the
important question
game,
'cause
not to
because it
test
references the community
the
specifically.
game.
Yeah, I know. I love that you were telling people kind of like read up. I think a lot of the times, even on the community side, from our perspective, our community managers
Should be
are
submitting a
basically, like,
bug report every time you
records.
opened up
They get very
Ashes.
used to answering the same question over and
Yeah.
over
They
again.
really
I think
should
I
We
be.
gave out like
supply
at
a
least
lot
3.
of answers for you
Yeah.
on our support site. Like literally, there's a KB articles for almost everything. The community has an amazing wiki with a lot
forgot
of
to give
answers.
the-
If you just take a
I
moment
don't know,
to
maybe
do a
somebody
little
did it.
research
When the dragons
on
used to
the
respawn
question
in
that
the
you have,
siege,
you
they
might
used to
find the
respawn the
answer
scales.
pretty quickly.
Forgot to-
Because
I forgot to
everyone's
bug report
wiki
it.
is just amazing.
I did.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
we are
put that one
humble.
in.
We will answer the question that we've answered a million times. Cronus wants to know about split body versus root motion. Based on recent feedback, what direction are you leaning towards in regards to
I
split
like
body
the
versus
old
root
one.
motion combat?
I think we're leaning towards split body. Well, I don't think we are leaning towards split body. I do think. I think very often and a lot, sometimes too much. But in this regard, split body.
He thinks a lot and he makes decisions. George Black wants to know action versus tab targeting. Are you still considering whether the combined action / tab targeting combat will be replaced by either tab only or action only?
No, I think that we will find a healthy medium between the two. I think that really what it comes down to is the definition of action, and I think that there is a varying degree of opinions on what action targeting means, so to speak. But as I've clearly defined in the past, and as you can research on Wiki, our opinion on, at least my opinion on action combat, is, I think, well represented in the way we want to hybridize that combat in Ashes of Creation. And I think that there is going to be a good balance between those two, and it should be a seamless transition between the two as well. We're going to be fleshing that out further as we move forward.
And I'll answer this next one, which is from Pyrial/Pyrial. They want to know about dwarves. Will the Dunir be seeing an update on their appearance? Yes. You all have sent us a lot of feedback. We are going to be showcasing a lot of those changes next month, probably. I've been working with production to try to make sure that kind of gets pushed a little bit forward so that we can at least show you guys some work in progress changes next month on our development update. So stay tuned. We heard you. A lot of us love dwarves. We agree. So you'll be seeing some changes coming along.
And I've been working with Ryan Richmond, who's our lead concept artist, on some of those changes that we'll be making to the Dunir dwarves to make them more traditional fantasy stout-looking dwarves, right?
Thick boys.
Thick boys and girls. But yeah, that's. I don't know if it'll make it by next month because there's some revisions that we're here and going back.
Yeah, I think we're going to show some work in progress. Not.
Okay.
It won't be final stuff. Obviously, it's going to take more than a month to finalize those bad boys because the base of the models that they create are going to affect everything going forward.
And the dwarves that you saw in Alpha 1 actually will be more similar to the Nikua.
What's the Nikua?
As well.
The second tier of a dwarf.
Something to be said about that.
Ooh, nice.
Beach dwarves.
All right. And then we have from Sethrago wants to know about orcs. Will the more goblin-esque Vec be as short as dwarves or just slightly shorter than their Renkai brethren?
No, I believe they are slightly shorter than the
Hello,
Velu,
I'm
but
back from
slightly
my surgery.
taller than the Dunir. So
Hope it
they're in
went
between
well.
the two.
10-day recovery so far,
Our
so I
stat
feel
raid strength
fucking
Dex
great.
int,
Nice.
granted statistically as we level based on our class, or can we reallocate them as we wish, kind of like adjust them?
So as of right now, definitively, there is going to be a tattooed system which will allow certain slots for you to apply stat migration, but it's a give and take relationship. There will be higher quality tattoos that can be applied to the character in order to adjust stats, but for
like
the most part,
enchantment.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, tattoo system. I think we've talked about that in the past too. So if some people are like, what? Yeah. So one up road wants to know about nodes. Will the type of nodes of each location be shuffled before launch so that beta testing doesn't reveal their secrets?
Unfortunately, no. Beta testing
Awesome.
will require that the node types be definitive, and that's because of how node types are integrated into the relating and corresponding neighboring points of interest and those quest lines. So it's not something we can swap very easily.
Right. And Ekin wants to know about corruption. Will there be any large-scale consequences when many players in a group, guild, region, religion, etc., become corrupted frequently or for an extended period of time? Ooh, interesting question.
It is an interesting question, but no, there are not group dynamics or mechanics that revolve around mass murdering people in the world. The corruption system is intended to deter mass murdering, not to provide incentives by which players can go out and gain corruption. so that would be a little bit anti.
I think they're wondering if there's going to be consequences, large-scale consequences. So, for instance, I think the question is more along the lines of like, if my guild has no one corrupted and your guild is like 80% always killing people and always corrupted, will your guild have repercussions because they're corrupted versus my guild?
No, I don't think so either. And the reason why is, we want to deter it, but we don't want to make the system meaningless. And if the deterrent becomes too heavy-handed, then it's a system without a purpose. And I think that the intent behind the corruption is that, like, during a rise in passion,
I gotta
like
go.
anger and whatever, you want to make
Thanks,
this
guys. We'll see you.
decision and do something,
Later, man.
and you'll suffer the repercussions
Later.
But if those repercussions are just overwhelmingly bad and even antisocial in the sense that like your guild is like, hey man, you went corrupted and this gives us like corruption points on the guild and like you're out of here, like then people just aren't going to choose to use it, and then at which point might as well just take it out. So I think there's a healthy balance between the type of deterrent used as keeping players not performing this corrupt activity very often.
Yeah, people would just group up and not like be in a guild, basically.
Yeah.
There would be a way around that, right? Like
yeah.
Next question is from Hakaiju, and they want to know about careers. Will there be development or design related jobs available at the Amsterdam office as well? And I don't think, well, we have development, like design related jobs?
Not design, but there might be
they're
like
asking about
live
design
ops.
Related.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. No, not design related.
No,
That would
like
be
live
here in the
operations
States.
and publishing. So that's like
Yes.
community team, marketing,
and marketing,
production.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes. But probably not so much on the like development design side, design art /
correct
engineering. Cool. All right. Do we have time for a couple bonus questions, or should we wrap things up here?
We can take one more. The best question you can find.
Okay. Roll me a 1d3. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. What? Oh, wait. Hold on. Ready? All right. It's a 4. So 2.
Okay, so
that he has a die on his desk.
He always has one on his desk.
A dozen die in that desk.
In regards to caravans, based on risk versus reward and PvP flagging not applying to caravans, what does a player risk when they attack a caravan versus defending their caravan?
Nothing.
Got it.
So what do I risk when I'm like gonna go attack a caravan?
Well, there's going to be gear degradation that occurs on death. In addition, obviously there's a time component, and also, there's going to be an associated quest system that determines when you're participating in a assault or a defense of a caravan. That it's going to track your record of successful defenses or successful attacks. And if you have failed attacks, so you've opted in to participate, and you have a failed attack, essentially you did not achieve your objective, that's going to count against your record in the quest system. So these are progressive quest systems where you are achieving something as either a highway robber or defender of caravans, and your successes in each of those categories is going to determine the types of rewards that you're going to scale up over time based on that record. And that's the incentive/disincentive not to participate in something you don't think you will have the ability to achieve.
Interesting.
Yay.
All right. Well, with that, that's our August development.
That's
update.
pretty cool. I
So
think that's
thank you
new
all
too.
for
I don't think
joining
they've
us. We
talked
really
about that
appreciate
before.
it. Of course, final reminders:
it's
we do
first
have
time I heard
dev
it.
discussion and guild gathering up right now. Please get your answers
No
in,
timeline.
as our community team will be compiling those. And we will have our new ones coming up here in
course
September.
not.
We would love for you to get involved in those so that we can gather your feedback
Alpha
and make
2 will be
changes
later than
that
you
are
want and
interested
earlier
in
than it
seeing
should
and
be.
being part of our development. Of course, the August cosmetics are going to be swapping over on September 1st. So if you want those, snag them up now. And with that, we
Time
will
to go
have
get
the
some
VOD of
honeydew
this will be
stuff,
up on
dog.
Twitch
I'll
right
catch you all
away.
later.
And we will be uploading
Later,
it
man.
on
Later. See you, man.
YouTube along with our website and all of that jazz afterwards. And on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. Give us a good follow. We're in all the places at Ashes of Creation. We try to keep you up to date almost like daily with new content and new engagement and new fun things for you guys to help us out with. And all of those things get reported to our development team. So please do so. We love it. And we love seeing all of the amazing fan art and fan creations that you have. So keep sending them our way. We love seeing them. And we will keep you guys updated on all of the things as we move forward.
Oh, and
Anything
everybody
else?
needs to wish Margaret luck tonight because she's going to get her butt kicked on some talisman.
What? Savage. We're going to be playing some board games, so
Yeah.
he thinks he's going to win.
I think. Wow.
All right, we'll see you guys next month.
Bye,
Well,
everybody.
cool. I'm really glad that they confirmed that the node locations and types aren't going to change between beta and launch. That's pretty awesome.
Yep. All that matters is now we have to do the mad rush towards the node we want and hope someone else isn't rushing there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Since they said something about the Tulnar only having one node or one city, it does make me wonder if a Tulnar starting player is going to have, difficulty having to cross the map for a week to get to the rest of the guild.
Oh, it's the
Yeah,
Tulnar can start underground
yeah.
or any of the other areas. So
It's not just the one spawn.
Oh, okay.
right. They may have meant that they can only have like one underground metropolis. But I don't know, because that would mean, I guess, that you could have 6 metropolises total. Because I thought that before that they were talking about there being 5 above ground, but I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't know either. I mean, that's that's probably a question I should have asked.
Yeah, yeah.
Would they answer it though?
Right.
Yeah.
They probably don't know yet.
It's just 59 on Final Fantasy.
Congrats.
Pog. Might have to buy the game soon so I can continue leveling.
Actually,
Yeah,
no,
I said
you can go
52.
all the way to end of
60.
Heaven's Word. Yeah, 60.
Yeah, I'm like midway, I think, in Heaven's Ward.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the discussion today, and so I was like flying across the terrain, and I I logged out in midair. But I am seeing how I kind of crippled my progression in Final Fantasy by, having my original main do all the side quests as well as the main quests.
Yeah,
Ah,
side
shit.
quests, no.
Well, it's really hard.
Everything feels like a side quest.
It's just really hard to level, um, when you're only getting, you know, 2 roulettes a week or a day, I mean.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just what you gotta do, though.
Yep. I've actually been leveling my white mage up through using guild tests, actually.
I'm gonna hop off for a bit. I'll catch you guys later.
Later.
God,
See ya.
Later.
See ya.
Like,
You can also do Palace of the Dead. That gives a pretty good amount of
oh
experience.
yeah, Palace of the Dead does give amazing XP.
Oh,
Completely forgot that was a thing.
I have never done that.
It's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
How do you access it? I haven't ever seen it on.
There's a quest, like a side quest that leads to it, and then you can do it from there. But
Huh? This is what Google's
oh
for.
god, I forgot
Yeah.
even where.
It changes based on what your starting city was, so your best bet is to Google it. Like the initiating NPC changes, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Because I don't know of any quests I missed, but I do know that I mistakenly skipped the entire Crystal Tower series until I was all of a sudden roadblocked in the
Yeah, me
MS2.
too. I was like, I got to that point. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why can't I continue my main story quest? I had to Google. I had to
Yep.
pull out Google. I was like, I was so fed up. I was blocked for like 2 hours. I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Well, I hadn't even started the Crystal Tower, so I did all of it in one day, and let me tell you, that's a long ass quest.
Yeah, I have to do all 3
Everything is a long
raids.
ass quest.
Well, yeah.
Me too. I did everything. It took me like 4 hours, I think. The queues were like 30 minutes because nobody was fucking doing them.
Well, queuing as DPS 30 minutes is almost normal.
No, I'm a tank.
Okay.
Healers usually have it the easiest.
By the way, when it comes to leveling, I posted down in the Final Fantasy chat the in a nutshell videos, and those are just hilarious because it's like it shows the guy walking out of the Whispering Sands building in Vesper Bay, and then all of a sudden the link pearl goes off. Please return to the Whispering Sands. It's just like so true.
Right. You have to keep returning to the same people over and over again. Run here, run there, run there, run here.
Well, the one I hate is when you have to go all the way across the map 5 zones away, then come back, and then go right back, and then go back, and then go back.
The one I hate is the one that just feels like fetch quests that like have
Yeah.
no particular substance to the plot. It's like, oh well, we gotta wait, so why don't you go? I don't know, hunt some of those birds over there. Do something.
At least it's not like kill like 50 of the monsters. It's like kill 3, kill 2.
Well, it is kill 50 or 100 for like the challenges.
It still feels kind of useless though, just to have like kill 3 of these things while we set this up. Why not just like, okay?
Bring me a shrubbery.
It
Bring me
really
3
feels
meat.
like that.
At least 100% drop rate, so you just have to kill 3 and that's it.
I think my favorite thing is that you don't have to actually loot any monsters in this game. It's
Yeah,
really
auto
nice.
loot.
Yeah. That was one of my cash op expenditures in another game I was in. I don't remember which one, but I actually bought a loot pet. Just a pet to automatically loot for me.
The Black Desert.
A lot of
Yeah.
games had that.
A lot of them have
Diablo had it, I think.
Mm.
No, not Diablo, not Diablo. Lost Ark, Lost Ark.
At Lost Ark, you get one for free though.
Do you? I'm pretty sure I had bought one. Or no, not me, but my friend did.
There's a quest, like, pretty much at the start where you get a free pet.
That's a game I can't wait to come out. Lost Ark. I had so much fun playing it.
I just can't wait to test it on servers that I don't have atrocious ping.
Yeah, but even that, when I was playing in the Korean servers,
I played on the Russian servers and I had 180
yeah, I
ping.
had like 200 something, and it didn't feel that bad.
It felt I was doing PvP and that felt bad.
Oh, 180 is lethal in PvP.
Yeah, I was also playing one of the classes you have to micromanage the most, or like not micromanage, but try hard the most. And
It's like in Final Fantasy when I was doing Keeper of the Lake. When you're at the final boss and you're running around trying to, as a black mage, you never get 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds to cast, ever.
yeah, so I couldn't stand playing black mage.
I was living off of Scathe and I was living off of Instacast.
Yeah, instacast. My favorite thing in any caster class is instacast. Let me just instacast a res real quick.
Of course, they slap you upside the head with, oh, sure, you get Instacast right now for the res, but then you get 3 minutes of cooldown. That was another thing too that also pissed me off as a black mage was, the standard dungeon run. I'm mid cast and they're already 2 rooms ahead because they're running so fast.
Depends on the tank you get.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
true.
typically like that. I hate when there's like when I'm healing and there's a tank that just pulls in like everything in 10 rooms ahead and then expects me to heal that.
That's me.
Like I understand that in the high level dungeons where I can actually have access to that kind of healing, but in the like level 15 to 20 dungeons when they're doing that, I only have 2 heals.
One
And they're
spell,
on
yeah.
like long ass cooldowns too. I can't do this.
I was doing that in Tamtara and the tank was pulling hellacious amounts and I just don't have the heals to handle it as baby white mage. Plus, he was not taunting properly, so every time that I would cast the AoE heal, I would draw attention from a whole hell of a lot of things. That they would come beat on me.
Oh yeah, if a tank doesn't know how to hold aggro, then they shouldn't be trying to pull everything in existence.
Yeah, it's like the leveling roulette today was Ifrit, and I have never had such a good tank in an up against. He literally just wasn't taking damage.
I can usually use that as Gunbreaker, I think. Yeah, Gunbreaker has a ton of stuff it can rotate for DR.
No. For the battery. Okay.
Yeah, he was Dragoon because he had the big ass sword.
Sorry? Isn't that a DPS for
Or not Dragoon, whatever the one is with the big ass sword. The warrior, maybe? I don't know.
That's pretty much anything that isn't Paladin.
Okay, because I just remember.
Did you see like dark circles on the ground a lot, or did you see him spin around a lot?
Not really. No, he just seemed to
Probably
walk right in,
warrior.
and then okay, but he just seemed to move that Ifrit around all the time, and the only trouble we had was the DPSs had no clue what to do with the nail when it fell. I've got to get better at recognizing the classes just from the way they're going and their icons. I'm kind of vague on that.
I just unlocked the Dark Knight. What the heck? Nice.
The Dark Knight's either Dark Knight or Gunbreaker is my favorite tank. I really can't pick between those two.
Let me try and do a dungeon with Dark Knight, the tank. Let's go. Tank dungeon, leveling dungeon. Duty.
Yeah, when I was doing that Alliance raid, we had I think it was a gunbreaker, and he was, all tanking, and all of a sudden he went down to 1 hit point. I'm like going, oh my god. I didn't know his mechanic very well, so I panicked at it. Not a healer, but still, it was like enough to scare you.
Gunbreaker is the scary one because they can put their own health to 0, but they just don't die. It's one of their skills.
And then pray that the healer notices and heals them, not tries to res them, huh?
It's just for one of those things where it's like, you're losing health and the healer says they need mana and they need a second to regen or something, so you're already that low, might as well pop it.
No, let's try out this class.
And that was kind of one thing I loved about the Black Mage was mana. What's mana? You never use it. It's you don't pay attention to it hardly.
It's really the healers that need to worry about mana. I don't think any other class really worries about it too much. Because everything a healer does, it casts for 400 minimum.
That's true.
I think like most other classes, like 150 is your thing that you're spamming, but 400 for your spammable. Yeah, that gets a lot of mana out.
Unless you're like the warriors or the physical DPS types where you don't use mana at all.
They still use mana, negligible amounts, but like
well,
they're using like 50 to 150 out of their 10k.
Right. Like I say, you never even notice it. I can't even imagine what it must have been like, when before they put the 10K in. Because I played Final Fantasy back in 1.0, but it was so busted and broken that I don't even remember. I kind of wiped it all.
It was actually fun managing mana, even if you were playing tank or something. I enjoyed it.
Feels so weird. You're tanking with a two-handed sword. It doesn't feel right.
Why not?
I don't know. Anyway, when I think of tank, I think of like sword and shield.
You're using Shadow as your shield, so you can have both your hands for a sword.
Hmm. Is that what the lore is for Dark Knight?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were being
All I ever do is spam out like this little like dark circle under me.
Yeah, like the AoE unleash.
Yeah, it looks so cool and it draws aggro, so that's all I ever use.
Is that the one that pops fangs out of the ground?
Yeah.
Oh, it also has a self heal. It like has a your basic combo heals for a decent amount.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I learned to love on my Black Mage is always carry a stack of potions on you because the healer doesn't pay attention to you.
Well, you're just too squishy to last longer than
Yep.
one or two hits.
I feel like
That
tanks
is
actually
true.
do damage in this game, though.
They do. Especially Dark Knight.
You could be a tank, but actually like go head to toe with like I don't know, like a dragoon.
Well, it amazed me how much the White Mage does in damage. You're not a full DPS, but you're not a slacker either.
I feel with my paladin, I feel like I do more damage than like some of my like party members. Like I don't know.
You're definitely doing more than the healers, because they're usually just stuck healing.
Yeah, that's like in every game. Like the healers are always at the bottom.
One of the things that I've taken to doing is, slapping that instacast dot on everything right at the front of the fight. As soon as the tank grabs aggro, and just not worry about it after that, until I can have a gap between heals.
When you aren't you guys 80 in
I am.
how easy or how hard is it to level second guy to 80? Or your character, but like second class?
Fairly difficult. It's gonna take you a few weeks of doing the leveling roulettes and all the roulettes. You have access to more roulettes at least, but it still takes a while.
What about New Game Plus?
What?
The New Game Plus?
No, I'm asking, like, let's say you hit max level, like my main class is Paladin, but I want to level up like a Dark Knight to 80.
Yeah, if you
How
do
long
New
is it gonna
Game,
take?
New Game Plus lets you redo the story.
Wait, does it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing.
With the XP as well?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Specifically there to level up a second character.
Can you quit out of that at any point and go
I
back
don't
to
know.
where
I
you
haven't.
were?
I haven't started it yet. I got the quest for it.
Yeah, I'd rather not have to do the entirety of all of
Well,
that again.
yeah.
No, I'm not doing the first Realm Reborn again. What a
Realm Reborn. I'll do Shadowbringers again. That was fun. Although, a certain point in Shadowbringers got me real confused.
What do you have? Chicken wings. Chicken wings.
I want some chicken wings. What the heck? I think I'm gonna hop off for a bit. Talk to you guys later.
Podrick.
Yeah.
Later, man.
I'm gonna head back to my server.
All right.
Have a good.
See ya.
Ciao.
Say SG. Datarek, hey. All audio? Yeah, it's just because I didn't say much at that moment. Datarek, did you see the live stream for Ashes? I will summarize with nothing important. Unless you're into like looking at some art stuff that they made. There's no timelines, no nothing. I was expecting at least a timeline. I guess you just saw the rise in prices for it. Bought something that was going up. Yeah, that's all it was. Yep. I expect a lot of people are like that. But hey, those kind of people are also bringing the price up, so. Well, yeah. It's kind of like there's the people that are trying to buy into it to get some money out of it, and there's other people who are, I guess you could say, buying into it for the cause or the purpose of the Bitcoin. Which those that are buying into it for the purpose of it are probably going to be more well off. Yep. Well, I don't know, is that a boomer thing to do? I also sort of like put it down and forget about it. I guess maybe like my generation people are more of actively watching it. No, okay. Yeah. Well, I know I have a 401k for my job, which I guess not really stocks, but that one was definitely, I don't even pay attention to it. Yeah. There's supposed to be, hey, you pay attention to it once you're 65. Yeah. Hopefully it still exists and it still has a purpose once I'm 65. Yeah. Then do they? It's pretty cool. Yeah. Don't they have like a video on how unions are bad and how you should not start a union or join a union? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's kind of like, for me, personally, I'm like 50-50 on unions, because a corrupt group of people are running the unions. They could easily ruin the entire thing. But there are times when they're useful for the workers. Yeah, because like the whole purpose of it is just protecting the workers when with like lawsuits and stuff like that, and getting them sort of like getting representation of the workers within a company. But if the union is just taking the money and not like providing any of those services, then all they're doing is just taking the money. Then they're just like a mafia. Yeah. It's kind of like there's no absolute. There's never an absolute system. There's never like something that would work all the time. So, any of these systems can break due to bad people. Yeah. Me personally, not to get too into, well, it is politics, but I guess not too political, I guess you could say. The concept between capitalism and socialism. The idea that, well, at least the way I look at it, is that capitalism relies on people being corrupt, and that the corruption, not corrupt, but selfish. And that people are naturally selfish. And because people are selfish, when they start a company, that selfishness brings money to others. Well, socialism relies on people being naturally good. And if everybody was just good, it would work. But because we aren't naturally good, it doesn't work. Yeah. But that is also what matters which philosophy you go off of, because if you go off of the Confucius philosophy, which is that humans are born good, but we are corrupted by the world. Hence, if we reform the world, everybody can be good. but I believe the opposite. Humans are naturally not good, and some just could learn to be good. You could say perspective thing, but like if we were to assume that what did you call it? Because like I wouldn't consider like a baby, for example. I'm not saying that it's evil that it's going to kill somebody, but babies are naturally selfish. We expect that babies are selfish. They just want, and want. And kids, the same way. They would do anything just for themselves, as long as it benefits them. Because they don't understand selflessness. Or at least that's the way I believe it. I would believe yes. Well, it matters what your definition of evil is, because then, in that regard, I wouldn't use the terms evil or good. I believe selfishness, because yes, in this case, I would sort of say, I wouldn't want to use the terms evil and good, and that selfishness is a thing that can hurt others. That most of the time hurts others. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't say maybe evil, but like use the term evil. But it's sort of like is this potentially hurting others, or is this helping others? Well, this now actually goes into another topic. It's the idea that, I forget the term for it. I believe it was, I'll put it this way. It's kind of like, is it an always absolute good to prioritize a numeric amount of people? It's, I believe the example was, if you were to be there's a train track. One is going towards like a group of 5 people, and the other one's going towards the train example. One's going towards the group of 5 people, and the other one's going towards the one person. And if you switch the train track, it'll go to that one person. But you're the one that's switching the train track. So either you are specifically going to participate in the murder of somebody else just to save a bunch of other people. So by your idea, you're going to save a bunch of people by killing somebody. Or you just let nature go through. Or the way things will happen. But you're saying now that you are okay with killing people just in the name of saving others. Even if you might be wrong. Because that's the mentality that a lot of what do you mean by with the whichever track rule? Yeah, I would not assume that the lion eating a gazelle is evil. Same way I don't assume that me eating meat is particularly evil. Which is why, wouldn't you then let nature take its course and let nature have 55 people die instead of you killing that one person? Yeah, so let the 5 people die. Wouldn't that be right? Or oh, when you said 1, did you mean the first option? Well, that too. That's also part of it where you question, like, what if it's 5 criminals and 1 doctor that's gonna save humanity or something. which the more proper answer is take yourself out of the equation. The more, I guess you could say, good answer. Well, that too. I'd say there's probably not a correct answer here. It's sort of like a different people view it differently. It's just the psyche of the specific person. Yes, yes. That is true as well, but like, for example, I don't actually know if I'm allowed to be saying some of these words on Twitch, but for example, actually, let me actually put some new ones into the words, just so, maybe actually use the more better terms. For example, a pedophilia. Most people consider that immoral. There are some cultures who don't, who actually practice it as a part of their culture. But I do believe that there's, there's a true way of looking at things, so to say. I don't believe that it's just two different views on it, and both should exist. I think one is horrible, and the other one is good. And yes, it is something that is brought up by people just thinking of it that way. But I don't think it's just a made-up thing. There's a reality to it. But like, I don't know. There's certain things that I feel like are just so reprehensible that to then say that that is just a different culture. They should be that way, so to say. And obviously not to hate, for example. Christianity teaches not to hate the people that look at it differently. Look at the world differently. What is this thing? Oh, this is where I get my flight. That is true as well, which is what sort of where nationalism comes from, and how if we have infighting amongst ourselves, they'll destroy the group of people. Hence, people propose nationalism for that. Although I'd also say to that verse, there's a little more to that, because the verse specifically says, love thy neighbor and hate your enemy is what is other people say. But you should, other people say, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But then it continues, love your enemies and praise for those that persecute you. So it's not just the idea of sort of flipping it around. But I think that's the thing. I don't think that things are just built in society and we just can't change them. Well, yes, but the thing is, I don't think I can hold, like, people should be holding a neutral perspective to everything. Like, are there things that you would not hold a neutral perspective to? Like, if I had a 5-year-old daughter, and somebody came in and molested her and killed her, should I then say it's a neutral perspective of, well, maybe he has a different culture? Maybe that's part of his culture. What would I then say about that person? Would I say that, oh, he's just a part of a different culture, or is that evil? That he should be somehow punished by law because of that? I'm going to drop a quest. Was this possibly an event? Well, you're saying now attachment to this world. Should people then disconnect themselves from this world and say that I'm above this world? Then the person is just turning himself into a god. You're saying the world is beneath me, I'm above it, I'm not a part of it. Well, yes, I would say the world is inherently evil. And I'd also say to that verse that you pointed out, it's not that you shouldn't, he's pointing out that, how should I say it? We always have attachment to this world. It's not that we should be detaching ourselves from the world. Because to that, then I'd say, what about, like, the idea that you have to do certain things in this world? There are certain actions you should be doing in this world. what's that? Oops, sorry. Hold on, are you not here? It would probably be easier with voice chat. Unless you're like busy or not like. Although here, let me invite you to my other Discord thing. Just so, because I know Kamari has a rule not to have these kind of topics. There we go. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna stick you in the Final Fantasy section. Roles, Stormborn, Roles, Final Fantasy. Hey.
Alright. Yeah, I may or may not have broken that rule with Kamari a few times. Granted.
I enjoy these topics, so.
I enjoy this topic too, which is why I was actually sitting there typing it all out.
Yep.
Because, yeah, the topic of morality is one without an answer.
Yeah, definitely.
But I still believe that the world is not necessarily inherently evil. It's just when I was talking about the attachment thing and the whole it'd be easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle.
Well, that's talking about rich people.
Well, it's talking about rich people, but I think what Jesus was getting at was the attachment of
yes, because they're attached to their money.
Yeah, but that's still a physical thing. That that attachment to this world is overshadowing the grace of God. It's kind of, I believe, what he was getting at.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's one of those that I believe attachment to this world can technically be inherently evil, because like we weren't initially designed to live on Earth. We're designed in the Gardens of Eden as per Judeo-Christian belief. And it's one of those, when he ate the apple, the tree of good of knowledge, tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's what kind of caused that rift between Adam and Eve and God, because they started to realize that, like you were trying to say earlier, like, oh, are you a god or are you above this world? Like, no, but at the same time, you almost always end up at that point of one of those thoughts of.
But can't we say that we are still a part of this world?
Yeah.
Sure, we were meant to be the others in another place, but it's the idea that we are still a part of it, and we shouldn't like disconnect ourselves from it just to say we're above it, so to say.
It's not to disconnect. So you wouldn't disconnect yourself from the world, but you wouldn't hold on to said values. It would be one of those cases, right? So let's go back to the wealthy man, and he had all of his wealth. You shouldn't get that attached to material things. Now, having friendships with others, you should still be attached. You should still help and be a good Samaritan.
Yeah.
Some would say. Like, those attachments are fine because it's not an attachment with this world. It's an attachment with another being, another human. And it's when you hold on to those grudges, you hold on to the material value of things, when you start to get disconnected from God in heaven and whatnot, and start to get attached to this world of sin. And that's kind of the whole thought process of morality, is morality isn't even necessarily a thing. Like, we weren't necessarily born with morality. Like, Adam and Eve weren't born with morality. They happened upon it from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Because that's when they learn knowledge.
Yeah. And that's one of those things, is you could even argue knowledge itself is evil.
Yeah. Well, that's why the tree was called good and evil. Just because they had no realization of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
one of those...
literally the first thing that happens that they consider bad after eating from it is the fact that they realize they're naked.
Yeah.
These days we consider that nudity, we should not walk around nude.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing though, is that, and that goes back to the whole attachment thing, is like, if we weren't attached to the world and society, we'd be walking around, everyone would walk around naked because no one would care. They'd have no attachment. They'd have no opinions on said matter. And that's one of those moral things. And then if you want to go down that basis, then you'd have to say the world is inherently neutral, and it's us projecting onto the world, and the world projecting onto us what is good and evil. But I'd still say that humans aren't necessarily born good or evil. They're just born. It's just a thing. And that's why
but then once again, technically that's based off the Christian belief that we are born evil.
Of course.
Which we are born to die.
Yeah.
Because of the sins that Adam and Eve committed.
Religions. A lot of religions are one of those that there's something beyond death. I think most, if not all religions, are like there's something beyond death. Other than, I guess, a few minorities like Scientology and stuff.
Well, Scientology.
Yeah.
I'd say it's kind of Scientology. First off, it's based off a fiction novel of a guy who never meant it to be a religion.
Yeah.
And who died before they made the Scientology.
Oh yeah, but it's still one of those. It's still technically a religion. So.
Yeah, it's a religion because they registered themselves as a religion, because all they're doing is using the American religion system.
Yeah. Well, but at the same time, it's still a congregation of people coming together with a certain belief, which is all a religion needs to be.
I don't know if I'd describe that as a religion, because, for example, people gathering at Otakon or like Comic-Con, they all have like a specific enjoyment of something and belief in something.
I guess you would need a deity of sorts, but then you get into the weird gray area of I think it is Confucianism, maybe a little bit of
Buddhism. Buddhism doesn't believe in gods, so
reincarnation.
Yeah.
But that's still a religion, right?
Technically, yeah.
So
well, that's another thing. That's why my the one professor I had for philosophy, who taught about Confucianism, he specifically kept telling us Confucianism is not a religion because it does not believe in gods.
So is that the defining feature of a religion, though?
In my final essay, I said I still believe it's a religion.
Yeah, and I'd agree with you. It's still a religion because it has a group of people who share the same beliefs, even though there's not a deity, but they still share the same beliefs. It is intrinsically still a religion. Same with Scientology.
Yeah.
You got a bot. Nice.
Well, that's the thing. I think that Scientology doesn't believe in anything. I don't think people who actually come to Scientology actually believe in the stuff they're talking about there.
No,
I bet most of them don't even know what they're talking about.
No, but I still believe that most of them come there for the societal advantages of being with the other wealthy 1%.
Yeah.
And that's still one of those style. It's like the Illuminati. The Illuminati's pretty much the
if you
same
believe
thing.
they're real.
Well, they technically were real. Whether they still exist and whether their religion has changed is a matter of opinion. But they were a real society.
Yeah.
Same with like Freemasons, although everyone knows Freemasons are a thing, it's just most people don't really know the inner workings or what they really do.
But in that regard, I'd actually not consider them a religion per se. It is just a group of people or rich people just sort of getting together to have connections, so to say.
Yeah.
It's kind of like college. It's just a place where you connect with people just to have connections to find a job.
Yeah. I guess, but then you go back to the whole, what makes a religion a religion? Would it have to be a deity? And then in which case, we come back to the whole Confucianism and Buddhism. It's like, okay, well then they're not a religion, but most people wouldn't agree with that. They'd be like, no, it is a religion. So I guess you'd have to argue that it'd have to be something about the human condition and the group of individuals coming together to discuss life and death of humans and what happens after death. That might be the only way to categorize a religion as.
Well, I know my the Confucianism professor. He specifically said that it's supposed to involve gods and life after death. At least from his perspective. When I believe for the actual definition probably actually says that.
Well, it's weird because like I'm a weird Christian because I believe I'm like 95% Christian, and that little 5 is Confucianism.
Yeah.
Where it's
to me,
one of those...
after studying Confucianism, I don't believe it simply because it is quite the opposite of Christianity.
See, I'd argue that it goes hand in hand with Christianity.
Like, sure, there's like basic morality stuff that practically every religion would say, okay, that's a good thing, but it's like the core things, like Confucianism believes that you're naturally born good, or Confucianism doesn't believe in, literally espouses saying that you have to focus on things in this world rather than things after life, after death.
But see, my argument with Confucianism being hand in hand with Christianity is that the whole concept of life after death and a continuous reincarnation, I believe, in my own opinion, that we are all children of God. And when we die, we go into the cycle of reincarnation. The only way to break out of that is to find God in the afterlife. And that's harder.
It sounds a bit more less of Confucianism, more of Buddhism, which technically Buddhism kind of connected to Confucianism.
Is more of the suffering of people and finding through suffering enlightenment is what I'd argue.
Yeah, but like
Buddhism,
you keep reincarnating until you find
yeah.
nirvana.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, most Buddhists know that once you step out of this cycle of reincarnation, you're inevitably coming back in. Because you look at it from the outside and then you realize, what am I doing? Like, what is this? This isn't life. Why am I here? And then you go back in. That's why the whole cycle of reincarnation is kind of one of those, I wouldn't say foolish ideas, but it's one of those that trying to break out of the cycle of reincarnation is kind of foolish, inherently foolish. And why some could dictate that Earth itself is a type of hell. I don't think it's into a really deep, weird afterlife discussion at this point. Which, like, I don't know what you'd even call it religion-wise, because it has mixtures of Eastern reincarnation style religion, and then you mix it with Western religion where we're all sons of God, and the only way to get to the afterlife is to kind of go on that karma basis of doing good, continuously doing good until you find your way to God.
Yeah.
And step out of the cycle of reincarnation. But then once again, most religions state when you get out of the cycle of reincarnation, you're kind of sitting there going, what's the point? There's nothing here.
Well, like, in that regard, the what's the point? That I feel is kind of like an attachment to a world. It's kind of like I was actually having this discussion with some of the people I know in my Bible study, where we're talking about how what is technically heaven. Like some people have like a belief of like, oh, it's like a golden city, because that's kind of like how the Bible describes it.
Well, yeah.
But to me, it's kind of like, well, what's the point of it being gold? Like, why do we even care? Like, at that point, we won't care. We won't care about things being any color. Like, I imagine it just being, like, just existing in nothing, I guess. We'll stop caring about that stuff. Like, we care about it because we're in the world.
Well, and that's where you could argue heaven on its basis is being with God.
Yeah.
Right. So then, what is the description of hell? A black pit, with fires, gnashing of teeth, and rattling of chains, right?
Yeah.
With God looming overhead, right there, but you're unable to actually like interact with him.
Well, I know my mom always had like a different like perspective on this. She said that we're both going to be in the sun, generally the same place. It's just one type of person who loves God would feel like he's in heaven because he loves God, and people who hate God would be feeling like they're in hell because they hate him.
Right. And then one could dictate that Earth is both heaven and hell simultaneously.
Maybe.
And that goes back to the whole perspective thing. One of those who, like you said, love God, would feel like he's all around. They'd be on cloud 9, so to speak. And those who hate God would, as Revelation puts it, hide in caves, hide in their face from God.
Yeah.
And that kind of seems
and feel like
what
they're burning
happens
from him.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of one of those, Earth can technically be both heaven and hell simultaneously for each person. And that's also kind of dips into science in a way where it's like everything's relative. Time and space are relative.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those. Earth can also be relative to everyone else. Whereas one person feels like it's hell, another standing right next to him can feel like it's heaven.
Yeah.
That goes into a whole nother thought of religion. But kind of the fun of religion is like, there's no right answers. Try to figure it out. And then it goes on to the whole, your values being pushed onto the world and the world pushing your values back onto you.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those, you ultimately decide where you are.
Yeah. Which I do, like, for example, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, or there's a book and there's a movie. I've never watched the movie, but I've read the book. It's called Silence, which is about like a story about a missionary in like the 19 or 1700s.
Oh, it has, yeah, is this the one that has, who plays Hugh Jackman in it?
I don't know, because I've never watched the movie, so I don't know exactly who played it.
I think it's the one I'm thinking of where, like, he's basically tested.
Yeah, he's...
By God. I think it's the same one I'm thinking of. Apparently, there's a game of it.
Oh, there's a game of it.
Apparently.
Okay, Silence movie.
Silence. Oh no.
2016.
2016.
Let me see the cast.
Yeah. I think this is okay. No, it wasn't Hugh Jackman. It's with Liam Neeson.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is the one I'm thinking of.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Basically, he finds this Eastern Christian guy, and like he's meant to step on the plaque of Jesus's face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to do it. But the thing is, the one interesting thing I found from the book is that the entire time he's describing how he's hearing screams, because the people who took him in prison didn't treat him badly. They were really kind to him. They gave him like the best food, and everything was like amazing for him, even though he was imprisoned. but he was hearing people being tortured outside his cell, and he's just constantly hearing their screams. And he then finds out that those people were the Japanese people that he taught Christianity.
Right.
So at that point, it's kind of like you're being treated good, but because of your actions, somebody else is getting hurt.
Mm-hmm. It's the whole basis of your moral compass being skewed due to the fact that even though you've done good, spreading the word of Christianity, you've caused more suffering to come into this world. And then the act of stepping on Jesus' face, the act of, like, basically defiling Jesus yourself, but it's in order to save others.
Mm-hmm.
So is it morally good to do it or not?
Yeah.
Blaspheme or to kind of spit on the face of Jesus in order to save others.
Yeah. But like the other thing from that book is that what was I gonna get at? Oh yeah, the idea that he talked about how the Japanese people, when he was bringing Christianity to them, they perceived the Christianity differently than he did.
Mm-hmm.
He points out how they didn't have the same God as he did, even though they were like very into Christianity, the ones that followed him. They didn't think of it the same way he did.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore that sort of like brought up my conceptualization of, for example, how there's like different denominations in Christianity, and that I believe it should exist that way, just because people did understand it differently.
See, I'm of the different opinion where all these different sects, so to speak, denominations of Christianity are just all foolish. Find them all foolish, because at the end of the day, there's only one additional commandment given by Jesus. That should be the only different opinion. Well, it should be the only opinion within the Christian church. There should not be any other like concepts of what and who Jesus was.
Yeah.
Matthew 5:43-44, love thy neighbor as you would love thyself.
Yeah.
Like that's the only one he gave. It's the only one he added on to commandments, which some could get into a weird twist of logic from Judeo thought, where it's God stated anyone who added on to or removed from the commandments or the mitzvahs would, I don't want to mess this up. More or less, it's just like they're going to hell.
Yeah.
From what he stated, but then you get in the argument of, so can Jesus add to the commandments or not? And that's kind of why Judaism doesn't believe that Jesus was the Messiah. One of those, like, yeah, he fits closely to what would resemble God, but he's also done things that go contradictory to the Torah.
Well, actually, because now that you made me think that how, for example, how there's a difference in different denominations. There's very radical differences and there's small differences. How, like, which ones do you actually consider denominations? Some denominations are so radically different from the original idea that
Mormons.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That it's just like they practically aren't even following the same book anymore. Or Mormons obviously aren't. They literally have a different book. But for example, there's sometimes like very small differences. Like I know, compared to my church, there's another church that simply the only difference is that they don't allow ties. What kind of difference is that?
Yeah, the Torah explicitly states that its mitzvahs or commandments will remain binding forever with neither change, addition, nor subtraction. Therefore, if any person will arise, whether Jew or non-Jew, perform signs and wonders, saying that God sent him to either add or subtract a mitzvah from the Torah, then we immediately know he is a false prophet. For God himself told Moses that these commandments are for us and for our children forever. Foundation of Torah 9:1 and 2. So, some can come to the thought of Jesus was a false prophet, which then throws Christianity in fucking mess. Then you could also argue that technically the Revelations, I believe it was the Revelations, also backs the thought of Jesus being a false prophet.
Which part of it?
Let me remember. It's been a while since I read the Revelations.
Because obviously every single faith that believes in their prophet would say the other prophet is wrong.
Right. Well, no, I'm a Christian, which is why this is fucking blasphemy and it's all hell. Even though I still believe in Jesus, but it's the stepping stone. I will put forth a tripping stone. Hold on, let me find the actual.
夕霧の一段くらいの受け入れは可能なはず。犯罪に関してもきちんと法を引き直し。
Stumbling stone.
面白いことを申されますな。七も陛下。その法とやら、いつになったら応答派から提示していただけるのです。アラミゴからの難民がザナラーンに集い何年になります。
Verse because I'm pretty sure it's Revelations that it talks about putting a stumbling stone in front of those who wish to go to heaven.
将来的にこのウルダ派を強くする礎となるやもしれん。労働者としての受け入れを
Is the problem with Christianity. There's so many denominations. Oh, maybe this is the one.
人や金は国の柱だ。国の礎は堅固な統治に他ならない。今必要なのはウルダ派を強くする礎だ。風化した礎に柱を立てたところでウルダ派を強くすることなどできようか。そういえばテレジアデレジ殿、最近はプラチナミラージュも売り上げが振るわないようではないか。安い賃金で難民をこき使った結果、質まで落ちてきているのではないかね。
I mean, I guess that would technically be. That's one of the Revelations ones, but I don't believe that fits here. There's a stumbling block.
What's like the sort of like message of it?
It's basically that God will put a stumbling block in front of the Jews in order for them to trip up. Technically, Corinthians is the one, but it's like, but we preach Christ crucified, to Jews a stumbling block, and to Gentiles foolishness.
Which verse is that?
That's Corinthians 1:23, and that's basically you can think of it as Jesus himself is the stumbling block for Jews. And you could either say that it's for Christians or not necessarily, because the whole stumbling block could be Christ himself, if you wish to think of it that way. It's one of those. It goes against Torah 9:1-2, where it's talking about adding and subtracting commandments, which is what Jesus did, right? He added the commandment of Matthew 5:43-44.
Well, as Jesus points out, that he didn't add anything. He's just saying things that's already been said.
Well, he stated that I haven't come to abolish the laws, but to perfect them.
Yeah.
Which, but still by the Torah's account, Jesus added that commandment. He added that commandment, and as for the Torah, the Master
Wait, which
Jesus
commandment? The love thy neighbor?
Yeah, that's the one commandment that he gave. He gave it when he was talking about Master, what's the greatest commandment? Or the pharaohs tried to stumble him. It's like, what's the greatest commandment? It's like, oh, it's love thy neighbor, or it's love God with all thy heart and all thy soul. Paraphrasing, of course, but that's the one. And then he says, but I tell you, there's another commandment, and it's.
Well, didn't he say? I don't think he said another commandment. I think he said, but I say that it should be interpreted this way. Not interpreted this way. No, I forget which one was it. 24th. We're just looking. Oh, there it is. 5th Matthew 43. Oh, because he's not saying about a commandment. He said you have heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you.
I could have sworn that he said.
Don't know if you're okay with saying it, but what denomination are you?
Me, I'm technically Baptist.
Okay.
I'm not really.
I'm Baptist.
like I said, I'm not really into the whole Dominion stuff because I don't really see.
Well, after a while of like looking into this stuff, just because for a while I was more Buddhist, and I went away from Christianity. But after a while of contemplating about it, I specifically want to be Baptist, partially because, first off, based on Catholicism started moving away from the book and started adding their own stuff to it. And therefore is where Martin Luther comes in and says that I don't like the fact that the Catholic Church is moving away from the book. We should stay on the book, what the book says.
See, now I've got to look at my my personal Bible because I feel like that verse is completely different.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah. That's different translations.
Yeah, it is slightly different. Kind of got
And then also on top of that, I like the specific denomination of specifically agree with the denomination of Buddhism, not Buddhism, baptism, is because you choose your own faith. You're not forced into it. It's not like Catholicism where you're baptized when you're a baby.
It's the whole John baptizing people, and then you get baptized by the Holy Spirit through.
Yeah. So it's not like you're pushed into it. You're a deciding person who decides to be part of it.
You have chosen Jesus. That's why, like, I don't know, that's why I guess I'm kind of against some of Catholicism stuff because they baptize as a baby, and that, in my eyes, is just foolish.
Yeah.
I guess, I am leaning more towards baptism or Baptist Christianity.
Yeah.
Because I do find it kind of foolish where it's like you baptize the child, therefore he's a Christian. It's like, I mean, he'll have the Holy Spirit, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a Christian. The acts that one does that justify their Christianity, I would argue.
Yep. And just because I feel like I partially understand where they got the idea of it from, which is that they have the belief of that you can't go to heaven unless you're baptized. And therefore, hey, why not baptize all the babies? And we can all be sure that we are.
Then you have to argue, what is baptism?
Yeah. Well, that's why I do think it sort of trivializes baptism.
Yeah, but could one argue that you can be baptized without actually being baptized by
Well, that
the
too.
church?
Yeah.
And being baptized by the Holy Spirit is
There's a lot of people who get baptized just specifically in Baptist churches who just get baptized just for the show of it, just to be like, hey, yeah, I'm baptized. That should be free now. Should be saved. Which is why, like, I know, because I actually had a discussion with several people in my church, where we talked about how they have different, like, or at least in my own church, there's several people who have different ideas of how to stop people from doing that, which is having a discussion with them beforehand and just sort of like making sure that, yes, are you sure about this? This is like your actual decision. You're not doing this just to
Okay, so here's the one that I'm looking for. So I knew that one was commandment. I just didn't find the right passage. It's Matthew 22:37.
Okay,
where the Pharisees tested him, and Jesus replied, love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and with all your mind.
What was it again? 2022.
Matthew 22:37, and then he says the second is like it, love your neighbor as yourself. And that's where you can argue that Jesus introduced another commandment, because that commandment wasn't a commandment. That's the verse I was looking for. I knew Matthew 5:43-44 was the full version of it, of the actual love your neighbor. I knew it was somewhere in the scriptures. Yeah, that's one of those. You can argue that Jesus was a false prophet by that line right there, because I'm pretty sure there was no mitzvah like that. Let me look real quick though. Not really big on the mitzvahs. Numbers is a very dry book, or Leviticus is a very dry book. Well, both Numbers and Leviticus is dry.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
I believe.
Maybe it was. Hold on.
What was?
Yeah, no, it was in Leviticus.
What was?
Never mind. Love your fellow as yourself.
Oh.
Was the Leviticus, so never mind. I disregard everything I've just said. The past half an hour.
But it's I believe I was like listening to one preacher talk about this before, how the idea that the entire Ten Commandments can actually be summarized into just a single commandment, and that's what sort of, because it's the idea that if you love your God for like the first thing in the Ten Commandments, you will do all those other things.
Well, that's the whole. That's why I say it's kind of, I'm part Confucian as well with the whole reincarnation. Is with that one passage, you are your neighbor. In a way, in another lifetime, you are that neighbor. So really, what you're doing is an injustice to yourself in another time, in another place. And then that's kind of one of those.
Well, that's when I would just say, what's the definition of selfishness? I don't think it's just loving yourself.
No.
Because you should still have like some love for yourself, because you are also a part of God, and therefore you, just the same as you'd love God, you'd love yourself as well. You can't hate yourself.
Is it inherently evil to love thyself?
I wouldn't say so, because
Exactly. So
but I don't think that's the definition of selfishness. I think that, well, actually, I don't know exactly what the definition is, but I wouldn't define that as selfishness.
Selfishness, the quality or condition of being selfish, an act of pure. That tells me fucking nothing else. Merriam-Webster. Say concerned exclusively or excessively or exclusively with oneself, seeking or concentrating on one's own advantage, pleasure, or well-being without regard for others.
Yeah,
see, that changed it, without regard for
yeah,
others.
the without regard for others. That's what I would usually assume it to be. It's the idea that you would have no regard for other people. Like, sure, if you are alone and there's nobody around you, and you're just thinking about what you should be doing for yourself, you're not disregarding others. But once you start disregarding others and saying that I'm the one that should be getting this, that's what I would define as selfish.
Yeah, and I'd agree. I guess selfishness is inherently evil, going by the Judeo-Christian moral guideline. But then you can go into the synonyms for it as like egotistical, but that falls into pride.
Yeah.
I just closed it, but whatever. It's another one. Narcissistic, but narcissism isn't necessarily an evil trait. Self-centered, self-concerned.
Well, like self-concern, like if you're concerned about yourself, you should be concerned about yourself.
Right.
Like
well,
if you're
that's
sick,
one of
you
the
shouldn't.
Synonyms for selfish.
Yeah.
And that's why I kind of perceive, or that's why I kind of had the mindset of selfish isn't necessarily inherently evil. But if the definition is disregard of others, it would be.
And then also, if we then go back to the beginning of the conversation of who are children, like if children, I do believe, are selfish by the definition of, if they were to be given the choice of choosing either just getting something for themselves or to give something to somebody else, they'll always choose themselves, unless they're taught otherwise.
Well, that's the thing, unless they're taught otherwise.
Well, yes, so we're teaching them to be good, so we're not inherently
I see
good.
what your point is. Yeah, but I still see there are a few children who do good just based on their environment. They already see the good, and I wouldn't necessarily think that that's taught. It's a visual taught, but I wouldn't necessarily believe that's
Well, visually, we're still taught, I'd say. Like any sort of interaction could teach a child.
You can still argue that they're visually taught selfishness.
Yeah, well,
because a lot of
guess
people
so,
in this
yeah.
world are very selfish, and then if that's all they see, that's all they're gonna get. That's why I believe that children are inherently neutral. I wouldn't say selfishness, but dependent. They're dependent on others, and if those others are inherently selfish, they're gonna inherit those traits through osmosis. Children are a sponge, and if they see good being done all around them, they will inherently adhere to the societal standard of doing good.
But I would also assume, because like I don't particularly, like in my mind, I don't agree, and it's that I do believe that children wouldn't do that. They would still be selfish. Even if, like, let's say we put a child next to like the most amazing person ever who does nothing but amazing things to him, and just like being completely selfish. Like, for example, how spoiled kids appear. When a parent just gives them everything they can, the child doesn't just naturally become also giving and also constantly giving everything to everybody. It becomes spoiled.
That's what my argument was, though, is if they're put in an environment where they're continuously taught to give other people things. So like hey, I need some eggs, or you see someone broken down on the side of the road, and like your parent continuously goes out of their way to do selfless stuff, 9 times out of 10, those kids will more than likely pick up those moral values.
Well, yes, if they're helping others around them, but like, let's say the parent is just constantly giving the child stuff, and just constantly giving them over and over.
Oh yeah,
that's going to make them spoiled. But
yeah,
what makes them spoiled?
What makes them spoiled?
Yeah. Like, if it's not naturally within them to...
Well, I would say it is kind of naturally in them, but I wouldn't call it selfishness. I'd call it the basic instinct of what humans are.
Well, yes. Well, I do believe human and naturally... It's kind of like my conceptualization of what is... That I personally think, sort of like the Bible teaches us to oppose nature, not to be a part of it. And that, for example, anger. Anger is a natural thing. But we shouldn't be raging in anger when something doesn't go our way.
Oh yeah, anything in excess is technically sinful.
But normal, like, any animal would probably rage in anger if something doesn't go its way. Animals don't care about that stuff because they're part of nature, and nature...
Nature's just nature.
Yeah.
I get you. And that's what I'm kind of arguing, is we are just an animal.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of...
That's what a lot of people forget, is at the end of the day, we're just animals trying to survive. And we've hit a turning point way back when, to where we no longer have to strive every day to survive. We're now leisurely going through it. We have really no worries in the world, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like, of course, we still have some worries to worry about, more global worries than more self-centered worries.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people still have self-centered worries.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you can never get rid of homelessness, can you? You'll never be able to get rid of...
Not even just that, like, just...
hunger.
A lot of people just on themselves, just focus on themselves and create their own problems.
Well, yeah, there's those people. But, I still believe that that's a societal thing rather than a person thing. And I think that goes more into psychology of big cities or suburbs where people congregate in mass. Because if you look at, like, rural Canada, right?
Yeah.
Canada itself as a whole has they're very nice. They're very forthcoming and just like, hey, we can help you with anything you need. And now, granted, those aren't going to be in the cities. You're probably going to find some people like that, but I'd argue that...
Well, 100%. Like, I totally see how, like, in the cities, like, a giant combination of people will always just lead to conflict.
Yeah. Well, and that goes into the psychology of, have you ever seen or read about the rat utopia?
Yes. Where they started killing each other.
Yep. Even though they had an abundance of food and water.
Yep.
And that, I believe that's kind of what's currently happening in a lot of major nations.
Yes,
we
definitely.
have a surplus. And therefore, because we have a surplus, we turn our attentions to other things rather than survival. Which, in that case, breeds more conflict and more prejudices and just overall.
Where, honestly speaking, I do believe maybe conflict is in our nature.
Well, I mean, I would argue a little bit. I would say because our main purpose is to multiply, to breed, and to survive, and to keep our lineage or the human race going, that can always breed conflict. That naturally will breed conflict because you only want the best of the human race to continue forth. And that's why you have this whole, which is, it's funny now because it's based on looks rather than actual, how big are they, how strong are they, male-wise. like back in the day, I'm fairly certain that it wasn't the scholarly people getting laid all too much. I would imagine it's those bulky knights who just have muscle
Well, actually,
mass for
because I was watching, like, I forgot what I was watching, but how, like, most women these days would still actually have that. For some reason, we all still have that inside our psyche to go for the bulky, big.
Yeah. Because it's one of those that in nature you want the best of the best, the strongest, the ones that will survive no matter what.
But in our society today, it's like the best of the best is more intelligent people who are actually able to earn a bunch of money, I guess, technically.
Well, yeah, we've rather than going to from physical features, we've gone to the currency features.
But that's the thing. That's the thing is that a lot of women still focus on the physical features.
Yes, but if the man is only physical and has no currency to speak of, not everyone's willing to go for that.
Probably,
Their value has been decreased. But back then, in the olden days, that man would instantly have a pretty fucking princess on his shoulder, basically, just based on his physique rather than currency and social status.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays, I think currency and social status has way overtaken its place over physical attributes. Physical attributes will always be a thing that people look for because you never want a partner that you're disgusted by. Other than those gold diggers who get with like 70-year-old, 80-year-old men and they're like 20. It's like clearly they're only there for status, which is kind of to prove my point.
Or selfishness.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing is they want to get ahead. They want their children to get ahead. So what's the best way to do it? Get with someone that's already successful, already high up in the hierarchy of the human society. And that's why I believe currency has overtaken physical when it comes to breeding. So which who knows if that'll ever turn around. There's still, it's kind of like a 50-50 on that, but then again, you could also look at it in the fact that a lot of smaller men, rather than, since they can't bulk up as easily, they tend to adopt more sly, clever tactics. And just overall intelligence. And those that don't tend to be weeded out. I think a lot of those people are called incels nowadays. Yeah, it's one of those. Our culture kind of needs a real kick in the behind. Get everything kind of back in order, but then again,
actually, there's
a perspective thing.
There's the other thing of I forget what it was linked to, but the idea that it might be that we're going through a cycle right now, and we're gonna go back into like more older days where we would have to like fight for our survival.
Yeah.
As in, most people are expecting some big war to pop up or something.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those self-fulfilling prophecies, sort of. It's one of those most people can feel the tension in the air globally as well as domestically.
But none of them just that. It's the idea that some people point out that sort of empires go through a cycle, and at some point they're supposed to fall.
Yeah, it's the whole Roman basis of 600 years. Like, there's a certain determination of years that a certain empire or government can withstand the test of time.
Yeah, which America is kind of.
Well, I mean, look at China. How many times have they split up and then come together?
Well, I don't think they were. The one thing about China is that I don't think they were ever as powerful as they present themselves to be.
Oh yeah, but at the same time, their quote unquote empire, no matter how big or small they are, it still has not necessarily stood the test of time.
Yeah.
Like China as a whole, whether you call it the Zheng Empire, the Shang Empire, whatever you want to call it, it was still China, quote unquote. It's just a different name now. It's like the Soviet Union and Russia. They're still technically the same country. Granted, Russia is now a little smaller, but still still the same
Well, it's that.
inhabitants.
Yeah. Well, kinda. Russia did combine with several other countries to create the Soviet Union.
Well, yeah, but then the Soviet Union split up a bit.
It's kind of like I'll put it this way: Russia was bigger before, and then connected it to itself a couple other countries and became the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, all those countries broke off, and then some pieces of Russia broke off.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the same with China though, because they had the War of the Three Kingdoms, and then even further back then, they were still a conglomerate into a nation.
Yes,
Kind of think of them as the United States in a way.
Well, yeah, 100%. Like right now, most of China is not actually China. If you've actually, there's actually like a map online that you could find. It's what part of China is actually China, and it's only like this small central part. Everything else is like Manchuria. There's the what is that called? Because there's the one controversy, Tibet. Yes, Tibet is technically China, which is why I believe in some of the Hollywood movies, China specifically point out you're not supposed to have Tibetan monks in your movies because Tibetan monks don't exist. They're Chinese monks. Because they're China.
That's but that's going back to the whole nations living the test of time. It's one of those, because there's so many different opinions, you will never be able to have a nation that survives the test of time due to those combinations of people's beliefs. And that's why, like, I always tell my friends who are big on communism, it's like communism on paper, perfect, great, fantastic. Kind of what heaven is.
The thing is, I'll put it this way: if everybody was a good person, communism would work.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily even say that. Not it can still work. But what I tell them every time, it's like, it doesn't work en masse. You need
that too. It's kind of like it's I forgot
more
which.
Than like 200 people.
Not even 200 people, probably less than that. With 200 people, you'd
I'd
still
say
have.
200 would be like the maximum where you can still have people congregated together, but checking other people, because they can be families, right? Each family, they could be 4 families and each have 50 people. 200 in total would still work because those 4 families are keeping each other in check.
Yeah, it's kind of like I believe there's like I believe he was a Republican politician, and he said that I'm a Democrat in my city, I'm a Republican in my country, and then I'm a communist in my house. Because like when you're at home, you're not like telling the kids, hey, you didn't work, so you're not gonna get anything. Right. You're telling the kids, no, you're gonna get something. Everybody gets equal.
And that's why I believe, like, to have a perfect government, you would have to have small, interconnected governments.
Yes,
you can kind of think of it as the Holy Roman Empire.
Or the United States, where if each state had its own.
But now we're getting too big.
Yes, I think no, not even that it's too big. The centralized power is too big.
Oh, yeah.
We should distribute that centralized power.
Yeah, but
give more power to the governors.
That's kind of saying that you kind of need to split people up, because once again, that's the whole argument with the electoral college, and why I laugh every time someone says get rid of it. It's like, you do realize this is meant to keep like the majority at bay.
Yeah.
Like, I as an Ohioan do not want a Californian dictating what I do.
Yeah.
It's just not.
But like, Ohio doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough people to have full representation.
We have a decent amount of people, but still, you look.
No, but compared to California, like compared to California, you're always going to be losing in a vote.
Oh yeah, it's the big 3: New York, California, and Texas.
It's like I was watching this one podcast. There was 3 people sitting there, and he's like, "Well, in a pure democracy, we would say, who wants to take his hat?" 2 people raise their hands. And the guy who has the hat doesn't want to raise his hand. They take the hat.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we have it. It's like someone in Alaska, where they're not going to have the population ever to be able to speak up. We'd still want them to speak up because they're still part of the states.
Yeah.
And a lot of people like rant and raving about that, but it's just like, you do realize, like, a lot of the Midwestern states don't have people because it's all farmland. That's where you get your food from. They can't have that many people because of said, like, conditions. And then you want to, like, fuck those people over who are literally bringing food to your table? Like, ooh. I just find that silly. Like, I get their reasoning, but at the same time, it's just silly. That's why we are more of a democratic society rather than a republic.
Yeah.
But, yeah, communism works on a small scale.
Yep.
Not on a big scale. Can never work on a big scale, because corruption is just an unstoppable power. People inherently always want to get ahead. And nothing will ever stop people from getting ahead.
And socialism never works.
What's the famous quote? Power is... absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah, yep.
That's the whole, like, you have just people that get into this power, and then look at North Korea. Even though they're tamer nowadays, like, man, never has there been a place with so much brainwashing. Other than I guess you could argue Nazi Germany, but yeah.
Well, actually, I was actually recently listening to a woman who escaped North Korea, and I'd say there's a lot more brainwashing. Like Germany, they were brainwashed, but at least they somewhat understood the real world. In North Korea, they don't even know the real world exists.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, what's his name? Kim Jong-un. I think that's the youngest one.
Yeah. That's the last one.
He faked talking about how his country came up with smartphone and technology and stuff. Just like, that's funny.
Yeah, because the lady that escaped, she literally talked about how I thought America, like countries like America, were worse off, and she was talking about how like they would have dead people on the train tracks, just like laying there, and sometimes the train won't work and you have to wait for it for an hour.
Yeah.
So that people actually push it to its destination.
Well, yeah, that's why, like, if you ever see like maps of the world from space, like North Korea's just
just a black hole.
Yeah, it's like, damn. Like, even places in Africa are like somewhat lit up. It's just like, nope.
Yeah.
North Korea has nothing. Like, that's just crazy. They're literally living in the Stone Ages, basically.
Yep.
Like, fuck me, dude. My mind was blown when I first went around the world while I was in the military. Because, like, I went over to, like, Philippine area. And, like, I had the concept that they were worse off. Which they are. But at the same time, like, when I saw that lady flip out a smartphone and just sitting there talking and playing games on it, my mind was kind of blown, because I was like, wait a second, are you like a somewhat third world country?
Yeah.
Like, how do you have smartphones and shit already?
Yeah.
Like, I expected them to have like basic phones, but not like that. I was like, damn, okay, well, blew my mind for a second.
Yep.
Yeah. Morality, government, who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's why I hold a neutral standpoint.
Yeah.
When it comes to most of my morals and just worldview in general. I don't know. Things aren't always what you see them to be. Like, my perspective can always be skewed, and just because I think one thing is good doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Like, look at a lot of the what do they call it? Places where you donate and stuff, charity events, like these charity get-togethers and things to do good for other people. Sometimes that charity money never leaves the pocket of the person who, like, coordinated the event.
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
You have some...
Or most of the time, it's those people don't even coordinate the event. They usually in their name, the event is coordinated, but the donations go to somebody else.
Right. Well, it's like one of the big examples is the Clinton Foundation, where
Yeah.
they fucked over Haiti.
Yep.
It's just like on the surface, it looks good. They said, hey, they're giving relief efforts to them. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, that's good. No one's gonna sit there and go evil, evil. Well, there's some Republicans that would, but yeah, some people just only think with currency, and that is a problem.
But yes. Yep.
And at least understand what they are going for. I think is the biggest issue. Like I think I had one conversation that was really good. It was about racism, and we're not gonna get into that because that can cause a lot of people.
Oh, you're gonna get my Twitch destroyed.
Yeah, the other two people in here, but no, it was a good conversation. I had it with the
No,
17-year-old while I was in VR chat. Like, mind you, I think at the time I was like 24, 25. Like, I'm talking with the 17-year-old, and we're going over like racism, and it's like racism bad. First off, everyone knows that. Like, it's just never conducive to a good environment for anyone. But we got into the whole argument of I understand why racism is a thing, and we went over like why it was a thing. Like I can understand why people are racist because my stepdad went through some stuff that basically he got into trouble even though he was doing good, like literally saved this chick's life, but because he put his hands on a black girl, he got blacklisted from teaching. And it's like I don't like that he's racist now, but I can at least understand where he's coming from. That's not me condoning it. I don't like it, and every time he tries to be, I try to lead him away from said racism.
Yeah.
But
well, it's kind of like how when I went to Japan. In Japan, they don't usually like sell a house to you if you're somebody who's not Japanese.
Oh yeah, some
and the thing
restaurants don't even let you in.
I actually we had a thing that was set up for us where we're taking care of some homeless kids in Japan, and they told us how those kids, nobody wants them. It's that in Japan nobody wants to adopt children because children are usually considered like a part of your clan kind of thing, and that means you're taking somebody from someone else's clan, in a matter of speaking, and they will never get accepted. Therefore, nobody ever adopts the children. Therefore, most of the time when a child is left homeless, they usually rely on like foreign people to adopt those children. And everybody knows that only like foreign people adopt those children. And therefore, those children are practically hated by society. And that's like the amount of hatred that they have towards like literally anybody who's not their own race.
Yeah,
but at the same time, I'm kind of like I don't walk in there and I'm like I hate it. Everything here has to be reformed. We must destroy the society the way it's working right now. I understand it. I partially understand it. It's not great, but
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But like, it was amazing though because I had a conversation with this 17-year-old, and we were talking like me and you right now.
Yeah.
Just talking about it. He had different beliefs and viewpoints, and that's kind of what we were talking about to start it off. It's like he lived in Arizona, I lived in Ohio. We have different cultures, we have different perspectives and life experiences, and I can understand what he's coming from, and he could understand where I was coming from and my point of view. And it was funny because this like 24-year-old woman just like runs up to us and just starts screaming, just belligerent, like racism is bad. It's like I'm not saying racism is good. It's just that I can understand why it is a thing in this world. You can rationalize why racism is a thing. It's not good. No one ever said it's good.
honestly,
It be a thing,
like
but
honestly speaking, like in regards to racism, to me it's kind of like the way when I look at it, I feel like Americans are spoiled, and they're spoiled by the fact that they don't know what it's like outside of America.
Yeah.
And the smallest thing that they can think, like just a conversation about racism, is already like taboo. And if they were to ever go to outside their own country, they would realize that how horrible it could be outside America.
Oh yeah, Greece was the one eye opener for me. Because I'm just sitting there and there's just kids in poverty just all over the place. They have infrastructure that just looks like Detroit, if not worse. It's just bad. It's just one of those like I have it good in America.
Yeah,
Like it was one of those like I shouldn't complain. And that's why I still wish that we could be kind of like South Korea, where we have 2 years in the military. Like,
no, well, Russia has that too.
yeah, but well, the only one I could think of was South Korea.
Yeah.
Like you have a duty to serve your country for 2 years. It's like you not necessarily ever. They're never gonna really see
Which,
battle.
yeah, because I was born in Russia, and my mom specifically left Russia because of that. Because she didn't want us to be in the military.
But yeah, that's one of the. But I still
Like,
feel like that's a good.
I feel like I
it's an
would have possibly been a better person. Like, I don't think I'm a bad person, but I mean, I would have been even better, or at least like physically wise.
Oh yeah,
because I'm just skinny and not working out.
You still went around the world and saw for yourself the ups
Well,
and
that
downs
too,
of
yeah.
life. So that's what I really want out of that 2 years of military is people getting to converse with other peoples from culture, and that's kind of one of the greatest things about the U.S. military is we don't fucking we do not criticize based on race, ethnicity. Don't give a fuck. All we care about is you do your job.
Yeah.
You know what? It's great when you have other peoples from different regions come together because it's funny. There's some people like that would belittle people from the inner city, and to be like, oh, he's a dumb hoodlum, and the next thing you know, you find out he's a really good mechanic. Really good mechanic. Loved working on his car. So guess what? Guess what he's doing in the military? He's working on mechanic stuff, and he's better than all of the people combined here, and that's his strong suit, and he's playing off of it. And then next thing you know, you have a redneck who's from the fucking middle of Kentucky, comes in and he's really good at just fixing HVAC stuff or some shit.
Yeah.
Everyone has their values.
Just like aside from that, in my game right now, I think I encountered the, which I think this is an event, and I encountered the creator of the game. He just inserts himself. And the face just looks so awkward just because it doesn't fit the game style, because it's like his actual face.
Fair enough, though. If you were creating a game, you'd want to put yourself in there. At
least
Maybe. It's an Easter egg.
I think this is like an event right now that just turned on. So,
oh yeah, it looks like it. 10 years.
And his name is Naoki Yoshida.
I don't know. Not a big Final Fantasy fan.
Yeah.
I like 9. It's about the only one I'm was really ever interested in.
Yeah, I was my favorite one was 12.
I just love Vivi. Vivi is the best character ever. He's just a black mage.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah. I don't know. Never really got into Final Fantasy. I think I've played Final Fantasy 14 like a few times. I just never got into it. It's just one of those. Yeah, I don't. Didn't really spark my fancy. Like BDO did, but BDO's a grind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say it's like for everyone.
Actually, I take that back. My favorite game is Final Fantasy Tactics.
Oh.
But that's more to deal with my childhood than anything. Sitting there with the Game Boy Advance, just playing that all day.
What about Fire Emblem?
Fire Emblem? Yeah, I was a huge Fire Emblem fan. Not really so much nowadays, just because I don't know the newer one. I think after the Three Kingdoms or whatever the Three Houses. Oh no, it wasn't the Three Houses was after the fire and the purple one. I can't remember what those ones were. After that one, when that one dropped, I wasn't too happy with that one. That one was so short. Honestly, it's like the great thing about Final Fantasy or Fire Emblem was that they were long.
Yeah.
They were long, and at any point your characters could die. And then they took that out of the game. They have casual now, and it's like, yeah, you can play classics, but it just feels like a lot of people nowadays wouldn't play that because they don't want their characters dying, and they don't understand the like playing the old style games where it's just like all of a sudden your main guy dies and you're like, okay, do I keep going, just play through the game, or do I reload the save? It's like shit.
Yeah, I played because I've always wanted to get into Fire Emblem, and I started trying to play like the first game, like the first one.
Sacred Stone, or there's one like pretty much it's Sacred Stone, but it's kind of different.
It's the one with Marth, but it's not like
Sacred Stone.
But it's not the modernized one. It's not the one with the good graphics.
Ooh,
this is the NES one.
Because the Lin one is, I think it's the NES one. That's what one was that?
And it's like very old, like the 2D is just like stick people walking around. Or at least looks like it.
I don't remember which one that is. It's the NES one. I think is it's the okay. So that's the one with the Shadow Dragon.
Oh yeah, that one.
Blade of Night. Was that ever ported over though?
It wasn't for I.
Russia, so.
No, I played it. I played it on a emulator.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say like that was never.
Yeah, no.
Over. I never played that one because
I played it with on an emulator with a translation, which was kind of slightly buggy translation.
Yeah. Well, we can't get it now, but on the Switch they released it translated.
Oh yeah.
Officially, but now they got rid of it. I think it was like a month only type deal.
Yeah, best way to do it now is just emulate it. But I kind of liked it actually. I liked it more than the second one, because the second one was also like I believe maybe NES or SNES, and I kind of liked it less in the second one. And then the first one, my favorite character became George, just because he was the one that beat the final boss. Which also, I guess I kind of played it wrong, just because there's the 3 legendary weapons, and I was supposed to give it to the people, find them and give it to the right people. The only one I found was Parthia, and I just gave it to George, and he became my best character.
See, I don't know. I was always one of those people that I like playing with the characters that are less used.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that most people are just like, they're not that good. It's like, well, yeah, but I enjoy their personality.
Yeah.
It's just who they are, so I'd use them over anyone else. But yeah, my favorite one was the Fire Emblem for the Game Boy Advance. And then like Sacred Stone
that's like. Wait, hold on. Let me actually look up the list of games.
I don't actually know what it's called because it's just Fire Emblem. It's not the Sacred Stones one.
Because it might be because I know like the first 2 are technically actually repeated. Their stories are repeated.
Well, they're not necessarily repeated, but they are very similar.
Isn't it like technically like the same story?
I don't think so.
Because the story of Marth and where he finds Tiki and.
That's Sacred Stone, I believe.
Yeah, that's the same story as the Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So, because I believe, as far as I understand, is that because I've never played Sacred Stone in like the other games, but I believe it's Sacred Stone. Actually, wait, no, never mind. Now I'm looking at it. It's I'm messing myself up.
Like looking at.
Hold on, let's see. Path of Radiance, Sacred Stone. Is it Sacred Stone?
Blazing Blade, I think is the one. Is it the Blinding Blade? No, it's the Blazing Blade. Yeah, is the one for Game Boy Advance.
Okay.
And then you have Sacred Stone, which has, I think it was Marth and Lynn. One of the 2, I think, is a kind of copy pasta of Shadow Dragon. I can't remember which.
Wait, hold on.
I think it's the Blazing Blade that's the copy pasta.
Yeah, I'm kind of confusing myself with all these games now.
Oh, Path of Radiance was. I'm pretty sure that's the one on the DS. Maybe I'm thinking of Radiant Dawn.
Okay, so the 2 games that I played are Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon: The Blade of Light, and Fire Emblem Gaiden.
Gaiden was 1992. That's the second one. I never played that one. See, I think back then I was more playing Ogre Tactics than
Now, what is
Fire
Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon? What is that?
Shadow Dragon. There's two. Shadow Dragon for 2008 was for the DS, and I think
Okay.
that was the kind of copy pasted completely.
Because I believe I am confused. Wasn't there like a Game Boy Advance version that was the same story as Shadow Dragon: The Blade of Light?
I think it might be the Blazing Blade, but I'm not 100%.
Binding Blade? Oh no, Binding Blade is something else.
Yeah,
Blazing
Binding
Blade.
Blade was the unreleased one, and then you had the Blazing Blade, which is the released one.
Okay.
The US, I believe. I think they're the same game, but one's. See, that's the problem with Fire Emblem. It's like some of the games that are just like, yeah, they're kind of the same, but not really. But they are. Who knows? The history of this game is kind of really weird. Because, like, yeah, half the games weren't even released in the US.
Okay, here it is. So, Shadow Dragon. So, Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon is a remake of Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light.
Yeah, that was the 2008 release.
Yes. And then Fire Emblem Shadows of Valentia is the remake of Gaiden, which is 2017.
Oh, yeah, that's the 3DS one. Yeah, I think is that the one? No, Fates is the one that I just fucking hated.
Yeah, those are the ones that did like the whole marriage stuff and all the. Because I think they were trying to create way too many like intertwining stories that they ended up making this story itself short, and sort of like try to do like, hey, you have to replay it many times.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing with Fates is they had the two different games. They did the whole Pokemon, like Red and Blue and X and Y and type shit, where it's like they wanted to do that so they could be like, oh, choose your side, and then people more than likely bought both games just to play through both games.
So the only ones I played are the literal first two 1990 and 1992 ones.
Yeah.
Both played them on the emulator. And then, because I was then thinking playing through all of them and then playing Three Houses, but I couldn't like wait, so I just played through Three Houses.
I'm just not a big fan of Three Houses. Like I can see the appeal.
Yeah.
It's just
I do feel like they kind of went back to somewhat of the original. Well, not like somewhat of the original, but like they reduced the whole like relationship stuff.
Yeah. Well, my thing with the Three Houses is where I was just talking about that I like long Fire Emblems.
Yeah, it's
I just
not
felt like
exactly
that one
long.
was, yeah, that.
Did you finish it? Which
Three Houses? I don't think I finished that one.
Oh, okay.
I think the only ones I actually finished was Blazing Blade and Sacred Stones.
Yeah, because I know like there's certain lines that you can go down which get finished much quicker than the others.
Yeah, I think I did finish Fates because it was so. When I finished it, I was like, wait, that's it?
Yeah.
Like I finished it in like a day.
That's actually how I felt. That's how I felt with Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the Fire Emblem Three Houses isn't actually that long. You can actually finish it in like a week.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure I finished Fates in like a day.
Yeah.
And I was like so, like, bewildered.
But the thing is, my first playthrough of Three Houses was I actually accidentally took the shortest route, and the game just ends, and I'm like, what happened? Like, and nothing was answered, nothing. I was just confused. But then I realized that, first off, that the path I took was technically supposed to be the last path you take. Just because it sort of like just answers certain questions that you just have at the end.
Right. Well, that's why I kind of like, in the kind of same style, RPG-wise, of Bravely Default. Bravely Default was such a good game.
Yeah.
Second one's kind of meh, but the first one, so good.
Yeah, I've never actually played it, but and it's not that I don't like the aesthetic of it. It's kind of like
it's good.
Yeah.
Look, as a handheld game, it was the best game I've ever played.
Yeah.
For the DS. Ever. Like,
maybe
Or
I'd play it on stream, just because that's the main reason I stream, is just because it's kind of like I don't have time for video games, but when I stream, I'm like, oh, now I have time for video games.
Yeah, I think there's not much people viewing it, so I don't think it'd be really worthwhile to actually stream it. But it is such a good game.
Yeah, because at first I was actually also thinking of streaming the Fire Emblem games, but literally no one watches that.
I feel like it's the same as Bravely Default, where you'll get a pocket of people.
Yeah.
People like me.
Yeah. Right now, I just want like a pocket of people, just like maybe like 20 some people.
Like,
that would just be like. Yeah. What is it?
No, I played back in the day, but I played Dwarf Fortress, and because no one else really streamed Dwarf Fortress at all, there were like 2 or 3 others, and most of them didn't even speak English. So like when I came into the scene as like a 15-year-old, still squeaky, and just all that, I still got up to like 30 viewers as a 15-year-old, just sitting there going like, oh, back then I didn't even think it was. I thought 30 was like fucking hella cool. Like, hell yeah, 30 viewers, fucking sitting there playing Dwarf Fortress. But that's mainly because no one else played it.
Actually,
it's a hard game to play.
Yeah, my first, because I started streaming like a year ago, like before COVID. I stopped streaming just because of COVID, and the first thing I streamed was Minecraft. Not that I specifically wanted to stream Minecraft. It was just the one thing I was just playing on a server. But I was specifically in the Minecraft game. My friend put a server up which had the mods that allow you to do coding in Minecraft. So I just wanted to do like some coding in there. But that was my first stream, and actually I got, because then afterwards I streamed Persona 3, the game that I actually wanted to play. And
third one and not the 4th one? What's wrong?
Well, I've already finished the 4th one a while back, so.
But the 4th one is the best one.
Yeah. I like the 5th one a bit more than the 4th one.
No, Teddy's the best character ever.
No.
Fuck Morgana.
Teddy. I hate Teddy.
The best.
No.
What?
Especially when he transforms into his blonde-haired self.
No, I love it. Don't you dare. Morgana's a bitch.
No, Morgana's worse than Teddy, sure, but...
Yeah, and that's the whole point. I mean, most of the characters are all the same. That's not, like, beat around the bush.
Yeah.
Most of the, Shin
Megami Tensei.
Yeah. I can't remember the name, but yeah. All those games are pretty much the protagonist and the team that he develops are all pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Hell, the monsters are pretty much all the same.
Well, 100% the same.
Yeah, and then like
they practically said, they practically said, we got it down. We're not going to change anything.
Yeah, well, it's because like Jack Frost is iconic as fuck, and their mascot. So
yeah,
why would you?
So it's kind of, I know, like I played the first ever, because at one point I wanted to finish a whole bunch of games, like the old games. So I also played the first Shin Megami Tensei, or what was it called? It was called Megami Tensei. It wasn't Shin yet. Was it? Yeah, Megami Tensei.
Yeah.
Megami Tensei Digital Devil Story.
Yep.
That's what it was called. And it was one of those like dungeon crawler games kind of thing. And
that's like the first 2 of Persona.
Yeah,
I think the first one was a dungeon crawler.
Oh yeah, well that one it had like a little bit of 3D. This one was like completely 2D. It's kind of like a picture by picture kind of dungeon crawler.
Gotcha.
And when I started playing it, I'm like, this is kind of like Pokemon, where you grab creatures and you raise creatures up.
You know what you just made me think of something.
What is it?
There's a game for the Dreamcast. Time Stalkers. Yes. Time Stalkers. When was that produced? Because I'd laugh. 1999. It was September 15, 1999. When was Pokemon?
1990 what?
1999, September 15th. Pokemon was introduced.
I was definitely, I believe, before that.
I don't. Is it though?
I believe it was 1996.
Yeah, 1996.
So that's the thing.
Okay.
I actually looked it up. The first Megami Tensei game was before Pokemon. And they did, in fact, copy from Megami Tensei. And their idea behind it was that Megami Tensei had a cool concept of grabbing creatures and leveling them up. Or, like, getting more creatures and stuff like that.
Pretty much
but,
the same concept that Time Stalkers had.
But the thing is, the creator of Pokemon thought it was a bit too difficult. It was too difficult and a bit greedy and gritty, where it was kind of like a little more death-oriented. But therefore, he wanted to create something that's more appealing to kids, but had the same concept.
I think that's why Nintendo's the smartest.
Yeah.
It's just like, who do we appeal to? And it's like, well, kids.
Well, I think Megami Tensei was also Nintendo.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it.
Oh, the fact that, like, in general, they just appeal to kids is their main thing.
It's just a handheld and, like, kids. It's
Yeah.
just like, yeah.
Totally, 100%.
What other handheld, like, company is there when it comes to games? You have Sony with their PSP, but
yeah,
ain't no one really playing that. For a time, yeah, but no. Pretty much just dominated by Nintendo.
Yeah. I believe, like, the gaming industry is one of the richest industries in the world.
Oh yeah, hands down. I could
it's
see it.
mainly linked to the fact that kids are the best market that you can appeal to.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's mainly due to consumerism just being a thing, and kids and parents just consume just copious amounts of things.
Yeah.
Kind of why I don't want a kid. They do. They consume just way too much. Like, I can't remember what the metric was, but it's like kids cost like a certain amount of money. It's like 1.2 million to raise a kid.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
Granted, I think that's on the higher spectrum, but still. That's just ridiculous. Actually, now that I think about it, two-parent system, yeah, 1.2 million sounds about right.
Yeah.
From birth to adulthood. That's shocking. Which means if you don't have a kid in those 18 years, you could theoretically go to 1.2 million.
I'd honestly say that it's only 1.2 million when you're living in America.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact I feel like it scales with the because like I was talking to my friend about it, how he's like, I don't want to get a kid right now because I don't have the money. But it's like, you'll find the money. It's not that you have to get the money first and then you get the kid. It's that will come with it, and the raising of that child will scale with how much money you're earning.
Right.
So if you're earning, like, it's not going to be that it's a specific amount of money that it takes to raise a child. It's that there's a certain percentage of your income that will be going to that child.
Fair enough.
So if you're like a millionaire, there's probably going to be billion, or I mean, if you're a billionaire, there's probably millions, several millions, going into one child.
Yeah. That was just kind of crazy, though. Kids consume quite a bit of your.
And I have to find kids right now in this game. It's my quest.
When it's night out, you just have to scour the city for kids.
Yes.
Nothing creepy about that.
I found one. I need to find 2 more. Oh wait, am I looking in the wrong area? No, I'm looking in the right area. Search for the children and hiding.
Look up. I'd only imagine that they're all either up somewhere or in
Well,
the dark
one was on a roof. Yeah, actually, there's an alley over here. There he is. Yep. No, one more. On top of a tree. Actually, there he is. I found him.
Oh yeah, behind the wagon.
Yep.
There you go. All right, I'll be right back.
Yep.
See, now you got me thinking of like what was my main game series that I always played as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like my go-to game series. Because I think my brother's go-to game was God of War
Mm-hmm.
series. My other brother's was, I think it was the Metal Gear Solid series. I don't even know what my younger brother's was. Like, what was your go-to game series?
Hard to say, because it matters which part of my life, just because when I lived in Russia, the games that I played mainly played just like the PC games. And it was kind of like old PC games because we didn't like get the new games coming into the country.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like some of the old games that I played, like the first Prince of Persia, which is not like 3D. It's kind of like it's one of those 2D games.
2D platformer.
Yeah.
Played it. Hard as balls.
Yeah. I've actually never, like the first one. I've never actually beaten like the entire first
I
like
haven't even gotten
prison
past
area.
the first section.
Yeah.
Every time I did, like maybe as an adult I might be able to go back and beat it, but
Yeah.
as a kid it was just fucking.
It's just confusing figuring out what the controls are.
Actually, now that you say that, like I now remember what my go-to was. It was the Harvest Moon
No.
series.
Yeah.
I think about it, like that was like my main game.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only reason I stopped playing it is because my brother saved over one of my files.
Yeah.
My Game Boy. I was so mad. So mad. I even told him specifically, don't save over my file. Don't save. And he did it anyways.
Yeah. Now, I don't remember, because I don't remember ever having a specific game that I was like, I know like one game that I always played a lot when I was in Russia was Hogs of War, which I don't know if you've ever heard of that. Which actually, I believe it's actually a French game, and it's kind of like, what could I compare it to?
Oh, okay. No, I know what you're. This game is like. No, maybe it is one that I've played.
You
Hogs of
could
War.
technically compare it to Fire Emblem, because kind of like turn-based and control several army soldiers or pigs to shoot at each other.
This reminds me of another game. I think it's pretty much the copy pasta of the same game,
Mhm.
but just slightly different. Oh, what was it called? My brother would know because this is one of his childhood favorites. It looks exactly the same, but I know it's not the same game.
Mm-hmm.
What was it called? I think it was for the Nintendo 64.
Although you could technically compare that game to Worms, but Worms is like 2D, but this one's 3D.
Yeah. No, this game was 3D as well. Can't remember what it's called though.
Why did I become an adventurer? To gain power.
No, I had a bunch of other animals other than hogs. I can't remember what it was. It was less tactical, but more RTS style.
Yeah, this one's like more tactical because it's like every turn you get just a couple turns and a couple weapons you can use.
It's funny because like strategy games for the longest time were like my bread and butter. But now I don't really play them all too much.
Although the type of game, I'd probably say a lot more of the what do you call them? Point and click adventure games.
Oh, yes.
Because there's like Siberia. I don't know if you've ever heard of that series. Because the thing is actually, before I started playing, my mom was actually playing video games. And those are like the games that she usually played, like the point and click adventure games. And that's how I got into playing video games.
I don't think of how I got into video games. Funny enough, I think like the first video game I ever really played was Sonic, and then Beavis and Butthead on the Sega.
No.
Weirdly enough, too, like I had pretty much every game console out there at one point.
I've mainly played on PC, and then once I got to America, it was like 2 years into living in America, I then got a PlayStation 1, on which I had Tekken 3.
I'm a big Tekken fan. I was more of a Street Fighter fan.
Yeah, I don't play like these games at all, but that's just the only game that was on it. And we ended up just constantly playing it, and that's when my mom started getting into the phase of video games are bad for you, because then we would start raging out.
Oh, yeah. A few times me and my brothers would rage out. Not the best influences, but I wouldn't say that they're terrible. Like, there's some things that make me laugh, because like during history class, because I'd play a lot of the strategy games, stuff like EU4-esque games. Just like they'd ask questions and I'd just be like, it's this. It's like, how do you know this? It's like, I play video games. They'd look at me funny. It's like, they can be educational too.
Yeah, my brother, we always played video games, and we played a lot of MMOs together. And but he's probably like the reason why these days I'm not like I'm more, how should I say, more open-minded, because he became one of those zealotrous Christians who's kind of like his way of life now is kind of like no video games, no TV, no, my kids will not watch TV at all, because TV is bad for you, and just like the hardcore of everything.
Almost Amish-esque.
Yeah.
Just without the electricity bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. It is somewhat corruptible in a way.
But because I'm able to look at that and say that that's not what I want in my life, sort of like gave me a perspective of I should be more open-minded, but rather than close myself out like that.
I don't have too many people who are open-minded in this day and age. Just kind of my way or the highway thoughts for the most part. You're not with me, you're against me mentality. I do not like it all. Maybe it wasn't a Nintendo 64. I've been looking through like the Nintendo 64 games, but can't find it. There's a lot of old classic games that I remember that like I just love to play.
Yeah,
Paper Mario. Oh, so good.
I actually got into the PlayStation, and my main thing was PlayStation. I still have I still have my PlayStation 1, and I have a PlayStation 2, and a 3, and a 4. I did not get the 5 yet.
I'm trying to think, like PlayStation game wise. Resident Evil, of course. Or some of the other ones that we'd play. I mean, I think we had Tekken, Digimon World. That was a good one.
Yeah. For me, it was Final Fantasy. But
we had Final Fantasy, but I just never got into it.
Yeah.
Crash Bandicoot. Ooh, oh, what was its name? I see the picture of it right here. I can't remember. It had pink hair.
Damn. Did it start with the letter T?
I think so. Tomba.
Tomba, yeah.
That game was so fun. Me and my brother would sit there and just play. It's just like, I don't know, it was just so fun. It's just a kooky, weird fucking game.
Yeah. I've never played it, but I've watched a video on it.
Oh, it's... I'm gonna assume it's the, oh, what's it called? Games Done Quick.
Oh, no. It's a YouTuber named Kadikarus.
I think I probably watched that too, but
Yeah,
the Games Done Quick one is funny because the guy running it got really mad at someone sitting on the couch. Like so mad. It was that awkward silence mad.
Yeah.
Guy was just sitting there asking really stupid questions. Or making little stupid jokes. It's like, okay, dude, quiet.
Actually, also, the only reason if I was to choose between PlayStation and PC, I'd always choose PC. But to me, it's kind of like the only thing that's keeping me on PlayStation is the fact that PlayStation's got games that I can't play anywhere else. So that's why, for me personally, like partially I understand, for example, Xbox, how currently they have all their games on PC. Partially I understand how to certain people, just the Game Pass thing and not having to own a full-on PC to play these games works for them. But to me, it doesn't make sense because I have a full PC.
Right.
And therefore, I have literally zero reason to get an Xbox. And I'll never get an Xbox. But I'll still get a PlayStation simply because they have games that I can't play on PC. Which the main game that I'm waiting for, the reason I don't have a PlayStation 5 is I'm waiting for Final Fantasy 16 to come out.
You're a real big Final Fantasy fan.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm that big into Final Fantasy, but I like it.
I don't know. Never fell in love too much with Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Like I enjoyed it for what it was. Never really got immersed in the world. Like Chrono Trigger immersed me way more than Final Fantasy.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Final Fantasy. The one thing with Final Fantasy is each game has a different world, so it's kind of like.
Not every, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like none of them are connected to each other.
Yeah.
It's like some worlds are a bit more like techno and like modernized looking, while some are more like fantasy.
Right. I don't know. I just could never really get into them.
Yeah.
Plus, I was never a really big fan of their style of tactic battles.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I played like Motherland or what do they call it? What's the other name for it? Earthbound.
Oh yeah. Which is actually why the game that I actually like is Final Fantasy 12. That's the reason I actually like it is because it doesn't actually have the technically doesn't have the turn-based thing. In a manner of speaking, Final Fantasy 12 is very similar to this game. Like even aesthetic and world-wise. But the way they made it is that everything is just overworld, so there's no like instances. You don't go into an instance into a battle. You're just seeing an enemy in the overworld and you start hitting it.
Right.
It's kind of like, I believe from that game or before that game is when they made Kingdom Hearts, and they sort of tried putting elements of Kingdom Hearts into it. Technically,
I'm not even a big Kingdom Hearts
I
fan.
am not at all. I do not like Kingdom Hearts.
I think it's kind of silly trying to put those two games together, like Disney and
Yeah.
Final Fantasy.
To me, it's not even just the aesthetic. Aesthetic-wise, like Disney and putting all that stuff together, I don't mind that as much. But to me, it's the beat 'em up style thing, where it's just keep smacking over and over.
Yeah. Just chain them together. Yeah, you said you played Tekken.
Yeah, I don't like Tekken. That's the only game I had. That's why I played it.
Very beat 'em up and keep them in a combo.
Yeah. I hate those kind of games, but I'd play them, but don't like them.
Right. That's all you had. Oh, Vagrant Story. Oh wow, that's a blast from the past. Like now I'm looking through PS1 games. Like, yeah, Vagrant Story. You know what my favorite game for the PlayStation 2 is Ark the Lad 2, Princess of Twilight, I think it's called.
I still have all my PS2 games. Which I guess if I was to choose a game that's my favorite there, it's probably going to be Final Fantasy 12.
Twilight of the Spirits, that's what it's called. That game has one of the best tactics, like battle mechanics ever. I love it. Just so fun. Battle mechanics are so fun and the plot's so good. That's a game that even with the shit graphics I can go back to. I think I have gone back to it a few times.
Yeah.
Even with the cheesy quote-unquote villain of the game. His name is Dark. Terrible. Plot's really good. Honestly, way ahead of its time.
Yeah.
In a lot of things. Which kind of amazes me because not many people know of the Ark the Lad series.
Yeah. Actually, when I played the first ever, the NES version of Fire Emblem, once you actually get into it, you kind of feel like, oh, they had all these mechanics already like implemented from the start. So it was actually pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of the games like that are really good were really good back then. They're like older counterparts. Like Mother, well, like Earthbound. Mother had pretty much the same mechanics, so it's just the story that they added on. That's also still good. I think that's the biggest thing that games are missing nowadays, is the story.
Yeah.
And like a lot of the stories just suck.
Yeah.
Or just like so underwhelming.
Which honestly, I'd say, because Final Fantasy, a lot of people keep saying, oh, story, it's all about the story, especially like Final Fantasy 14, it's all about the story. When you actually pay attention to the story of Final Fantasy, any of them, they're all cheesy, and they're all repetitive. So I would not say that they have that much of an amazing story, even though they try to focus on it that much.
Yeah. And I think when it comes to Final Fantasy, it's more about the world building of
Yeah,
the story
that
rather
too.
than the actual story itself.
I'll
Which give
definitely
them
say the
props
world
for
building.
that. I'll give them props for that, but yeah, from the stories that I know, they're not really that good.
Yeah, no, it's literally it always repeats these two things. The main hero has to find the 6 crystals of the elements, and then he has to get all the summons.
I feel like you just described Sonic.
And that Sonic, I guess, copied that as well.
Gotta get copied. Like, the Chaos Emeralds have always been a thing. I think,
Well,
honestly.
the first Final Fantasy game was literally get the 6 crystals of the elements.
Oh yeah, I guess they probably did take that concept. Yeah, that's one of the bad things too. Is like some of the older games, like a lot of them had similar shit. That's why I think my favorite series was the Silent Hill series, because it was something so radically different to pretty much anything that I was playing at the time. Like, story-wise, it was just a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah.
Like, nothing too special, but it was still, like, I think it's the simplicity of the story with the kooky, weird cult shit that makes it so appealing. It's nothing too crazy, but it's still unique in its own right.
Yeah. Actually, now that I'm trying to think of a game that actually has good story that I've played, that I personally think has good story.
I can think of a few. I mean, that's mainly because I was mainly only playing RPGs back then.
Yeah, I've also mainly played RPGs, but it's kind of like...
I even think the Final Fantasy Tactics had a really good story to it.
Yeah.
Granted, it's kind of a trope.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the only things I'm thinking of is Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy has somewhat good... They're good stories, generally speaking. But they weren't, like, amazing. But now that I'm thinking about it, is there any game that actually has an amazing story compared to, like, all these RPGs?
I would still argue that Arc the Lad Twilight of the Spirits had
Yeah, because I've not played that, so I don't know. It might be better.
Its concept, I think, was ahead of its time, because it's the whole good and evil, but what is good and evil?
Yeah.
And, get this, you play as the evil guy. Or quote-unquote evil guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to spoil too much if you ever do play it, because it is worth playing.
Yeah.
Maybe not on stream, because I don't think anyone even really knows about the Arc the Lad series.
Yeah. Well, that's the another thing, is I really want to play all these games on stream, but I want to, like, possibly, like, try and get, like, at least, like, 20 people who would just be like, hey, we'll stick around with whatever you play. And just sort of like, hey, I'm going to play this. And they would just stick around with whatever I play.
I mean,
But that's like, I'm imagining 2 years from now, maybe. And get there.
Yeah. Have a set community rather than, oh, I'm here for this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the goal for almost every streamer. It's like I can play anything and I'll still have at least 50 people watching me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Arc the Lad, really good. Twilight of the Spirits.
Yeah.
You can play as the enemy guy, like the antagonist, which is blew my mind when I was playing it the first time. I was just like, okay, I'm playing as the good guy, I'm doing good guy stuff, and then it's like, oh, hey, you're this other guy. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, you're this other guy now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wait, what? Like, second chapter, get ready. You're playing this guy now. Like, oh shit. You're playing two different stories at the same time, and both of them are connected in a certain way.
Yeah.
And when you find out that certain way, you're like, what? Holy shit, this is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Final Fantasy IV starts off with you're playing as the villain. You're the Dark Knight.
Right.
And you're helping the evil empire.
What was his name? Ignor or something like that?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
それは助かるわ。私たちには少しでも戦力が必要なの。それに、あなたにとっても、エオルゼアが抱える問題を知るいい機会になるかもし
Do
れ
you
ない。
watch anime and or play anime style games?
Yes.
So big question, subbed or dubbed?
Subbed.
Okay.
Not do stub. There's certain there's certain animes you do dub. Certain animes.
I don't know. There's to
Dragon
me.
Ball Z?
No.
Yes.
I love the voice actress for Goku, the old lady, in Japanese, and she's stuck around this entire time.
Yeah, but DBZ I'm fine with dub because it's just kind of a classic. That's how I grew up on.
Yeah, I didn't grow up in it, so.
Inuyasha, because you gotta love that Inuyasha Kagome scream. It just makes me chuckle every time.
Inuyasha also Japanese. Like I started off because before I hated anime. Before I got to 6th grade, and I couldn't stand anime. Anime was like, this is cartoons. Who watches cartoons?
I couldn't stand it.
And then I
Yeah, but
watched. Then I watched. The first thing I watched was the original Fullmetal Alchemist, and like the first one.
That's the other one that I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Watching
So,
that dubbed.
and I watched that dubbed.
Yeah.
Then I was going to go into Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, but at the time, at the time, dubbed was not finished. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll watch subbed. And I couldn't stand the voice actors, the main character's voice actress, just because it was a female voicing a guy. So I thought, like, compared to like the English, where it's a dude talking, and like it's a more deeper voice, here it's kind of like he's like got like this squeaky voice.
I will say the one anime that I'll fight you on this tooth and nail. The best English dubbed in all of anime, Death Note. It's so good.
I won't say it's bad, but I'd still watch it subbed.
Nope. Its voice acting is so good and so high quality, in my opinion. It's I can't watch it subbed now.
Yeah.
It's too good as an English dub.
Yeah, just mentioning it just because in this Final Fantasy game I set it to Japanese voice acting.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't. If I had that in the game, like when I was playing solo, I had to set it to Chinese because it's just that repetitive nature of the dialogue when you're fighting or some shit. It pains me. But when it's in like a foreign language and I can't really understand it, I don't mind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I watch too much anime. Nowadays, I don't really watch any of the newer animes because they all suck.
Yeah. I haven't watched anime in like a year, I guess.
I read manga more than I...
Yeah. Oh no, I every time with manga, it's kind of like I can't multitask with manga, so I can't do it. With anime, I can multitask. I could do something else, like play a video game while watching it.
Yeah, I don't...
And I feel like...
I honestly...
Because I also feel like there's a lot more art put into an anime, just because it's not just the visual art, it's also the voice acting, the music, and all these things put together.
Yeah, but the thing is, I give voices to those characters in my head, and how they... like... how they speak in my head from the paper is one thing, and it sets the tone for me when I'm reading it, and it's nice.
Well, that's...
Sometimes like I'll read novels and then I'll see the anime version or something,
and
it just throws me for a loop.
Well, that's because I was like, I'm thinking, why don't I like manga as much? And I think maybe it's because unless I really, really want to know this plot, I judge the manga and I don't have like a good visualization of it. Like I don't put a good voice acting, like in my mind, it's not like placing in correctly if I don't actually like love it. So therefore I can't get into a new manga unless I really, really love it. And how can I love it if I didn't even start trying it?
Right.
But I've read like several mangas, but...
That's kind of the great thing of, like, because I've been reading manga for like the past 4 or 5 years now, like continuously reading new manga. I've been able to pick out good ones. Like you can already tell based on the cover what a good one is. I love like the people who are like don't judge a book by its cover. It's like 99%
well,
of
if
the
it's a
time
manga.
you can for manga.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that applies to manga, that quote, because a book is supposed to have words in it. This has pictures. And you're supposed to judge it by the pictures.
It's funny though because like you can always tell what a trash manga is when it has a male protagonist on the front, surrounded by women.
Oh, yeah.
He has even one female standing next to him. 90% of the time, it's gonna be.
Well, it's kind of like the shovelware of manga. Just a cheap, easy thing to make.
It's gonna be a harem, and unless you like harems, you're not gonna like it. It's just trash. That goes for action, mind you. I only read action, so I don't know how it is with drama or whatever slice of life style manga. But for action, if you see those signs, just stay away from it.
Yeah.
There's most of the time it's just gonna be terrible. Like I can legitimately show you all the top mangas that I have list-wise, and most of them, if not all of them, have like no females on the cover whatsoever.
Yep.
Like I sent literally like 30 or 40 mangas to Rumete, and I feel bad. Let's see. Oh, that one does have a female, but that's doesn't really count. That's his disciple. Like that one, but that's long and it's not really harem. There's two. That one's black and white. That doesn't count. Yeah, like 2 of them had a female standing next to the protagonist, but other than the other one is his disciple rather than love interest. Like, yeah, most of the manga I read, just non-harem.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it, all of them have like the main character in like this cool pose. Like most of them have, yeah, all of them have them in like this cool pose. That's kind of funny.
Of the manga that I read, I can't really find a theme that I particularly like in manga. Because I guess technically the mangas I read are just the... I don't even know why I read them. Like, I know one I read because the anime ended too shortly. And I was like, I don't want to see what the rest of it was. So I read the manga, which was Beelzebub. Then the other one I read was Gantz, which is like extremely bloody. And
Yeah, Gantz is...
I've never actually watched the anime, I read it.
I did, and let's just say that is some edgy shit.
Yeah.
Like even for my taste, and back then I was edgy as fuck.
Yeah. Which I've never been edgy, so I don't know why I read that. And why I was actually interested in reading it.
I was super edgy, but like even Gantz for me was just like, this is too fucking edgy.
Yeah.
Which is saying something. Like I was your full on edgelord. And even that anime was just, ugh. Oh man.
Yeah.
I don't know. The manga nowadays, I traditionally only watch or read Korean manhwa and a bit of Chinese manga. But
yeah, I've actually been seeing like some Chinese good ones.
yeah, Chinese, they're all the same, sadly, because of their culture, which is fine. It's like the same with their novels. They're all pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Some of them are decent enough. Like I'm reading through this other novel. Finally got up to like chapter 500, but
Although I feel like I've been seeing the Chinese stuff has been changing, specifically with video games as well. Just because I'm playing Genshin Impact, which is a Chinese game. And they're coming out with a Wukong game, which looks amazing.
Please stop putting that trope into anything. I hate Wukong. I've seen it so much in Chinese, like novels and stuff that it...
Oh yeah. The Dragon Ball is literally just a rip-off of that as well.
It'd basically be the equivalent of seeing King Arthur in like Western stuff all the time.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, we get it.
Yeah, the style of it is obviously horrible and just dumb.
Yeah.
Not very creative. But the actual game itself kind of looks like a Dark Souls, I guess, but with Wukong theme.
Oh.
Which, if it's the way they're showing it off, like it could easily just be we just made this trailer just to get attention, and what the game is actually like is completely different. But if the game is actually what they're showing off, then China might be on the road to take over.
I don't... like, that's the sad thing when it comes to Japanese, like manga.
Yeah.
I can't read it anymore because it's been too westernized.
Oh yeah.
Whereas Korean manhwa hasn't necessarily been westernized. It's kind of dabbled into both Chinese mythology and Japanese mythology with their own mythology thrown in. And like, it's a nice mix.
Yep.
Where you don't really see too much westernizing of the manhwa. There's a few, but even those few, it's just minor shit. Not even that big of a thing. But sadly, like when it comes to Chinese novels, they're so copy pasted.
Yeah.
Oh, it's bad because like there's one novel, I can't remember what it's called, that came out of China. That's like a light novel, the big one, and basically all the other light novels that come out of China are pretty much based around this one novel.
Mhm.
It's sad. It's sad because like I've read parts, like a good chunk of that novel, and I wish I remember what its name was, but like it's sad because one of the novels that was derived from that said novel I like more than the main novel.
Yeah.
But you can clearly tell it's not necessarily copy pasted, but all of the elements are there that are pretty much the same.
Yeah. I wonder if that might be linked to the fact that they have a communist party. And maybe
Probably, yeah.
Maybe they're like, we all have to think the same. Therefore, novels have to be the same.
Yeah, I don't doubt that has the biggest impact on that. Where the creativity is kind of stifled, but at the same time, I think it is also a cultural thing. But that's kind of because of the party.
Yeah, well, honestly, I'd even say the party itself is a cultural thing. Because technically, communism partially came from Confucianism. It's the collective mindset.
Well, but what I'm getting at is if you look at a lot of Chinese media, like there's one guy who challenged all the martial artists with his MMA fighting style and just demolished them. And because he demolished them, it was seen as an act of going against Chinese tradition. So they basically blacklisted him from everything.
No.
Because it's bad. You know what's sad too is like their concepts from like Chinese novels are really cool. They're different.
Yeah.
But yeah, because all of them are the same, it's kind of one of those like once you've read one, you've read them all basically. It's sad. There's only a few that like stand out, like Master of Goo or Reverend Insanity.
Yeah.
That one stood out so much because it takes in a lot of the Confucian Taoist mindset. Whereas like their abilities derive from the creatures that they nurture, which is like, okay, this creature is a jade beetle, and if I nurture it, I can turn my skin into jade. Type deal. And it's one of those, they take concepts of like time and stuff, and like this beetle can manipulate time, so if I nurture it, I can manipulate time, and so on and so forth. And it just takes little aspects of nature and it makes it so they can use their powers, like powers of nature and stuff. It's just really well done.
Now that you started talking about like different like literature from different cultures, I tried thinking, I guess Russia doesn't really have that much, except for like the old novels, like the Dostoevsky and stuff like that. But like modern times, it's nothing. There's nothing. We've been making nothing. There's probably something that I've never read, but
yeah, I'm trying to think. Like I know there are some mangas and stuff that have come out of Russia, but I can't remember which ones. I know there are a few big ones that are just like, it's one of those 1 in a million type deals that just so happen to be good.
I know there's actually several cartoons that we've made that are also kind of like a repeat of the same like folklore story, Russian folklore.
Well, yeah, but I don't mind folklores being turned into a story so long as they have their own unique story to them that just has an aspect of it. Because that's kind of what all stories are. It's just built upon the aspect of reality and the folklores within it.
It was kind of good in the early 2000s in Russia, like the way they were making those cartoons. But these days, it kind of feels like they ran out of ideas and they just like trying to like throw spaghetti at the wall. and see what sticks.
At least it's not as bad as like Chinese or
Yeah.
Korean manga or novels.
It's not like
because-
repetitive, but it's a mess. It just feels like a mess.
Yeah, but Chinese and Korean novels, they always go so big in power levels that 9 times out of 10 they end up fighting God at the end.
Yeah.
It's almost without a doubt that it's gonna happen, and it always makes me laugh. 'Cause it's just like, what the fuck, dude? This is like 90% of the novels out there have this end trope, which is fine because it kind of dips into the Taoist kind of fighting against the heavens type deal.
Yeah.
And some of them throw in Judeo-Christian, like God being the God above all, and then they gotta kill God, and yeah, it's weird.
Well, it's also possibly the communist mindset of destroy religion, which Russia had that as well during Soviet times.
Right. It always makes me laugh because one of the first novels that I actually started reading, like I didn't read novels at all. I was kind of like, ew, why would I read? I'd rather watch it. And then my buddy showed me I'm a Returnee. And that one was so good. Granted, the engine fucking fights God. Story's at least like sensible. Like it gives a really good reason why. But just one of those like, really? Okay, then I guess you can't fight anyone else. You're so strong. You can one-shot everything. Makes sense, I guess. I mean, it's still a good novel. Just kind of wish the action wasn't so repetitive. It's another thing that a lot of action novels don't do right most of the time.
Yeah.
Their action sequences are pretty much the same. Only the few good ones are the ones that stand out that are like, ooh, they actually like change up the style of how they fight. It's not always him beating them up one-sided or him being beaten up one-sided, coming back like Goku or Ichigo style.
I actually started making a list of all the in anime the best fights that I like. And
Gaara
for me,
versus Lee.
What is it?
Gaara versus Lee.
That's a good fight, but from Naruto, I'd actually say my best, most favorite fight is Guy fighting Madara. Where Guy practically takes out everything against Madara and almost beats him, technically speaking.
Yeah.
But then practically dies. Or partially
when he
dies.
opens up the gates.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, I feel like it's the Gaara versus Lee is such a classic.
It is
Takes
definitely
off
classic,
his
but
fucking weights. It's
yeah,
just one of
that's
those,
that was the moment when I started liking Naruto.
well, it's like Super Saiyan 1 from DBZ when he goes full Super Saiyan. Like that shit was legendary. But like the fight sequence itself was kind of meh. But that moment of just like raw, like yes, it's just so good. But fight sequences though, like the actual fight, I still say Gaara versus Lee is a phenomenal one because you see Lee just like running around the fucking place. Trying to think of what other fight sequences. I guess Grimmjow versus Ichigo is a good one. But that's mainly because Grimmjow was a cool character. I'd say like on the overall fight, it would have to be like Ichigo versus Byakuga Kuchiki.
To me, I know like my second on the list is the what was his name? It was from Attack on Titan when the general guy, the guy with the blonde hair, when he was fighting, when they were all attacking the or chasing down the armor titan.
See, graphically, I feel like Attack on Titan's really good.
Yeah.
Character-wise, I feel like it's okay.
Yeah.
Not the best, but it's fine. Plot-wise, oh my lord, it's all over the place.
Yes.
It's bad. I don't like it at all. It feels like someone just got out of high school and was just like, this is a cool story. It's like, okay then. I don't know, I felt like they just didn't understand.
That's honestly, that's actually why I do enjoy the anime of that. Mainly because to me it's kind of like it isn't the story that I'm in there for, or even the art style. It's the sound effects kind of thing.
See, the art style is the only thing that even slightly appeals to me.
Mhm.
But I can't get past that. It's like SAO. It's like SAO is cool. It's
Mhm.
fun. But the story after the first arc was awful. Terrible. Like, you finished your story, let it go. Like it's like the whole Baruto stuff. It's like you finished your story, just let it die.
Yeah, the one thing they couldn't explain is why would they go back into that game? Like into that style of game.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we almost died there. Let's go again.
Right. Like, oh, you. And then the second arc, it's like, oh, you almost got raped multiple times.
Yes.
Let's go back into that game. It's like, wait, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
And it's also like, oh, you know this one person over here that's practically almost dead because of that game. Oh, let's go back in.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Although I will say the new, because I watched the Alicization, the new series they made, and I actually liked it.
I hear that it's good, but I can't do it. Just, after the last AIDS arc, I just couldn't.
Well, the thing is, the first section of Alicization is good, mainly because they first off, the female character from the rest of the series, whatever her name was, she's practically gone. She's not there. And for like most of the first section, or like technically I guess you could say split it up into 3 sections. Most of the first section, Kirito is there, sort of like, because he's in a comatose state, and he's stuck in a world while he's in a coma. But in the second section of that anime, he's then turned into like a vegetable. So the entire time, the story's not about him anymore. And it's about the female character that he saved.
Just because you changed the main character, I don't care.
Well,
it's not
yeah.
the same impact as the first one.
Well, 100%. It's not gonna be the same impact.
It's just, I just can't get into it afterwards. Like, it forgot what made it good.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And that was the Lumen, like, death, where it's not a person causing you to die. It's like the actual game itself.
Yeah.
And that's
But it's
where
also
they kind of lost everything.
Yeah, but it's also kind of like they did copy the plot of Dot Hack, so
Yeah, a lot of people made that reference right away, which, yeah, it kind of did. But at the same time, Dot Hack's more about the mystery of it all, rather than the actual...
Which only like the first Dot Hack, because once you get to like the other series, it turns very childish.
Yeah. I mean, that turned very muddled and you don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
Like Monster Musume, or like Ore Monogatari, like the Monogatari series.
Yeah.
Like,
Although I
that whole
love
series
the
is
Monogatari series.
Oh yeah, it's great when you actually realize what the fuck's going on.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah.
There's still debate how to watch that series. Now it's still today.
To me personally, I just watch things whenever I'm like trying to get into a series. I try to do it where I just look at when it was released, so I can watch it in the order that people saw it when it was coming out.
But some people argue that in order to understand what the fuck's going on, you should watch it in chronological.
But isn't it like the purpose that you're not supposed to understand what's going on until like the end?
Yes, but at the same time, a lot of people are just like, here, just understand what the fuck's going on. Just watch it chronologically, like from where the plot starts and ends. Like, you'll have a little bit more enjoyable time watching it. Whereas like I remember I watched it by release date, and it's just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
It's like sometimes it's a prequel to the series. Sometimes it's a sequel, and then it's just like, where the fuck am I?
But the thing is, to me, it's also this is where I actually like think that anime is good. Just the way that they made that anime is that they made it where certain times, certain emotions that they try to explaining is shown through visual things. Like when the conversation that they're having intensifies, and because it's very dialogue heavy, so a lot of times they're just having long dialogue sessions, and sometimes they do some visual stuff to make you sort of like visually feel it, so to say.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like Mukaka City actors, where it's more the visual impact of the series.
Which then I actually, then I actually realized that that studio that made that anime is actually just has that sort of style of making things. Therefore, I just watched all their animes, and they all have that style. Let's see. Because they made the Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei.
Is that the Assassination Classroom?
Oh no, Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei is a.
I know the name. I'm just trying to.
That's about a teacher who wants to commit suicide.
Teacher who wants. Why do I feel like that's so fucking familiar?
It starts off with a little girl is walking down the street, and then she sees a guy trying to hang himself on a tree, and then she thinks he's trying to get taller. Because she then says, "Oh, my parents always try to get taller." Okay, your parents always try to kill themselves. But the thing is, they then establish it where he's pessimistic about everything and she's optimistic about everything.
Okay. How old is this?
I don't think it's kind of old, but it's not that it's old. It just has that sort of art style.
Yeah. No, it has the same art style. It's just I don't know if this is one that I'd watch. I try to stay away from kind of. I know it doesn't look like slice of life, but
yeah. Oh no, it's just straight up comedy. If you like it.
Yes, that's probably why I've never watched
Yeah.
it. I'm pure action. I'm pure action. I have certain rules that I abide by. No female protagonist. No children protagonists for the most part. Teenagers fine, but no children protagonists. And I try to keep it only action based, just because that's what I'm into. Like that nitty gritty. There's only a few exceptions to the rules, like Claymore.
Oh yeah, female protagonist.
But see, the reason I don't watch female protagonists or children protagonists is they overdo these stereotypes.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like either they're a bumbling buffoon, like bimbo, or they're super duper independent. And the only reason I don't mind Claymore is because all the females are like that. Because they're not really technically, they are female, but they're all Claymore.
Yeah, they're kind of like artificial, sort of say. Not like.
So I'm fine with that. Like Ergo Proxy, I think I was another one that I made an exception for, but that's mainly due to the world building and the mystery behind it all. Yeah, most of the time anime kind of leans into the stereotypes.
Yeah. I also had like a whole bunch of stuff. Like before, I always said I'll never watch robot animes. Robot animes just are stupid. They're all But after time of like watching a whole bunch of stuff, I just started watching everything now. Because then I got into Gundam. Gundam's amazing now.
No. I can see the appeal, not for me.
No, I was always the one. Gundam is stupid. That's what I always said. Gundam is the dumbest thing ever. Then I started watching it.
That, but I just, it's big robots blowing shit up. Like I can see the appeal.
Well, that's what I thought.
Not for me.
Like there's certain animes that are kind of like that. That's what I thought about Gundam. That's not exactly what Gundam is about.
Yeah.
Well, it matters which Gundam you're watching.
Yeah.
Because most Gundams are about the people, and it's actually.
I think it was one Gundam that I watched
Mhm.
that I'm pretty sure everyone it's the
Oh.
go-to Gundam.
If you're saying G Gundam, Gundam G is the worst Gundam ever. That is of the series. That's the one that every single person in America watched because it was shown on TV.
I think that might be the.
It is the worst thing ever.
Let me see.
Unless you're talking about Gundam Wing.
I think it was Gundam Wing. Hold on, let me. I can only remember shit by visuals.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it was. Well, no.
What did it have? Like, did it have like a guy standing up inside the robot?
Hero. I think this is the guy. What is he from? Is it Gundam? No, this isn't the guy.
Or it could be Gundam 00.
Let me just look at the series. Infos. Gundam suit. No. Looking through all of them. 'Cause once I see it, I'll probably be like, this is the one. Maybe it was G.
G Gundam is where they're standing up inside the suit.
No, that's not it. Luckily, they give pictures. I didn't even realize that on Wikipedia. I can just look through them.
What was? Do you remember like plot stuff?
Maybe it was Gundam Wing. Like, no, I can't remember any plot stuff. It was just the male and the female bucket.
Do you remember hair colors?
Black hair. I don't remember what her hair color was. Maybe bluish green, I think was it.
Maybe Gundam 00?
I was just thinking that.
Because it's another one that...
I know that the Gundam was like grayish silver.
Because Gundam 00, I'd say, had the weakest main character.
I just remember watching and going, man. Not really a big Gundam fan. Maybe it's not even a Gundam. Maybe it's another mecha.
Maybe.
I know it's not Big O. Big O was pretty decent, but yeah. See, when it comes to mechas, I don't mind some. Some of them were okay. There's no way that it must not be a Gundam.
Maybe it's Eureka 7?
No, Eureka 7 was okay. I wasn't a big fan though.
Yeah, I didn't. So yeah, I'd say it's okay. Not amazing.
I'm surprised that I've actually watched a few mechas. Full Metal Panic, that's what it was called.
Oh, Full Metal Panic.
It wasn't a, yeah, it wasn't a...
Oh, yeah. That was like something else. But yeah, that one's quite oriented around. I actually never finished this one.
It was okay.
Because it's kind of like...
had the best fucking twist ending, though.
Yeah. Yeah, the Full Metal Panic is kind of like partially, I guess, harem oriented.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll know Zera's main character was fucking ass, but twist end, so good.
Yeah.
So good. The only good thing about that anime, did one of the big no-nos of story writing. Have you watched I'll Know Zero yet?
I'll Know Zero, let me see.
Orange Mecha.
Might have. This might be one of the first.
Oh, Samurai 7. That was a good one.
Oh, I'll Know Zero I did not watch.
Yeah, so I won't spoil that for you.
Yeah.
Samurai 7 I watched. Gun X Sword was a good one, although that's pretty old. Heroic Age I watched. Though that one was kind of meh. Code Geass, yeah, everyone's
Okay,
watched
yeah,
that.
obviously I've watched Code Geass.
Asura crying was fucking meh.
Actually,
kind of.
Code Geass was the first mecha anime that I watched, and then that got me into Gundam. Because then I started thinking, maybe mechas aren't that bad.
No.
And then I go watch Gundam, which I always said I'll never watch. This is the stupidest thing ever. And then once you watch like the original series and the main like mainline series, it is amazing.
Buddy complex. Oh jeez.
Because like the story is based around like a war between like the human people and the people that went to space.
Yeah.
And
Less like I'll know a zero.
yeah. And in Gundam, the entire story revolves around these kids. Because like the first series is some teenagers who were trying to escape the war, and they got a hold of the Gundam, which was the new machine that was being made. At the same time, the main character, he started developing something known as the new type that they started calling, which is people who started living in space after like several generations. They started being able to like read each other's minds. So the main character starts being able to read people's minds, and therefore, while he's fighting in the Gundam, they've been then able to tell what the other person is thinking. And then afterwards, like the entire team develops the ability to read people's minds. And then, as the story goes on, then they start trying to develop artificial humans who had that ability.
I don't know. I can't get into mecha.
Yeah.
Like I've watched a lot of mecha, and
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
Maybe
Gurren
one day you will.
Lagann,
Yeah,
Code
maybe.
Geass. No, like I'm actually scrolling through the mecha list on my anime list, and
Yeah.
I've actually watched most of these.
Yeah, I've
Funny,
watched.
other than like the Gundam series.
Yeah, I've watched Gurren Lagann, but I stopped watching it when Kamina died.
Kamina died. Same.
And the thing is, the reason I stopped watching is because I got into Gurren Lagann because I liked the voice actor of the main character in Beelzebub. That's the voice actor of Kamina. So I started watching because of Kamina, because I liked the voice actor. And then Kamina dies, and I'm like, what's the point of me watching this now? From the reason I started watching it is dead.
Yeah, I just stopped watching it because, like,
Yeah.
How are you gonna kill off your best character? Like, that's some bullshit.
But I later finished it off, and the ending is kind of weird and dumb, just because they.
I heard about the ending.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it. Oh, I spoiled Death Note for one of my friends.
Mm.
I was getting him into anime, which now he's a big anime fan.
Yeah.
But at one time he didn't watch any anime. Like now he's sitting there in the thousands of episodes of One Piece.
Oh yeah.
Pretty high up there too. I don't know how or why he did that, but
Well,
yeah,
I love One Piece.
I can't stand it. It's
I know.
Good.
I know so many people that can't stand it, and I know my best friend here from high school. He couldn't stand it recently. He started reading the manga. He's obsessed with it now. That's actually another thing I learned in Japan, is that not everybody watches anime. Everybody watches One Piece. There's certain people that I met that are like, hey, do you think all Japanese watch anime? And then that same guy that said that to me in Japan, he was like, oh yeah, I watch One Piece.
I'm sure it's like a cultural thing over there.
Maybe.
I can't. 360 episodes. All right, that's how far I could get.
Whoa, you gotta get to like episode 500 something, when they actually get to the big climax section of it.
See, anyone that would say that about any story would look at you and go, "That's not a good story."
Oh yes, I will say, the beginning of it sucks. It's once you get there, it starts getting good. I'm not saying that it's an amazing story all the way through.
I can't do it. A lot of the characters I just dislike. And I
Yep.
think that's a major point of the entire series. It's like Zoro, that's the only one.
Oh yeah, I
The
love
only one I care
Zoro.
about.
Zoro's like, I don't know, have you gotten to the part where Zoro takes on all the pain of Luffy.
No. I think the only part, the farthest I've seen, and I don't even think I've seen the episode, but I've seen scenes of it where he cuts up the fucking boat like Ace did, or not
yeah.
Ace,
Yeah.
Hawkeye did. Hawk.
It's actually, I think, the most recent episodes.
Whoever the guy, Ace Hawk or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, when he destroyed the boat, just like he did. That's like I've seen scenes of that, but I just, at the last where I left off, he was on the island, and he goes like pseudo zombie or whatever to unleash more of his power. Luffy. Pressure bark or something like that.
The zombie place.
I think so, yeah. I finished that arc, and that's as far as I got. And I was just like, I can't do this. It's just so meh.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I like my power systems to be grounded and have some consistency to them, and I feel like One Piece doesn't have that.
Yeah,
like it tries to, but
yeah. Well, once you get past like the middle section of it, that's, well, once again, once you get past like the episode 500. But the thing is, it's kind of like, for me personally, when I started, this was also one of the animes where I was like, I will never watch this. This is dumb looking. This is the stupidest thing ever. And it took me actually like 10 tries to actually start watching it. So I'd like watch like 100 episodes. And I'm like, I can't, this is dumb. Then I watched another 100 episodes. And like over several years of me watching it over and over, I then got to the climax and I was like, okay, now this is getting good.
That's just Stockholm Syndrome with extra steps.
Yeah, maybe.
It's one of those, it's the idea of like, the only reason people in America watch One Piece is because the people have already gotten so far in One Piece.
Oh yeah, and keep saying that they're, yeah, keep saying that it's good.
They have to, well, might as well keep going. I'm already at 1,000.
Yep.
It's one of those cost fallacies where it's just like, well, I'm already in here. Might as well stay.
Maybe then, now that like I'm analyzing my brain, maybe that I'm liking it just simply because I'm far enough in it. Might as well like it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it goes to show, like, because you've watched so much of it, you've gotten a deeper grasp of the entirety of the show, that you're more invested into it.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, because you're more further along in the story, but at the same time, if the story doesn't start off really strong, why watch it?
Yeah.
It's kind of, One Piece does not have the strongest start. It's Luffy fucking around, which is what Luffy does, so it makes sense. Later on, I know he gets serious as fuck, but like, I'm not gonna wait that long, and I'm not gonna skip the story because then I'll come back and be like, where the fuck am I?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just Ace dies, who cares?
Yeah.
Trying to think of like other long, like that's the weird thing, is I can sit here and read novels. Like one of my novels, I'm up to what is it, 1700 chapters, 1800, 1745 chapters. And I think I did the calculations, is around 120 to 150 hours of reading.
Yeah.
But pretty much throughout the entire story, it's really good. Like from the start, it's super strong. Some people said it's confusing, which I can see that if you never read Chinese novels, it can be very confusing. Because Westerners coming to an Eastern like mindset would be really weird.
Yeah.
Like, reading a cultivation manga would just like blow their minds. Like, what's going on? I don't understand how they can just get stronger by breathing. Granted, this isn't one of those novels, but the idea still sits. Yeah, no. Like, I can read through a lot of stuff, but I think if the story doesn't pull me in within the first couple chapters, I just kind of put it down. 'Cause it's just same with anime. It's like if the first couple episodes don't pull me in, what good is this anime?
Yeah.
Which is why I think I enjoyed Bleach the most.
Yeah,
And
that
Naruto.
was my first long anime.
Bleach had such a good start. Because
Yeah.
first episode, you fucking get stabbed by your sword and then goes all fucking Shinigami. It's like, hell yeah, let's go. Death Note, he starts off with the fucking Shinigami realm and then drops the notebook. Main character gets a hold of it, and you already can tell that he's about to fuck some shit up. Like, okay, I'm down. Like a lot of really good animes have really good openers, hard, strong openers that just leave you sitting there going, either I want to know the mystery behind this, or I want to see what the fuck the main character's about to do.
Yeah.
Just like Mirai Nikki. Even though the main character's a big old pussy whoop bitch,
yeah,
the plot itself is just really good.
Especially once you get to realize that it's all just a loop of.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The end is just so good.
Have you ever watched? Although I guess it's not really too action oriented. Also in English it's called Erased.
Oh yeah. I actually one of the few exceptions for children that I've made. It is really good.
Yeah, because technically he's not exactly a child on the side, but
yeah, that's mainly why I was fine with it.
Which actually, like, okay. That's why I gave an exception to what's it called? I believe in English it's called Case Closed. Detective Conan.
Oh no.
Although
that's just like One Piece. There's so many episodes.
Oh yeah, 100%. They have like the same amount of episodes as One Piece.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I'm like on episode like 300 and I stopped like 2 years ago.
I just can't.
I really want to go back into it and try to watch it all.
I don't know.
Although for me to watch it, I really have to have it like completely in the background, like no like paying attention to it.
That's not watching it.
But it's like every time I keep thinking, this is gonna get better.
No.
But it's like every single time you always know who the criminal is. Every time it's a new criminal.
Get Scooby-Dooed.
Yeah.
It's always the first white male that shows up.
Oh, here it's always the quietest person in the room.
Nice. Of course it is.
And even if like the entire like up until that point, there's literally nothing that's showing that this person is the criminal. It's always the criminal. They don't like put any hints in there, but every time it's that person.
That's the type of mystery I don't like.
Yeah.
I like mystery that it's just like they give hints, but they're just small enough hints where you gloss over them, and then at the end when you like start to see all of the little hints conglomerate, you're like, holy shit!
But the thing
I
is,
knew it.
they do that technically speaking, but when you combine it together, a normal person would not combine those things together. It's just for some reason the main character combines those things together.
That's good.
I also there's one other thing in that anime. It's never a suicide. 100%. There's not been a single suicide in the for all the murders. Every single episode is a murder. Almost every single episode. And it's never a suicide. And there's a movie where the main character, he's like screaming. He's running over there trying to scream that it's a murder, and every single person around him is just like, no, he committed suicide. He can't be a murder. He committed suicide. And he's just crying, no, it's a murder. It can't be a suicide. Just because in the show it can't be a suicide.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to think of some good mystery animes that I've watched. Dimension W is pretty good, but that's more horror mystery type deal.
I've not watched that one.
That one's one of those like, holy shit, what the fuck's going on here? Psychopaths, I guess that one. Yeah, that's
would that be technically mystery?
Yeah. Well, the ending of the first season is definitely a mystery. You don't see that shit coming. Tokyo Ghoul's kind of a mystery with how he got converted. It's a big
not
mystery subplot.
I know I watched
really
Psychopaths, and Psychopaths I didn't like. Like, I like the concept of it. The way they did the whole story is kind of like, to me personally, it's kind of, okay.
Yeah. Death Parade, that was a good one. Rara, good one.
Gerard, definitely.
Fucking Monogatari. The whole
yeah.
Monogatari series is a
Oh
mystery.
yes, 100%.
Don't know what the fuck's going on. Oh, Hyoka. That's a good one. That's a
Oh
slice
yes,
of life
yes.
one.
Definitely.
I think is she still my, yeah, she's still my wallpaper. Hell yeah. Trying to think of other ones. Oh, Tokyo no Terror. That's a good one. Darker Than Black. That ending's fucking weird. Baccano, yes. Baccano and Durarara are in the same universe, and I love it.
Oh yeah. They are? I know they have like the
Yes.
same style, but I didn't realize they were.
They're in the same universe because in Durarara, there's a scene where have you seen Baccano?
Yeah, I've seen it.
So the couple that are immortals, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see them in Durarara, and they're just
really?
aimlessly walking around like, wow, this city's really fucking chaotic. Like, huh.
Yeah.
And like they're just walking around and you see them, and like at the time I had just watched Baccano, and then I was like, well, I guess I'll watch Durarara. Haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
And when I was watching, I was like, wait a second, holy shit.
Yeah, I watched Durarara first and then Baccano.
Yeah, no, in Durarara there's a scene with those two in it. I was just like, oh, they're connected. Black Bullet, I guess it's a mystery, but a mystery of like who the villain is. Just kind of like in your face most of the time.
Yeah.
K was good. Yeah, I enjoy mysteries. That's kind of one of the exceptions to the rules when it comes to female and male. Roku no Yusha, that is the best mystery ever. Although the ending, the last like 5 minutes is trash. They ruined the whole series with one character.
Yeah. I've actually not watched most of those, and I'm actually now thinking, for some reason, I don't watch mysteries, but for some reason I do like them. The ones I did watch. Like, the ones I watched are like some of my favorite series, but I've not actually watched too many. And I don't know why.
I recommend a mystery one for you. It'd be Roku no Yusha.
Mm-hmm.
It was my top anime out of all animes for the longest time until I watched Ore Monogatari, which is not the Monogatari series. It's a slice of life. The only I only pretty much watch action anime, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only anime I've ever given a 10 out of 10 is a slice of life.
Yeah.
Which is fucked. And Roku no Yusha, it's really good. Greaves of the Six Flowers. It has one of the best mysteries ever. Like, I'm not gonna say it got me with its plot, of who's the evil guy, because I think it's like there's only supposed to be 6 people who show up at this site, and there's 7 that show up, including the main character, and they're trying to find out who's the other one because they're clearly evil. But yeah, it's so good. I'm trying to think of other like mystery ones that I've. Did they say Paprika was a mystery? Paprika's a bad trip. That's what that is. It's like you took acid and had a really bad trip. No, thank you. Ooh, that's not really a mystery though. Seki no Kunai, one of the only CGIs that I'll ever like praise. Has the best CGI I've ever seen. And every other CGI anime I can't watch. My eyes just literally like, it looks like I'm watching stop motion.
Yeah.
It's terrible. That one though, good to go. EOS head, man. I'm looking through all these mystery animes. I'm like, yeah, I've watched quite a bit of these. ones that I haven't watched, clearly I haven't watched for a reason.
Yeah. Personally, I watch like anything, so I've watched a lot of really bad ones, and I always keep telling myself, one of these days, one of these really bad ones is gonna be good. It's gonna be like a hidden gem.
That's basically how I was. So when I was in the military, I was in the subfleet, so there's no internet, so I had to download my anime or get anime, and like I didn't really have a choice of like what I could get. It's just like this is what I have, so this is the only thing I can bring underway. I had like a 3 terabyte worth of worth of anime, and let me tell you how many bad animes there are out there.
Oh yeah.
I would say out of the like 300, more than likely, that's like 250 animes that I've ever watched out of that hard drive. I would say there's probably 20 that are good, like that are like standout good. Like the rest are pretty meh, and there's a few that are just bad.
Have you ever seen Akikan?
Akikan, that sounds
It's where soda cans turn into girls. It's a harem one.
Oh, no, I've heard about it though. That's why.
Yes. Well, it's just like that's the one I'd usually point to as really bad.
No. See, the one I always point to that is really bad, and I always preface it with, do you like space anime? Like
Somewhat.
Space and stuff. What about like pirates? You like pirates?
Not exactly. No, not really.
No. Like, what about like the weapons from Guilty Crown, like coming out of people and stuff?
It's okay-ish.
Yeah. Well, there's this anime with space pirates with that like ability for the main characters. It's terrible. It's the worst. It's called Elemental G-Raid.
Oh. I've not seen that.
Or G-Laid. Just funny because I'm pretty sure like its official name is G-Raid. Yeah, it is. G-Raid. But it's technically G-Laid, which is weird, but it's so fucking bad. It's you know what? Know what makes it worse for me is I started watching it, and the first couple episodes aren't too bad. They're not strong, but they're fine. They're good. You can tell it's gonna be like a standard anime. And at the time, one of my friends was like, "Hey, do you have any anime to like recommend to me?" I was like, "Well, I'm watching this one, and it's decent so far, so I guess you should watch it." And I started watching it still, and like I got further in, and I was like, "Oh no, what have I done? I recommended this shit anime to him." He comes back to me like a few days later. He's like, "I can't watch this. This is just terrible." I was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was this bad." I'm sitting there looking like a fool because I accidentally recommended a shit anime.
Yep.
Oh, like it's really bad. Trying to think of other bad ones though. Like God's Hand, I think, is the CGI one that I can't stand.
What did you think of the new Berserk art style in the anime?
I didn't like it. At anything like 3D CGI style.
I can't stand
even
it.
if it's stylized at it, I can't do it. Which is why I love Lands of Lustrous or Hoseki no Kunai. Because it's the only CGI anime that I've like. When I first watched it, I actually stopped because I realized that it was CGI, and I was like, I'm not watching this CGI bullshit. I'm not doing it. My eyes should not be like abused like this. And I think that underway, I ran out of anime, and so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I've got nothing else to watch. I'll give it a shot. And sure enough, like I'm sitting there going, holy shit, this is amazing. Like the plot's pretty decent. if you're into Eastern culture.
Yeah.
If you're not, it's gonna be very confusing, and you're gonna be sitting there going, "What the fuck's going on?" If you understand Eastern culture, you'll be like, "Okay, pretty interesting concept that they did," because the concept is that like the human body split in a way where like there's spirits, like the spirit of like your soul, there's the body, and then there's the like bone structure esque or foundation, if you will. So like the foundation are gems, the flesh is squid sea people, and then the souls are these like heavenly beings that come down and try and steal the gems. And it's interesting. It's really cool. Action sequences are pretty interesting. CGI is really fantastic. Plot's really cool because of the main character. I think they did a really good job working with the main character, and her flaws. And I think that's one of the few things that animes can do. Like very few animes can do it, where they have a weak character, main character, and they can play on that weakness and turn it into a strength. And like most of the animes that try to do that just fail, because it's kind of like as much as I love Bleach, Ichigo's a bitch. He always gets beaten down, and it's the whole Goku like, "Ooh, you beat me down. Wait till I come back. Ooh, I came back, and now I kicked your ass." And that's not really weakness. That's just a plot point. In my opinion. As much as I love DBZ as well, but that's pretty much how it almost always went. Goku got his ass beat, or Goku wasn't there, so everyone else got their ass beat, and then Goku shows up. Like,
the same story beat over and over.
Yeah, like, yeah, it's okay once. Like, it's fine in the story to lose. I don't mind the main character losing every once in a while, but damn, dude, when he's continuously getting his ass beat and then coming back stronger for reasons.
Well, I believe that they specifically put it in the story saying that anytime one of their race gets beaten up, they get stronger, so they have to get beat up.
Yeah.
Or at least I feel like they put it in there just specifically so they're like, hey, wait, so we can repeat this loop over and over.
Yeah, but like you take Bleach, and Ichigo literally just continuously gets his ass beat all the time. Like literally the first few episodes, he gets his ass beat by Renji. Just like, stay down, bitch. It's like, okay, well. And then he goes to the fucking Shinigami world, meets Renji again, barely manages to kind of win, and then meets with Kenpachi and gets his ass beat, which he should have been dead there. I always love that too. Like, oh, he beat Kenpachi. It's like, no, he didn't. He's dead. He's dead right now. Kenpachi, the guy who can go up against fucking Espada already, like just base power level, couldn't take on an Ichigo, like who just started becoming a Shinigami. Like, fuck out of here. That's the one thing I wouldn't say Bleach is the best at, is plot. But world building and ability powers, good to go. Characters, good as well. The only thing they're bad at is storytelling, I guess. When it doesn't have to deal with characters. Their character backstories and stuff are amazing. Grimmjow, just as an example. Heck, even like Kuchiki had a pretty cool backstory, even though it's basic. I don't know, I guess I became like an anime elitist, or story elitist, because it's just like, when you've seen so many, like, I wish I kept my anime list up to date. That way I could like show how many.
Oh, well, I created an Excel spreadsheet of every single anime. Which, the reason I'm not watching anime is partially because I have to update it. and have to go through every single anime and update it.
Yeah, no, I wish I knew how much anime I've watched. There's a few of my buddies who are quote-unquote anime fans, and they'll show me my anime lists, like list of animes they watched, and I'll laugh because it'll be like, oh, you've watched 100 anime. It's like, that's pretty good. And then I'll go through it, and most of it's OVAs.
Yeah.
It's like, this doesn't count.
Yeah.
You watched like 10 anime. Like, what are you doing? Like, watch like 20 or 30 animes, and like most of them are OVAs. Like the rest are OVAs. What is this? It's like, yeah, but if it says I watched 100 series. It's like, but you haven't.
Yeah.
Fuck, I can watch an episode in 20 minutes. That doesn't really count as a series. If I had to guess how many anime series I've watched, it's around 300. Well, like 250 to 300, somewhere in that ballpark. And a lot of them are bad. Just terrible. Some of them are old too, like, oh, what's the oldest one I've watched? Cutie Honey, which I think got an update. Either this season or last season got an update. Like they remade it. Which when I saw that, I was like, what the fuck? This is like some Speed Racer-esque anime. Like that era of anime. So it's just weird when I saw it.
Have you ever watched Initial D?
Initial D? Deja vu?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think I've actually watched it. I hear it's really good.
Yeah.
Just got no action in it, so.
Yeah, oh yeah. To me, it's like, it's just straight up racing anime. And I was first like, my one friend, because I never even actually heard of it. I've never even actually, I've partially maybe heard the meme, but never actually like paid attention to it. Never realized it was like from an anime.
Yeah.
And then I watched it when my friend recommended it to me, and I loved it. I loved it just because it's like, I feel like if in anime, if you just get the right sound effects and get the right like intensity, you can make any sort of sport into a cool looking sport. And
see, I'm
not
a big sports
well,
anime
yes. But the thing is that confirmed to me when I watched Keijo, which Keijo is about girls in bikinis slamming butts against each other.
Oh my, stop. I knew the moment you said Keijo, I was like, please stop.
Yes.
The only good thing that came out of Keijo was the Luigi butt slap meme.
The thing is, that confirmed to me that with the right sound effects, you can make any sports thing actually sound and look cool.
No, stop. No. That anime was a meme. It was a meme for cash grabbing for models and stuff.
Well, maybe also for proving that you can make it any sport. It doesn't matter what the sport is.
So yeah, but that was kind of done. Well, it's just the overall concept was already done by One Punch Man, where it's like anything can become an anime so long as you do it properly.
Yeah.
Which it's like One Punch Man. It's like, oh, I'm coming out here and making a statement against all these stupid animes with all these overpowered characters, and it was just like, here, ours can one-shot everything.
Yep.
And then it's like, oh, this is actually pretty good story writing and stuff. It's like, what? It's like, yeah, pretty good character writing too. It's like, no, please stop. We're making fun of the series that are like this. It's like, yeah, but yours is good. It's like, fuck. It's like you set out to destroy what you to destroy the very thing that you became. Like, no. Oh no. That just goes to show that if you do a story right, I think it's gonna be good regardless of what it's about.
Yeah. Which honestly, the story of Keijo is kind of very bad, but
yeah. Well, it's literally just a cash grab for cute girls. Like, that's what it is.
I don't know. The girls themselves weren't particularly great looking, but
no, but I don't think you realize how big swimsuit anime models
No, I
are a
guess
big
maybe.
thing in Japanese. Although I guess you've been to Japan, so you
Yeah.
should know how big they are. Like, what game was it? Was it a BDO where most
Oh
of
yeah,
BDO
yeah.
was
Yep.
like funded by the swimsuit model or swimsuit costume?
Honestly, I'm surprised that like practically more or less pornography when you walk into a store, it's practically on kids level. They see it all the time everywhere.
Yeah, but they're one of those type of societies where it's frowned upon to even like be kind of open about that, but at the
Yeah.
same time, it's not frowned upon as a whole on an individual level.
Well, actually, there's a weird like difference I noticed in like between America and Japan, is that in Japan it's kind of like, sure, it's more frowned upon in society, but media-wise they have a whole lot of like sexualized stuff, but not that they rarely look down on violence. So violence is something that you can't like show off or talk about. On the other hand, in America, I feel like it's a lot more violent and there's a lot more violence shown off, but a lot less sexualizing stuff.
I don't know if I'd agree on that. I wouldn't say sexualizing stuff, but it's definitely sex appeal in a lot of our commercials and stuff.
Well, yeah, there's sex appeal, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
not practically open pornography on the right in front of the kids.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the only country that I'd really want to go to. It's Japan and maybe South Korea.
Yeah.
I've already been to plenty other places. It's just kind of sad that Japanese culture has kind of died, so to speak. I wouldn't necessarily say died, but like it is very westernized.
Yeah.
You know? A lot of its base, like traditional culture, is kind of swept under the rug or downplayed when it comes to their media.
Okay, on my anime list, there's 489 completed series.
How many are OVA? Type in
I don't know.
Type in the search bar for OVA in your list. Pretty sure you can sort your list.
Let's see.
Because a lot of people do cheese their anime lists.
I did
with
watch a lot of
OVAs.
OVAs, so
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's still an impressive number. That's a lot more than most of my
how
friends.
do you split it off? If I don't OVA, well, OVA specifically 10, 11.
Only
But I feel
that?
like there's, hold on, completed, the ones that are actually specified. Oh, because there's also specials as well.
Yeah.
There's some marked F
Specials and
special,
OVAs.
OVA.
Oh, wow. I can still log into my anime list.
Actually, let me just do TV. If I just do TV, it should have the...
My anime list.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorting it the wrong way. I'm sorting it by name, not by type.
Filters. Sort by. Is it type? Why? Yeah, you can sort by type and then just click the type tab. It'll show, like, I only have one OVA apparently. I don't even know what the, oh, yeah, edgy shit. How many animes do I have? I only have 57 in my actual list.
Yeah, no, my list is actually not fully implemented. I was trying to like fill it in when I was fixing my spreadsheet, and filled in like the first fourth.
Yeah, that list is way out of date. I don't even think I updated it since like probably 2013, 2014. Because I think once I entered the military, I just forgot about the list as a whole.
Okay, let's see. TV. I've got... Oh. Expands as I go down. 246.
Okay. That's pretty good. Damn. Impressive. Now I'm
Well,
curious.
impressive.
Now I'm
I
really
mean,
curious.
impressive. A large chunk of my life.
Yeah, but
Doing
did you
something
enjoy your
unproductive.
time?
I guess so.
Yeah. So long as you enjoyed it.
Okay, I was going to change up my
no.
password here.
When people don't understand other languages,
Mhm.
like there's a Discord message and someone was like suicidal, but and then this foreign guy gave a thumbs up and it's like, I don't know what suicidal means, but I hope it is good. And one of the other guys was like, and then he puts in the Japanese like language and it's like, oh no, shit, do not suicide, Mr. A, it's very bad. Like, oh no. He thought he was being nice and cheerful.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I was talking to my one Japanese friend in Japan. We were talking to him, and he was talking about how he didn't know what the word horny meant. So he thought it just meant like happy. So he was like talking to this one girl from America, and he said, "I'm really horny right now." Cause he was trying to say I'm really happy. And then she stopped talking to him, and he didn't understand why. And then she was angry at him afterwards.
Awkward.
Yep. Okay. Wait, where did what's his name?
Where did
Kyle go? He was just here. He went to a different world. I've apparently already been waiting 20 minutes for this dungeon to load, for people to get in there.
There not that many people, or just nobody's doing the dungeon?
I think just nobody's doing that dungeon. Or usually we just wait for a healer, because nobody's playing the healer.
Yeah. Alright, well, I haven't eaten all day.
Yeah, me either.
It was good chat. We went from existential talk to anime. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm actually probably gonna end the stream too.
I was about to say I was probably gonna just sit here and lurk while I go eat. Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Yep, see ya. Little waiting list number 4. Oh, I didn't want to go here. Come on, people. I want to leave. Sorry, people. I want to go in there. Ah, I'm penalized. No, 30 minutes. I guess I can't go on. Okay. I'm gonna end this stream there just because I can't do anything about that. And everything else is just kind of moot at this point. And it's also kind of late and I want to eat. So see you all probably tomorrow. I'll probably stream tomorrow as well. Hold on. There we go.